I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our council meeting in the afternoon session. It's Tuesday, April 1st, 2025. Go ahead and ask for a roll call and for Clementine to share announcements. I'll do that after. Yeah.
Councilmember Barber. Present. Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Rash. Here. Councilmember Smith.
Here.
And Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And information on participating in this meeting and providing public comment, including remotely by Zoom or telephone, is available on the agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. Remote commenters, you'll be muted until it is your turn to speak, and a timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. In-person attendees must keep your phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference with our meeting. And thank you for participating in your city government.
Thank you, Clementine. We will have a teleconference participation at this meeting from Councilmember Smith pursuant to the California Brown Act rules for just cause attendance. Councilmember Smith, can you hear me well?
I can.
Were you able to hear our proceedings on this end up to now?
I could.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
I do.
Please give us a brief description of the circumstances relating to your need to appear remotely.
I'm on city council business travel in DC at a conference.
Is anyone over the age of 18 with you in the room?
There's not.
Can everyone clearly hear Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
All right, I've had positive confirmation from the room. The Brown Act requires that any votes taken during the teleconference portion of this meeting be taken by roll call, and that each member participating remotely shall participate through both audio and visual technology. And with that, we are sorry, I didn't notice this until now. Why are we doing the pledge now as opposed to the evening? Okay, no worries. Okay, so we're going to start with presentation. So item number 1 is to recognize the 15th anniversary of Whale Fest. I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation that we have for Whale Fest. Whereas Whale Fest Monterey is celebrating the 15th anniversary of the 2-day Whale Fest Monterey event on April 12th and 13th of 2025 in the Custom House Plaza, Monterey State Historic Park in the Old Fisherman's Wharf, as presented by the Fisherman's Wharf Association. And whereas within the backdrop of the beautiful Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, Whale Fest Monterey is an event that combines science, art, history, designed to inspire, educate, explore, and empower attendees of all ages, featuring exhibits related to marine science, sustainability of land and sea, and environment. And whereas Whale Fest Monterey features a symposium where world-renowned scientists from prestigious marine science research institutions share cutting-edge research and conservation efforts with the public over the course of 2 days. These presentations cover a wide range of topics, including whales, sea otters, sharks, kelp, and more. And whereas a free event, Whale Fest features activities for all ages, including Whale Fest history walks, abalone races, which was fun. I won last year, by the way. Got a $25 gift card to Abalonetti's, which was wonderful. Ivan and I went the other day to reclaim that gift card. Various arts and crafts like geotaku printing and origami, calamari cooking demonstrations, tours of research and rescue vessels, including the Shelia B from Moss Landing Marine Laboratories and the Pearl from Monterey Fire Department. And whereas Whale Fest Monterey highlights the important relationship our city has with the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary and its inhabitants, the economic impact of tourism to the area, to enjoy the beautiful ocean and to take part in various recreation activities like whale watching, scuba diving, kayaking, fishing, and sailing cannot be understated. And whereas Whale Fest Monterey is a beacon shining light on how a community can take action to conserve and protect the environment for visitors and inhabitants of all species. And now therefore be it resolved that I, Tyler Williamson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, hereby congratulate Whale Fest Monterey on the occasion of the 15th anniversary of the 2-day event. So why don't we give it up for our organizers of the annual Whale Fest event. And please, if you'd love to share some comments, we thank you for being here today. And make sure you just speak into the mic for our folks on Zoom.
Well,
Thank you so much to you, Mr. Mayor, and to the council and to the staff for recognizing the efforts that so many wonderful volunteers make in order to produce this wonderful event. And as the proclamation stated, we do hope that everyone is inspired by our beautiful bay to protect it and to encourage their families and their friends to come attend, volunteer, donate, and please, work hard to keep what we have and learn more by attending our symposium, which is full of, as you stated, cutting edge information from the marine institutes that surround our bay. So thank you so much, and hope to see everyone there, and please volunteer.
Yay. Thank
So,
you.
Thank you. So do we receive?
Yes, come on up. We could take a photo and everything, make it nice and fancy.
Thank you, Chief. So.
Get Ed's picture in there.
Yeah. If you want to come up and take a photo, you can.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Let's give them a congrats again. Maybe. I'll follow up and let you guys know. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, exactly. Thank you both so much. All right, and with that, we're moving right along to item number 2 on our agenda, which is to receive a presentation on pension management strategy and long-term financial plan.
We'll send a public comment from the presentation.
Thank you for keeping me on track here. Before you all leave, maybe if there are any public comments on this, and for folks that want to participate in public comments on this item and others, what we do is we identify the folks that want to speak at public comment at the beginning of the public comment period. We close off that opportunity to join after everybody's been identified, and then only those folks will be able to speak. So I'll go ahead and open public comment for folks on Zoom. You can use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? So we have one taker in the chamber. Anybody else? So we'll go ahead and cut it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 3 on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
I just wanted to say my husband and I have volunteered many years at Whalefest, and they really need volunteers. They're quite short, and anybody can volunteer. There's a sign-up sheet at whalefestmonterey.org. I'm sorry, whalefest.org.
That's why we needed you to stay.
Yeah.
So,
Is that
perfect.
right? Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Okay, whalefest.org. But they really need volunteers, and it's the weekend after next. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. And thanks for volunteering with them. All right, and with that, we'll go to our public speakers online.
I'm calling first on a telephone caller with the last 3 digits 902. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I think never has there been a more important time to have an event such as Whale Fest looking at the threats to our bay. The City Council heard a report last year, including the dire state of the bay, and that essentially it's dying. And there cannot create any habitat for marine life when there's the food chain has been disrupted. Right now, the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute is conducting high decibel sonar surveys off Moss Landing and in different parts of the bay, as well as another company, E-Track. And these high decibel surveys are creating terrible conditions for the ocean. The decibel levels are comparable to a Saturn V rocket. And they're killing the lower, even lower levels of decibels kill and maim marine animals. And the California State Lands Commission is doing nothing about this. So it's really critical to understand how even some of our research institutes, local research institutes, are contributing to hostile conditions for the marine life in our bay and can be decimating the fish and the mammals and the birds that depend on this beautiful ocean that we live next too. So I hope that the Whale Fest will take this, into consideration, and that some of our research institutes are not being good neighbors and not playing safe with the ocean. Thank you.
Next speaker is a telephone caller with the last three digits 705.
Yes, yes. Is this a public comment just for the Whale Fest?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Yes, my name is Lorna Moffett, and I'm very concerned about the death of our bay. And I've noticed for the last few years, it's becoming more and more algae ridden and brown. We're losing the clarity. You're bringing in more traffic, and you're cutting down more trees. And what needs to happen is we have to cool the bay. The bay is getting so hot now that the sunflower starfish can't even survive in it, and then many other species as well. And so unless you start planting thousands and thousands of trees, eucalyptus and cypress, all along our coastline and in our Fisherman's Wharf parking lot, I'm talking at least 20 or 30, to suck up all the global warming CO2 and pollutants that we're creating, we don't have a hope. And the Whale Fest people, for all their marvelous efforts, are not going to be able to do much either. So it's really important that you start taking seriously this enormous traffic problem that you've created and the building that you okay without dealing with putting up more trees on every sidewalk. And I'm talking big ones, not just little global warming suckers, but big ones. And we need the eucalyptus now, and we need the Monterey pine, and we need the cypress. So please take that. I've asked Hans time again, please put more trees at that parking lot. It's heating up the bay. Thank you so much.
And our last speaker is another telephone caller with the last three digits 436. Go ahead, please.
Oh, okay. So good afternoon. This is Eloise Shim calling. And I just wanted to comment that, well, I used to live in Monterey, but now I live in Salinas. I'm very happy here in Salinas. But the last couple months, I went to Monterey to go on a walk on the rec trail there. And I noticed that the city has been cleaning up by the Fisherman's Wharf, and it looks much better, and it smells much better. So I just wanted to congratulate you on doing that, because I used to walk up and down there all the time when I lived in Monterey, and it was really a mess. So now it looks better. Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Anything from colleagues? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to item number 2 to receive a presentation on pension management strategy and long-term financial plan. With that, I'll pass it to Nat for staff introduction.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. We're looking forward to a presentation today. As Council may recall, during the mid-year budget presentation back in February of this year, our City Council, you all asked for a comprehensive plan on how do we address the city's finances as a whole. And one of the goals is for us to develop not only a pension management plan, but also a strategy on how do we direct funding to address pension liability. At the March 18th meeting, you all received a comprehensive report from our consultant, and we're looking forward to this presentation today, which will begin with our finance director, Rafaela King, who will also introduce our consultants who are joining us virtually. This is a group from Cal Muni as well as Wiest Law Firm. And take it away, Rafaela.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nat just said 95% of what I was going to say, so I won't bore you by saying it again. But I will say we talked about it mid-year. I did tell you that I would come back in a couple of months and bring, last council meeting, we had the presentation about the pension obligations and where we are. this week it is going to be a little bit more talking about what we do with the reserves that we've already put in place. I told you we were strengthening our muscles and getting our savings together. So now what do we do with those reserves is what we're looking at doing an overall financial plan for the city strategically, not just piecemeal everything. And then also with the pension, making an actual plan. It's like we already have the Section 115, we have an OPEB trust, we have all these things in place, but now how do we have the reserve to put the money aside? What's the strategy to actually fund them? So we've engaged Weiss Law and Cal Muni advisors to actually give a quick presentation about how we plan to go about this. So I'm going to introduce Cameron Weiss, who is the principal at Weiss Law, and Andrew Flynn, who's the managing director at Cal Muni, to kick off the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Rafaela. And good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So this afternoon, we're going to discuss, as Rafaela said, that some strategies that you might be able to consider here moving forward with regard to your pension management ideas and goals. But just as an introduction, I am Cameron Weiss. I am a principal here at the Weiss Law Firm, and we are public finance consultant specialists and tax law specialists for government agencies throughout California. We do a lot of pension advisory work. We do quite a few long-term financial plan undertakings as well. So today we're going to go at a high level and cover some of that territory with you. Also on the call today is Andrew Flynn. Andrew's going to take the first couple of slides here as an introductory to where your plans are. I'll pick it back up and we'll talk through some of the financial aspects. Thank you very much. Andrew?
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity. I do appreciate it. As Cameron noted, I'm going to jump in, just give you a quick summary of where your plans are. What you're looking at here on the left is just a visualization of your current CalPERS funded status based upon your most recent CalPERS reports. So on the left there, think of that entire pie as your total accrued liability. That is all the benefits that employees have accrued up through 6/30/2023. The blue is your market value of assets. That is money that you have with CalPERS to fulfill the future obligation to those employees. And the red is the shortfall. That's the unfunded liability. The easy way to think about this is that this pie has to expand at 6.8% every year in order to fulfill your future obligation to your employees, right? These are contracts you've already negotiated. So now it's just a question of how do we fulfill these obligations? In so much as you have money with CalPERS, right? That $374 million, it's their job to invest it, and in good years, hopefully most years, they're going to earn 6.8% to fulfill that obligation. But where you have that shortfall, that about $200 million, not only do you have that principal balance, but also the 6.8% carry cost on top of it. Okay, so now that's outstanding currently for about 23 years. It fluctuates through time, but generally speaking, if you're looking at that $200 million plus the carry cost on top of that, which is about $118 million right now, you're looking at $318 million. Now, as I said, right, it fluctuates through time. CalPERS has good years, they have bad years. There's a variety of factors that they're looking at. On the right-hand side, what I'm showing you is my forecast based upon what we know about CalPERS investment performance when they announced this most recent year. So they were 2.5% better than the 6.8%. I can't forecast everything that CalPERS does. There's lots of very fine details, which we can talk about, but I can forecast the 2.5% better than expected. So this on the right is basically an incremental change, and it's obviously to the better for you, but it's going to fluctuate through time. So this just gives you a sense of kind of the scale and scope of the obligation of the city and how it begins to fluctuate through time. Cam, if you can go to the next slide. This slide is really simply the same information, just showing it to you at the plan level. So you have two classic plans. You have your safety and your miscellaneous. Those are the mature plans, right? These are plans that have been around a long time. There are lots of employees, and they have also experienced the various market swings over the last 20, 30 years. On the right-hand side, you see the two PEPRA plans. Those are your younger plans. They're newer. They came in about 2013. So you can see they're smaller. They're better funded. But most importantly, they structurally work the same way in terms of how unfunded liabilities are tracked and managed. So while the primary challenge right now is with your safety and miscellaneous plans, right, and that's where we're looking at this funded status of about, in your mid-60s, the PEPRA plans conceptually, if you imagine 20, 30 years down the road, these are going to mature. They're going to have more assets in them. They are going to experience market shocks. So structurally, they are going to work the same way. So what we want to be thinking about is not just how do we address this current issue, but how do we understand these as structural challenges that the city can be proactive in managing in order to mitigate its exposure to that 6.8%, because that's a very high interest rate compared to the vast majority of obligations that the city would undertake. So that's just a very high level. Again, this is something that we can go into in lots of detail, but that gives you kind of a sense of where you are now. I'm going to pass it back over to Cameron and let him dig into some of the details of the program.
Great, thank you, Andrew. So with that as backdrop, I think now we can just kind of discuss a little bit, moving into this idea of pension management planning and mitigating these expenses going forward, as well as the fluctuations over time. But before we get there, just looking at the investment risk and returns over the past 30 years for CalPERS, I think it's important just to show this chart for purposes of a visual to see, just how they've been able to meet their investment objective of the 6.8% over time. The squiggly gray line through the middle that you can barely see, that's the discount rate of 6.8%. It originally was a little higher 30 years ago. It's gradually coming down over the years, which in and of itself builds unfunded liabilities, because each time it comes down, what CalPERS is really saying is that, hey, we kind of missed our projection of what we thought we could earn. So we need to reset our sights on a lower number. So that's good in terms of getting that number down to the 6.8%. It originally was in the 9% 30 years ago. So with that reality comes expense. So unfunded liability grows a little bit with that, as well as investment return misses, which is what you see in the blue bars versus the light blue bars, the vertical lines versus the red lines. So the red lines are really the COVID crisis is the most recent red line that you'll see on the far right side. There's been some .com crashes and subprime mortgage rate crashes throughout this time continuum. But then looking up above that, the dark blue bars are years in which they've exceeded that discount rate. The light blue bars are above, where they've earned money, but they haven't quite hit the discount rate that they were expected to hit. So they're creating UAL in those light blue bar years and massive UAL in the years where they hit the red bars going down the page. So up above on the left-hand side, you can see that in 5-year increments, we've broken this out to show you about where they've been over a time continuum. And what strikes us is that they haven't been that far off the 6.8% that they're currently at. So going forward, the hope is that we've reached some equilibrium, and they're going to be able to meet their objective of 6.8% over time. It doesn't mean there's not going to be fluctuations, which will add and subtract UAL. But going forward, the hope is that they're going to be closer to that 6.8%. Now, with this chart, what we're really looking at here is your UAL in addition to your normal cost. The light blue bars are normal cost. The red on top of the blue is the UAL, the unfunded liability that's been created. Now, the light green bar line across the middle of the page shows you the funded level over time. So the funded status of your plans over time. So as that green bar has dropped since 2015, that is to us the most important indicator of health of plans. And while Monterey is in the norm with other cities throughout California, proactivity is really what this chart is calling for, to better manage those red lines from occurring to the extent that you can throughout time. Because in the far right lower side, what you're seeing is the expense that happens for the privilege of carrying unfunded liability. So CalPERS, all they're making you pay is the minimum cost in these plans. And what they're doing is they're amortizing the cost that you do not have to pay over 20 years roughly, and they charge you that 6.8% interest that Andrew showed you in those original graphs. But with that comes a carry cost. So over the past 11 years, there's been a carry cost associated with it. Now that again is normal in California. A lot of cities do this, but with proactive concepts, you can mitigate that exposure significantly. And that's what we're planning to do with your team, your staff, and bring back to council in the future is a long-term financial plan as well as a pension management plan and policy, which we'll discuss in just a minute. Now, this chart really shows you a little bit better about the building nature, the accumulation of unfunded liabilities throughout all the plans and what's been happening since 2014. You can clearly see that your normal costs, which are the costs that you're paying for current employees, for current expenses, are very normalized, which is a good trend line to have. It's not, these are the kinds of costs that you want to be paying. It means you have good employees working for you and earning pensions, and they're self-sustaining. It's the red portion of this, which is the unfunded portion, which is created not because of the city of Monterey is doing anything wrong. This is an economic cycle that all cities are in, where unfunded liabilities are being created, but it is expensive. And so therefore, it's really important to stay paying close attention to these and proactively mitigate whenever and wherever possible. And I think it's important to also note that as a percentage of UAL, as a percentage of your total payments, you can see that you've moved from 33% to 74%. So there's a crowding out factor here in your budget that's happening. So your UAL is crowding out more and more items that are more important, obviously, for budget purposes than having to keep accumulating these liabilities. So again, another reason for doing something about this. This is where you currently stand in terms of what we've done here is depicted a situation where all your pension liabilities are stacked on top of each other to show what ultimately at the tops of these graphical vertical bars is the totals that you owe for each year. You can see what you paid in the green bars over time, the past few years, and then where you're heading for the foreseeable future here for the next 20 years. Now, this is, again, a very typical trend line that happens for agencies with CalPERS plans in California. The reason why these lines are ascending and the curve is a bell-shaped curve is because CalPERS has a methodology whereby when they add new liabilities, they allow cities to pay in 20% increments each year before they fully amortize the new liability. So if you can imagine a 20, 40, 60, 80, 100% increments each year before you're fully amortizing that base until you're fully paying principal, what you're really doing is it's called negative amortization. So it's like credit cards where you're not paying the full payment, you're paying part of the payment, and it's not fully amortizing the debt service on that debt. And it's not, again, it is not the city's doing. This is CalPERS, the way they structure their amortization schedules and their repayment schedules. They want to give cities predictability and give you time to prepare for these increases. But by doing that, they're pushing debt service into the future. And that creates these ascending repayment curves, which are very budget unfriendly. So what we're going to be trying to do is figure out when you are able to make additional discretionary payments with future mitigation techniques of revenues, where do you want to put those payments and how do you go about it to not only save money, but to take the top off of this ascending repayment structure to create budget predictability going forward. And this chart shows you the impact of one good year's interest earnings. Andrew pointed out to you that the discount rate was exceeded by about 2% last year. And you can see what that's going to do. It's going to take the top off of this curve because just as UAL builds in 20% increments each year, when you have a good year, it also takes off the debt in 20% increments. That's why the red bars at the very top, that represents savings. So you were going to pay what the red squiggly line was. Now you had a good year, and this is what it's going to look like is the top of the blue lines, because those red bars represent savings to the city. And so it sort of, you can depict this visually, what happens in both a bad year and a good year. This happens to be a good year, and you can see the impact of a 2% improvement over the discount rate. Now, in terms of the pension liability management plan process, what our consulting team that you have here in front of you do, we specialize in bringing forward these ideas and concepts to staff and to city, ultimately to the council to consider. And what we're trying to achieve is a few things. We're trying to achieve short-term cash flow management, of course, which represents savings and making sure that it's within your budget confines and it's comfortable and it's well thought out. We're also looking at long-term cost management. We're trying to strike a balance between these two and to bring forth ideas and concepts that are meaningful. They're not something that is going to be a waste of council's time. They're going to be very meaningful, and they're going to be ideas and concepts that will ultimately, once they're approved, are going to be embedded in a long-term policy. So it gives staff a sort of a roadmap each year to be guided by, and to bring back to the council each year a proactive plan of management. So when the budget season is upon you, you're going to have some ideas that council are going to present to line up against your other needs and your other uses of your budget surpluses each year. There's many, many needs. We understand that, but what we're trying to do is bring pension management up into that conversation each and every year so that it's not forgotten, because it is a large expense and it becomes kind of a snowball running downhill if it's left to just pay minimum payment. So we're going to bring that forward in the discussion. Now, this just gives you a little bit of a sense of some of the techniques that we're going to be talking about. There's many of them. We're not going to have time this evening to go through these, but you can just sort of read some of them. You know, the number one area is this is the do-it-yourself box, where we're going to be looking at annual process. What do you have available? What's the best targeting and allocation techniques? How does this interplay with a 115 trust? And where do these dollars best suit the city's needs in terms of long-term management and with the idea of mitigating costs as we go forward? These techniques are all very unique, very structured, and very detailed for pension management purposes. And we will bring back these to council at a future meeting to consider each one of these in more detail. I would note that the 115 Trust is a great tool. It's the one that's highlighted in light blue down below. And this is a technique or a tool that's available. You already have some money, a very good start in terms of seeding capital in that 115. And as council knows, that money is very valuable to take out some of these highs and lows in the economic cycles. So in bad economic years, if the council's budget is stretched too thin, there's monies there to be able to pull, to be able to kind of smooth out the year-to-year variations that are inevitably going to happen. There's other reasons for it that are really good reasons for a 115, and we'll be bringing those ideas back for consideration in the future as well.
Cameron, could you quickly describe the Fresh Start?
Yes, the Fresh Start is a program offered by CalPERS itself, where they offer the city an opportunity to essentially take all the amortization base. So each year, when I showed the slides in the past, those are a conglomeration of all your bases. They're called bases, which is each year you have this true-up mechanism that CalPERS goes through to see if they were able to hit their objectives. If they didn't hit their objectives, either bad or good, that becomes a base. It's either a negative base or a positive base. And so in a bad year, when they add UAL, that becomes an expense. And when that happens, it creates a base, and then you add all those up over time. And if you fresh start it, what CalPERS is doing is saying, look, you have the chance to go ahead and close all of those into one new base structure, and you can shorten it. Instead of having 5 or 10 or 20 bases laid out over time, when they consolidate into one structure, you can choose how many years of repayment you want to choose to repay. versus being at the mercy of the bases the way they're laid out presently. So it offers a savings opportunity, but it's a time value of money play. And what it really means is that instead of paying over, let's just assume that it's paying over 18 years. They say, well, if you pay it over 15 years, you're going to be paying faster. So we're going to give you the benefit of those savings, and you're going to see those savings show up on paper. And we're going to have time to go through that in more detail. It's very hard on an open forum to really get into it without showing some graphical evidence as to what I'm referring to. But ultimately, it's a tool and a technique that we're going to be bringing back to council for consideration in the whole scope of the other mitigation strategies. I don't know if I covered all that in detail. Would you like a little more?
That was a perfect overview. I appreciate you entertaining that, and you're good to proceed. Appreciate that.
No problem at all. So again, that 115 trust idea is going to be a topic that is going to be very important. It's going to be something that can be woven into the fabric of this plan going forward. And I think when we bring it back, you'll see there's a lot of value, especially you've already started one. That's a great start. Now it's just about how do you maximize the benefits out of that, and how does that fit into your long-term planning objectives? Now, speaking of long-term planning objectives, this chart is just really designed to give you, again, a high-level overview of sort of what I alluded to earlier in terms of moving pension into discussion with your CIP and your other kind of programmatic activities that that strain the budget, that are a draw on your surplus revenues each and every year. So as Raphaelia said in the opening, the idea of a long-term strategic financial plan is to take a very high-level view in the beginning at what all your objectives, goals, and objectives are, and what the realities are at the same time, and try to blend those together into a practical planning document on a long-term basis. So it measures most everything that is city finance, right? It measures everything from the typical stuff all the way down to debt service covenants in your bond documents. How are we doing each year on our covenants? And we track that, we manage that, we overview all your financial policies, your investment policy, your debt management policy, your reserve policies. They all need to be modeled out and looked at on a time continuum so that you can see in real time where your pinch points are for any one of these objectives, like such as a debt service trigger, where we're going to get close to not being able to meet our covenants here. So we need to be thinking about another alternative strategy over here to avoid that. So long-term strategic financial planning is part of what we do, but we like to put pension into the discussion. And that's why this evening's meeting is focused on the pension aspects. It is the city's largest, most expensive debt, as it is with any municipality in California. So it deserves to be put up in the pecking order of discussion, and that's what we plan to do. So that's a kind of a general idea of where we're going to be looking at and taking council in terms of this journey with the financial planning aspect moving forward. And I think in terms of wrapping up sort of what I just said, what the idea here is to be looking at the policy development and alignment, and that means all your financial policies, including pension management policy, looking at your long-term financial planning, laying it out on a 10-year basis. We're going to be modeling it in Excel spreadsheet as well as written format. And then the last service that we'll be looking at is, once all that is in place, looking at having an annual compliance process where you have kind of an extension of your staff working to help staff each year see how you're measuring up with your pension management plan and policy, and to provide detailed recommendations each and every year, given the roadmap of opportunities, what might be the best fit in any given year going forward. So those are the three sort of legs of the stool for moving forward here. And then I think that's it for this evening, unless there's any questions. And Andrew's online, happy to answer any questions at this time.
Well, thank you both, Andrew and Cameron, for the presentation. Very informative, and I think high enough overview to where we don't have too many people asleep in the chamber. So we appreciate you for that. We'll open it up for questions to the council. Please.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. That was amazing. And how you broke everything down. I appreciate how you're looking at bringing that to the forefront annually. so that we are looking at that. I think that's very important, so that we keep up with it and we're not found asleep, when this comes like 10 years from now. But I also think it's important because the economy changes every day. And so that's why we're able to keep up with it. My question is, during the forecast slide, we were talking about the saving years. How would that savings be used to help mitigate future gaps as well?
Andrew, do you want to take that or?
Sure. So I think I heard the question was that when there are savings, how do you use them to mitigate future exposures? Was that the question? Yes. So it really, that's part of the whole framework. Really is obviously, me as a fiscal person would say, there are approaches to utilize every year that you think about when we are being proactive and generating savings. How are we taking the savings that we've created to build against future liabilities, whether that's putting those monies into a 115 trust or making quick discretionary payments into CalPERS, but also recognizing that, again, as Cameron alluded to, and you all know very well, council has a whole variety of other challenges that you're thinking about. So how do you balance the generation of savings into a broader story of, we want to proactively mitigate exposure in the future, but we also want to do other things, right? There are other purposes for these dollars that you want to be paying back. So really the goal is to build incrementally that long-term fiscal resilience, by taking incremental steps rather than saying there's only one way to do it. It really, for me, and this is one of the most important things, is that this is an annual exercise, right? Because the markets change, your fiscal situation changes, right? Your capital needs change. All this stuff changes. We can't be too prescriptive. What we can do is create a framework within which we're having an annual dialogue to say, where are we at and what are the best steps we can take right now, given what we understand about the long-term obligations that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Smith, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cameron and Andrew, thank you. I like the concept and what you're talking to, where you just addressed, Andrew, a timely decision point where you don't just lock something in for several years, make decisions and then say, okay, let's ignore it and come back to it 3 or 4 years when we have bells and whistles going on. So question on 115, will you include some recommendations in terms of choices within that fund for how we invest the 115? Because as I recall, that's something that is within the city policy of what we do with those funds as we go forward, continuing to stack that money. How do we make those decisions to maximize the earnings so that we can use that for our future adjustments to make either leveling or one-time costs, or so we're playing the market to avoid risks as well as greater costs on the basis. So will you come back with choices on the 115 investment?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I would answer it this way, and Andrew, correct me if you feel differently, but just again, from a higher level perspective on this, that 115 trust investing is not in our jurisdiction, neither Andrew's or our firm's jurisdiction, because it involves, fund advisory work. Andrew's a municipal advisor. I am an advisor legally, but we are not investment managers. So that's an important distinction. Where you're going to be getting that advice is from your investment manager in your 115. So you already have PARs, for example, in your 115 as your investment manager. Now they are very good. They're one of our top 3 or 4 preferred investment managers. So if you were to ask us how would we go about picking a firm that's really qualified, they would be one of them. So you're already in good hands. Now you can always change. It's very easy to change investment managers if you're not happy. And we certainly have our feelings. We see enough of this where we might say, given your investment parameters and strategies, for example, right, here's a high level example. CalPERS has sort of a medium term risk tolerance. They're not looking to super inflate your earnings to get to the 6.8%. They're really considering a lot of safety. They have public funds. They cannot be too aggressive. And nor would the city of Monterey. I'm not suggesting you would, but I'm just saying, CalPERS is going to have their strategies, and you have a lot of money invested with CalPERS right now, and they're supposedly doing their jobs. So you may think, okay, you may take that as, well, they're pretty straight down the middle. So maybe with our 115, we want to do just slightly higher. We want to see if we can earn more. But what we would counsel is to look at the historical earnings of that investment manager over the past 10 years. And history is the best guide, we feel. And if they're doing well compared to others in certain asset risk tolerance categories, that might be some information that you could find useful. But ultimately, the decision is going to be with the city council, who's probably going to give authorization to your staff, city manager, finance director, to ultimately from a year to year make some of those decisions. But maybe council wants full discretion for that decision. Hope that answers your question.
It does, Cameron. I appreciate that. And some of it is the way we approach this. It's not something that we study every day. We look at this about every 3 or 4 months. So trying to remember the guidance, but I appreciate your address to the 115. And thank you very much. Look forward to seeing additional from you. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Anybody have any other questions on this end?
I'll just say one thing. I appreciated Councilmember Smith's question because it's a version of the same question I have. The 115 trust, what I will be looking for is advice on why we wouldn't just pay to PERS right away. Why would we be betting that we can, with our investment trust, do better? And I know that's a theory. I know a lot of people don't pay extra on their mortgage because they think they can put it somewhere else and get better, or they can invest it in riskier investments. But I will be looking for advice on why we shouldn't do that. Why wouldn't the best return be to pay our obligation flat out right now, as best we can and as quick as we can, the way mom and dad taught us to do. So thank you.
Well, I'll give you a quick tease on that one, because it's a great question. And there's so much to unpack right there that we don't have time to do it this evening. But just philosophically, we are of the mindset, just to let you know, that there will be ultimately some minimum level of funding within your plans that we're going to be recommending. So whether it's 75 or 80 or 85% funded ratio, that becomes a key metric for us, because that's the measure of a plan's health. And the reason for that is multi-level, but really when you think about it, if you have a minimum level of funding that you want to do, that's the work that you want to do within your plans. And so each and every year during those recommendations, that's one of the objectives, is to try to hit that minimum funded level. If you're below it, maybe there is some precedent and priority on making the discretionary payments to your plans to get them to that minimum level and keep them topped off once you get there with the 115. It's a good mechanism to stabilize yourself at that minimum level. And the reason for doing work in the 115 is very important, though, because there's this concept of super funding. So if your plans are overfunded over 100%, which they could if CalPERS theoretically has back-to-back-to-back good years and they have these great funded years, you could be super funded if you go too high with your plans. And so I did a study on this, and it's one of the top 9 reasons why cities just make minimum payments. There really is this fear of overpaying, because ultimately there's this concept that if we pay the minimums, ultimately we're going to get funded. So there's a real good reason for doing work in a 115 and having it to stabilize yourself at your minimum levels that the council sets as a guide for staff. But it's also really good to have that resiliency built in for those lean years to be able to top yourself off. And there's other reasons too. We just don't have time to go into it, but we'll surely get into the details as we move forward.
Thank you. Forward to that.
So a few questions. This might be for Rafaela. It looks like we did a transfer to the 115 in the amount of 2.3 million from the reserve. When did that occur?
So actually, when we set up the 115 trust, council
Author-
approved initial $2 million transfer that's the initial opening up. The 300,000 that's there is the interest is earned
Wow.
since then.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then I know one of the things that we talked about, because I know that the presentation today is mainly focused on pension liability, but there were some other elements in regards to our reserve policy overall. So I'm just wondering, what does that conversation look like as it relates to looking at our reserve policy from a percentage perspective of our budget or a goal, as opposed to a certain dollar amount as we have it currently established?
That's exactly what we're doing. We're taking, because right now we have about 10 different reserve policies that we've actually established. So my goal is to actually take those, instead of saying we're putting this dollar amount in every year, let's look at the entire budget, the entire financial situation of the city, and say, what's the best thing? We know that we need to put money aside, but in what mix? And then adjust our policies in a manner that actually gets to where the long-term goal is. Because right now, initially, the goal was just put money aside.
Just money.
So now that we've done that, what's the end goal to win? How much are we, for what projects or what's going on? Let's find, is it a 10-year, every 10 years we readjust. So now it's just looking at how are we going to use those reserves. It's a great thing, for the reserves that we have them in place. But now let's talk about how we move forward and what the city actually needs from them.
And is that part of the budget approval process for this next fiscal year, or?
No, it's going to be separate.
Okay.
So we'll have them have Cameron and Andrew work on with us the long-term plan, and then we'll bring the long-term plan back, and then we always can make adjustments to budget if necessary.
Okay, and then the 4 million that is currently in the reserve account for the 115 will determine at what point we start putting more of that into the trust.
So the 4 million, so part of the reserve account, the reserve policy is that every year for the pension one, that we said that we would come back to council during budget time and put anywhere between $1 and $2.5 million into it. So every year since we've opened it, we've come to council and we've added more and say how much is going in each year. So at this point, there's been an additional 4 million put into that account.
Into the 115.
No.
Into the reserve.
Into the reserve. So it's sitting on our books in reserves. As part, as Ed alluded to earlier, as part of the policy, when we talked about setting up the reserve, we said that we would come back on the 115, because I know there was different opinions about whether it should be an ADP or should go straight to the 115. So we wrote up the policy in a manner that said, we'll bring it back to council with a suggestion and let that decision be made at the council level. And so we haven't moved anything since then. And so before we did that, I wanted to bring in consultants that actually come and say, this is what we recommend, and these are best practices. It's out, they have their ears to the grind. They're listening to the investment strategies and they're looking at it, helping us look at the policies from a global perspective, if I can say that, before we come back and say, just move it here, don't move it here. Well, just think about this from a strategic level.
Okay. And then when is this going to come back in regards to the actual strategy? When do we anticipate that coming back to the council?
Let me ask Cameron how long it would take.
Well, we can move at your pace, but I would say on average, most of our undertakings are, a couple of months. Best case, right? We meeting strategies, then get it vetted a few times, get it to council for consideration, and then ultimately approval, but probably a couple of months.
Okay. That's it for my questions. Thank you both for answering them. I'll just kind of conclude with some comments. I really appreciated the slide when it was comparing or showing us the short-term and the long-term strategies. This has been my kind of tone or take on this conversation since we started discussing, at least since I've been on the council, about really trying to lean in a little bit more into that long-term strategy and focusing on trying to make additional payments so that we can reduce that overall interest, stop kicking the can down the road and putting a greater burden on future generations. There was the chart that showed the I'm forgetting the name of the chart that I'm thinking about. the U shape, upside down U.
Inverted curve.
Thank you. Thank you. Takes a attorney to help me out here. Yeah, so that chart with the bell curve, it would be great to see that shifted over and see that high peak come sooner so that we can see that reduction for future generations sooner. So, you know, leading up to this discussion, the way that I was conceptually thinking about this was our minimum payment that we're currently obligated to, including our payment from the 115 with whatever that strategy looks like from our reserve, and then the additional piece that I had was some kind of overage amount. Like, how can we create some kind of commitment somehow, whether that's any additional funding left over when we're in the black in a given fiscal year, or what does that strategy look like? But I think that slide that you showed, Cameron, in regards to the different methodologies and ways ahead that we can incorporate into our strategy, I'm really excited about having that discussion and diving in a little bit deeper about how we can incorporate that to really get a hold on this as soon as possible. So just really appreciate the presentation. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. So for those that are on Zoom, you can go ahead and use the raise hand function. If anybody in the chamber wants to speak on this one, I just ask that you come up and stand to the left of the podium. I see one taker. Anybody else? Anybody else in the chamber? All right, so cut it off in the chamber and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 3 on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Hi, Erica Walker. I just wanted to speak for a moment on a couple different things that kind of buzzwords that I heard. One of the that I thought was kind of concerning was with some of the seen is growing prices assets. And so the concern that I see across the board with a lot of fees that are being constantly increased on the actual citizens of Monterey, you guys to grow assets for then repaying debt, things like that. It's just a little concerning. What the council said is actually very important. People don't realize when you do those little payments for a mortgage overall, years of difference. It makes a big difference on being able to recast your loans. So even if you are doing extra small little payments over time, it really does make a big difference versus trying to invest in new ideas, strategies. There are a lot of that I know on the peninsula in the area, previous people on council for business. My biggest concern is that your guys's overall savings, you guys need to grow by the 6.8%. I'm not sure how many different businesses and things like that you guys have ran, but that's a big number. A lot of businesses are lucky if they grow 1%, 2%. So to say that your whole plan hinges on needing to hit that 6.8, that's a very, very, very large number in the big scale of things. That's just from my overall of hearing all of the information is not sure that those type of activities, when you look in other world businesses, don't grow at that pace. So it is a concern with how you guys plan on spending those monies that the people are paying into. So, and like I said, everybody across the board, there's a lot of things going and expenses going up and fees that are going up. And I'm concerned that it's going to be on your guys' actual residents and constituents that are the ones that are going to be paying into those things for you guys to grow your assets. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to our public commenters online.
First, we have Debbie. Debbie, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I wanted to make sure that someone was considering looking at the overtime and how that contributes to pension benefits. I know in past cities and with past companies that I have worked with, they have run into this where employees worked overtime and that ended up contributing in the end to what their pension benefits worked out to. And it can really skew things, especially when you think about firemen, policemen, who some of them work a lot of overtime. The other thing I wanted to mention is the investment opportunities. I'm very familiar with CalPERS. They're very low, medium risk sort of investment philosophy. And it would be great if you could relook at that and give people more opportunities. The next thing is the fund deficit, and what a lot of companies started going to in the 1980s was having their members contribute a little more, and this helped with reducing their deficit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is a telephone caller with the last three digits 436.
Okay, so this is Eloise Shem, and so I thought it was interesting to see about the CalPERS. Although I'm not in the CalPERS system, I am in the CalSTR system since I worked at Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, and so when you work, I mean, on the other side of it, you know, you paying, the city paying, or the school district paying. I think it's just, I mean, for myself, there was so much mismanagement with my pay, and I was exempted from Social Security and Medicare because I was getting CalSTRs. So for me, I've just kind of written off whatever they owe me at CalSTRs because it was so much mismanagement. And I just think it's really complicated when you have to hire Weist and Cal and Uni advisors, and it gets really complicated and expensive, I think. And, you know, for the people, the pensioners that are supposed to be receiving money, it's equally as complicated. So much so that people like me just say, you know, keep your pension. I'm just going to enjoy my, you know, Social Security because I don't want you messing up my retirement plan. So I just wanted to add that. I don't mean to scare people, but you know, it can be a mess. They can mismanage it and cause you a lot of financial problems. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is a telephone caller with the last three digits 705. Go ahead, please.
Yes, yes, Lorna Moffett here. Having listened to the presentation and then the questions that were asked by the council, you know, as we know, when someone like Elon Musk can come in and take away programs such as our American aid programs and our Social Securities just on a whim, and no one can stop them, I think that the pensioners should be paid right away, because I don't think that money is going to be there eventually, maybe. We have seen such sweeping corruption and takings that it staggers our mind, and there's nothing we can do about it so far. You know, the courts are jammed up with, you know, appeals, and then we have Supreme Courts that rule in favor of the corruption. So I think that it's important. These people have put their money in, it's their money, and if they want it now, they should have it now. And that's because we don't even know if it's going to be there later. Thank you.
We'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you for all those that have contributed public comments. I just wanted to provide some quick responses, and I'll provide a last moment for staff and consultant to provide any closing remarks if desired. But there was the comment around the growing fees, and I unfortunately that's the cost of doing business. We have to be able to pay for the services that we provide. And fortunately, it's established in law that we can't charge more than what the cost of us providing that service is. And so it's appropriate for the city to evaluate the cost of fees that we're charging and increase those over time, minimally, so that we're not seeing huge increases like we do in some other agencies. And then the growth in the 6.8% isn't regarding our agency itself, it's regarding the CalPERS fund. So just wanted to make sure, I know the language around this can be really confusing, but I just wanted to make sure that that distinction was provided. There was the comment around overtime as well. And I know that our staff has been working really closely with the council on addressing overtime, particularly as it relates to public safety. And so I just wanted to share that, know that we're working that, but a lot of that can get tied up in contracts and bargaining contracts as well. So there's an effort to keep all of these things in mind as we're evaluating the areas that we can address. And then the last thing I would speak to is Eloise's comments in regards to the confusion around this process, both as an organization, but also individuals when they go into retirement and understanding how to work with the system. I would say that this is not exclusive to CalPERS. I'm sure that we all deal with it from whatever organization that we work for, if we're fortunate enough to even participate in a pension system. And I'll just say from a values perspective, overall, that it is all very confusing and it's very frustrating, and it shouldn't be so confusing and frustrating, but this is the reality in the world that we exist in. And so we're going to make sure that we keep doing the business the best that we can here in the city of Monterey so that we can manage taxpayers' dollars appropriately. And with that, I will pass it to Cameron. Andrew, if you all have any last minute thoughts.
No, Mr. Mayor, I think you addressed the callers, and there weren't any other questions of us. So at this point, no, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Awesome. I'm seeing a head nod by Andrew, so I think he concurs with that. Any comments from? Okay, I think we can move on. Thank you all for the extensive discussion on such an enlightening topic. Thank you all. Thanks for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Right, and with that, we're going to go on to general public comments. So these are for items that are not on today's agenda. I'm going to go ahead and open it up for folks on Zoom to use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I will check with folks in the chamber. If anybody wishes to speak on items that are not on today's agenda, I ask that you come forward and stand to the left of the podium, or you can choose to remain seated, but I would just ask that you identify yourself by raising your hand. So I see one taker in the chamber. Anybody else? Okay, and I'm going to go back to Zoom real quick. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 4 folks on Zoom. Okay, we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
So I'll speak as quickly as I can. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Carol Travagin, and I'm here this afternoon as a member of the Measure P&S Oversight Committee. As we know, March 31st, 2027, Measure S will sunset, and it's never too early to get started. And I'd like to make a couple of comments in that regard. Number one, I've had a unique opportunity in the last 9 months to be a volunteer for ITN and drive seniors to appointments, which has allowed me to see street segments that I don't normally see. And I've been interested to see how much more work still is left to go on the streets. And it is, again, it's streets, storm drains, sidewalks. Number two, I would like to add to that, because I get to drive it, I'd like to offer to have the city, to have a field tour, field trip, if you'd like, to have that I'd be happy to provide, to complimentary, to see some of these things that I'm seeing, and to get with Public Works and have them and us take a look and see what is left. Because again, we need to look and assess what we think we want to do. Because if we're going to do it, we have to get it on the ballot in November 26. A friend of mine said, this is interesting. He says, The streets are kind of like painting the Golden Gate Bridge. By the time you get to the end, it's time to start all over. And I can tell you my street was slurry sealed in April 2015, which was the beginning of Measure P. Many of the interesting things I've learned, one is that slurry seal has a shelf life of about 6 years. So now mine is, in our neighborhood, mine is 4 years past due. So again, the street's not falling apart, but it's important that we're going to maintain. So when they say we want to rehab rather than have to repair. So I'm just saying I'm happy to have us, when we have in all of our spare time, which we don't have, I know, but to come and take a look at some of the things that I've been seeing just again, because I know we talked about 5 months ago that we need to get moving on it if we're going to do something.
Absolutely.
And I do totally understand that we have a lot of other things, deferred maintenance and things that need to be done in the city. But I think we all need to get together on that, because a 1 cent sales tax measure is not going to help with the amount of money that the deferred maintenance is going to cost us. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And let's connect, Karen. Okay, and let's go to our callers online.
Okay, first let's hear from our telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 436.
Okay, so hello, this is Eloise Shim again, and I just wanted to say that I'm a member of the Historic Resources Board for Salinas, and next Monday, the 7th, I'm going to be giving a presentation about the Chinatown Revitalization Project, and so if you want to know about that, and if you also wonder why there aren't many Chinese sort of establishments in Monterey, like except for a few Chinese restaurants, and of course the Marsh building, but that almost got demolished for a parking lot for the Church Presidio, but there aren't very many in Monterey, and if you want to know why, you should tune in to my presentation on Monday. And also, I just wanted to say Eid Mubarak to all the Muslims. So thank you.
Okay, next our speaker from the telephone number ending in 705.
Yeah, Lorna Moffett here. I believe Trump is, if nothing else, a way of showing us what a paper tiger our Constitution really is. He is showing us in every way that the courts be damned, just appeal. Elon Musk does not own Social Security or American aid programs. It's the people's taxpayers' money, and yet he is allowed to gut that, which will certainly kill millions around the world from lack of aid. Elon and Trump are killing us elderly by depriving us of our Social Security, deciding what we will be allowed to have, will starve us out, deprive us of the money we ourselves entrusted to our government. Many will die of lack of medical care, of a place to live, of malnutrition, and Trump says, what are you going to do about it? Indeed, we can protest, but they just ignore it as long as it's peaceful. If we are violent like our military is violent, well, you'll be shot or pepper sprayed. Which brings me to mind of the great Pythagoras, who brought math and the pie theory to Greece. He was the inventor of philosophy and a vegan diet, and he taught his students the simple truth that as long as we imprisoned other species of living beings on this earth, so we ourselves would be enslaved by our own corruptness. And so here we are, a nation of guzzling meat eaters, tearing down forests for a hamburger, allowing atrocities to be committed to our fellow creatures, which we raise for our meat-based diet. And now our own houses are inflamed by global warming, wars, and sickness. Is Trump and Elon the, how do you say, personification of our own karma? We are a species that are bulldozing other species' forests home, trampling their right to exist, ignoring their protest, and letting their species go extinct. Maybe we better become better humans. Maybe Pythagoras was right. Thank you.
All right, we have another telephone speaker with the last three digits, 837.
Hi, this is Brian Rosen here, and I want to tell you about a crisis, inform you about a crisis that's happening right now. Right now, this is a terrible thing. We're now apparently in the middle of a fascist dictatorship. People are being literally disappeared off the streets, and they make bogus claims. A bunch of immigrants, some with valid, waiting for asylum, valid permit to be here, waiting to seek asylum, are being whisked off, and some of them are being sent to one of the most brutal prisons in the world. And the information is coming out. One's a soccer player. He had a soccer tattoo. He wasn't a gang member, and others aren't gang members. So this is what's happening in this country. Any one of us can be whisked away, deprived of our right to due process, because some dictator at the top says that it makes up a story that somebody's a gang member or somebody's doing something illegal. And we're in a very dangerous state our country is right now. And maybe listening to you, you would think it wasn't even going on. Nobody brings it up. Everybody seems to ignore it. Maybe you should start speaking out and doing resolutions and asking Panetta to do more. And then they lie. They say somebody is here illegally so they can arrest the students, and that's been proven. And then they take the students off to some miserable place and that makes foreign students. What was their crime? Free speech, speaking for the rights of Palestinians. They're not pro-Hamas. They're just making that up. They're peaceful people who are protesting against a horrible genocide that our government is doing, that unfortunately Mr. Panetta has been enabling. And that's not going to go over well in history, that he's his reputation, that he's part of that. But he is doing a good job of what I've heard, speaking up against what Musk and Trump are doing. So I'll give him that. And you need to do likewise, because we're descending into a very, very dark place. They'll be taking citizens. We don't know how many of those people sent down there were actually citizens. We don't know. We don't know anything. It's just, they just make up a story with no proof, no due process, and anybody can be whisked away, and we're supposed to trust them. Well, we don't trust them because they constantly lie. And this is what's happening to our government. So you're just going to ignore my comments, but I think you really need to bring this up. We need to all protest, all of us, every city council, every government body needs to protest. We're in the midst of a fascist dictatorship. The Supreme Court doesn't have control of the army. He can do what he wants. He's in control of the army with Hegseth and the Justice Department. He's in control of the Justice Department. They're going to do what he says. They don't care about the law. So our whole country, our whole Constitution may be over very soon. It's a very dire time right now.
All right, thank you. Your time is up, and I'm going to call in the last speaker, which is Colin. Colin, you'll need to unmute, and then you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, well, I'm going to try to bring things back to sort of something local here to Monterey. People think what they will want to think about politics on a national, global level, etc. I'm going to try to bring it back to kind of a more local level here. City of Monterey. I think the city of Monterey needs to, of course, continue to reflect on its historic past, and we're fortunate. We've got the amazing historic buildings, we've got this amazing coastline, we've got the amazing, woods, right next to us, and all this stuff going on here that people will flock to, regardless of whether or not anybody does any marketing. But honestly, the city of Monterey needs to catch up. I keep hearing about people talking about revenue we need in the future, revenue that, it's been needed to plan for and all this stuff. But what I want my comment right now to focus on is the need for the city to modernize itself a little bit with respect to how it needs to become a bit more forward looking. And by that, I don't mean, go tear down Adobe's or something, crazy like that. What I mean is just conceptually how it looks at things, not just in the present, but further in the future, so that we can take a look at not just traditional sources of how we do business, but also like how are you going to resolve issues of revenue in the future, and not just think of people coming into Monterey, people dumping money in your lap, tourism, et cetera, but begin really thinking outside of the box and think about also about ways in which you could really seriously reward people for having a business here, for those that are here. But I've often commented on how the city has become rather anti-business lately. But moving past that, I think the city needs to modernize and begin to attract new and different kinds of businesses that it has not before. And this is kind of a problem for the city because without really modernizing in that regard, I think the city will just kind of continue to spiral. And so that's just sort of a remark I would make here. And so the city needs to broaden its horizons, modernize, keep its old flavor, but then put a foot or, more than a foot, a foot and an arm and its head into the future and really be forward thinking. So I'm just going to leave that there and just hopefully you can cogitate on that. Thanks very much. You can cut me off here.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council. We will now move on to consent agenda. There's been a request to pull item number 6, and I have some questions on item number 7. Does the council wish to pull anything else?
Mayor?
Please go ahead, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Smith, can you hear me? Councilmember Smith, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm sorry. It just was a little blip there. Yeah, on item number 5, I don't need a poll, but as we're voting, I'll just need to make sure that's separate for my vote.
So you're just asking to have that registered as a no vote for you?
Yes, that's if we want to do that, I'll register a no vote on item number 5.
Okay, please.
Same here.
Okay, anything else from the council at this time? All right, so at this point, we'll open it up for public comment. So this is an opportunity for anybody to speak to anything that's on the consent agenda. I'll start with folks on Zoom. If you are on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I will check with folks in the chamber. I see one speaker. Is there anybody else in the chamber that wishes to speak on anything on consent other than item number 6? This is for everything on the consent, so it would be everything except for item 6. Just wanted to, not yet. Anybody else in the chamber want to speak on consent? So we have 2 in the chamber. We'll go ahead and cut it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 1 on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start here in the chamber.
Hi, I'm Nancy Soule. I'm also the secretary in the Old Town Neighborhood Association, and I want you to talk about item number 5, which is the rental registry. It has been the most, if not one of the most, if not the most important topics of city meetings in the last several years. I know you've heard many times, you've had large crowds talk about the rental registry, but it was not properly noticed to the people. On March 18th, you voted 3-2 to approve moving it along for a final reading and a final vote. And yet on the Monterey, you called this the recap. All these other items were listed about what happened on March 18th meeting, but the rental registry was not even noticed. Similarly, on the part here of the same recap that came out March 19th, you show what's going to be at the April 1st meeting. Nothing about the rental registry there. You used to give on Fridays a notice that there was of the agenda. I got nothing. I'm on your list to get every single city thing, which is sometimes more than I like to go through. But I got nothing on Friday. In fact, I'm not sure what your policy is for sending out the agendas to the general public. So I would like you to know about that. But you did send out Monterey Matters. You talked about things like the landlord registry, fair housing for landlord tenants, those meetings. You didn't talk about the rental registry coming up at this meeting. And it's very important because there's a lot of misunderstanding. And I think at least if you do vote tonight, please talk about property, because there's a lot of landlords, and I know you're not wanting to reduce the rental inventory, but I think there's a lot of landlords which will decide not to have a rental at their current perception of what the regulations are. So I got a lot of comments and questions after March 18th. Well, where do we find the rules? It's really not on your website. The part that was explained after I asked about if we could, as a landlord, if we could take our property off when we had it vacant and we weren't ready to show it. And then I learned, yes, we could take it off, but that's not on your website. I asked for clarification, and Hans Usler wrote me back that it is true that the city does not plan on having any annual property inspections, but that's not the perception out there. So what I'm afraid you are going to do, if you can't bring it up in any other method, is that you're going to have a lot of landlords decide, I'm not getting a lot of rent here, and I just will no longer have a rental. So please think about it. Please address the inspections. That's a big hot point. And again, let me know how you agendize these things.
And Nancy, what I would recommend is maybe checking with staff about you not receiving them, because if you're on the notice, you should be receiving them. So maybe just coordinate with them on that.
And Mr. Mayor, it didn't come out on Friday. It came out on Thursday morning. So if you were looking for it on Friday, you maybe look a little further back.
Hi, Erica Walker again. I just wanted to touch to items that were brought up at the last meeting as far as the concerns, the information that the rental registry was created for. You guys were able to get averages on some of the properties. There is definitely some overreach in a lot of people where what they are not necessarily saying correctly, which is even if you don't have to participate in the registry, you still have to register that you're a non-registered occupant. So you're still having to register. So there are people who have children that their children, adult children that live in their properties and pay zero rent. And they're still having to register that even their own family members live in those units but don't pay rent, which I find kind of odd. So that was one of the concerns that some of them had. One of the people did mention that they were concerned that having to register different family members at different rental rates, putting that kind of out there, because you guys were basically saying now everybody has to register, even if it's only, one property or two properties, where there was a little bit for the smaller landlords. I did want to at least verify, which was one of the concerns, which is I do know two other owners that are looking at selling their properties. These are around 9-unit type properties. They're nice local landlords, and they're just tired of it. So I did want to at least echo what Ed Smith had said and his concerns, because he speaks a lot and he's been here his whole life, is you guys are really getting the good landlords scared. They aren't wanting to have that properties, or what you're also doing is forcing landlords that normally didn't increase their properties every year, where they used to do them every other year. Now they're doing them every year because they don't have faith in this council to not try to take future steps in other type of rental involvement. And so that's a concern, that there's owners that wouldn't have raised their rents that now are going to raise their rent. So I just at least wanted to bring that up and say that was the feedback that we got all across the board, is that there are owners that are going to be selling, and there are owners that weren't necessarily going to be possibly raising the rents that now are going to because of that vote. So they are well within their rights because it's been over 16 months since our last rental increase, but they wouldn't have raised the rents if this rental registry wasn't coming down constantly down the throats of the landlords. So I just wanted to give you that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have one online, so we'll go to that commenter online.
Go ahead, please, Lori.
Good evening, council. Okay. I just want to say quickly to the woman who didn't get her emails for the city notices. I have had that happen twice and I've had to go back and re-register. So I don't know what's going on with the system, but every now and then you have to just go re-register so you get back on the list. So anyway, I'm also going to harp a little bit again against this registry nonsense. You know, at the council meeting 2 months ago, the votes were not there to push the policy further, which should have been the end of the story. And I just was shocked that it came back, but here we are 2 months later with the city staff and the council coming back for more, another try to justify getting what you want incrementally if you can't get everything you want all at once. And it's feeling a bit like a bait and switch. I feel like so much for the exemption you promised to the small landlords. These two small changes to the registry are greatly going to burden mom and pop landlords, as you're hearing tonight, by forcing them to provide the registration information. Though even at this moment they remain exempt from the fees, there's little doubt in my mind that the city and council will be back, maybe in another month or two for all we know, for the next incremental stab. This time that stab's going to be after their wallets, because eventually you're going to want the fees. And then you're going to raise the fees. For the larger landlords, the 50 per unit is now not going to be passed through. So that's eliminated. That is causing problems. And I don't support these changes, nor do I support the registry continuing at all. I just think it's time to abolish the whole policy, and especially publishing everybody's data online for anyone, anywhere access. And you guys repeatedly wanted the snapshot just to see. Well, you got it. And it's clear that some of the fears and assumptions that you're pushing are unfounded. From the data you collected, we know 70% of the data in hand show that rents are reasonable, and they're increasing less than or equal to CPI. 90+% of landlords are local. Most are under, fewer units. Very, very few are LLCs. Landlords aren't the problem in the city. The lack of the housing supply, high demand, and no water to build are the problems. So voting to support this kind of incrementalism and increasing hassles to landlords of the city not only has created bigger government, added staff and more pension liability to taxpayers, increased costs and complexity to landlords, most important of all, it hasn't created more housing. So please reconsider and get rid of it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. I just wanted to ask a clarification for Nancy. Your comments, I think you kind of alluded to, I'm not sure if you were asking for this item to be pulled. If that's the case, you wouldn't be able to speak on it again, but I just wanted to get clarification from your public comments. Okay. Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and bring it back to the council. We have pulled item number 6. And then I did have questions on item number 7, which is the Mid-Penn project. Who's our new POC with Mid-Penn now? Because Vanessa, who was our previous point of contact, has since left, and I was just hoping to get some clarification on that.
Gina Harris is our current, so the team working with us on a weekly basis is Joanna Carmen continues to be a lead, as well as Gina Harris is our direct contact, and Carlos Gerardo.
And then in the agenda report, it was speaking to the need for the environmental clearance as it relates to the housing vouchers. What is that relationship or connection?
This project is pursuing federal funds, and as a result, there's federal environmental clearance required. So that's we're about wrapping that up, and we're also going to be finishing up the project's entitlements.
Okay, so we're not even in the point yet of actually pursuing the vouchers because we have to get the environmental piece
Correct.
completed.
And we were just notified that there's some challenges with the vouchers based on some of what's happening at the federal government level. So we anticipate probably this summer needing to come back to the council and just maybe give you an update. Maybe it would be a good study session to talk about project financing.
Yep, I was
and
gonna,
how things are changing.
Thank you for that. I was going to make a closeout statement about that. There was a article in the weekly, if folks haven't had a chance to check it out, where there's concern about the vouchers that they currently have available, even being able to execute all of those, and maybe not having any more available given the federal funding issues that exist with the current administration.
So we're very well aware of that as a team, and part of the thing we'll be doing is strategizing and looking for additional funding sources.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you for that. I will just reiterate for this, for some of this language that may not be completely clear to folks that are dialed in on some of this. This may potentially kill the project that we've been discussing, because I think in a huge way, we've been dependent on the idea that we would be getting these housing vouchers. So for the Mid-Penn project, makes me a little bit nervous, but I look forward to the continued discussion, and we'll try to keep hope alive that we'll figure out an alternative strategy in case that doesn't pan out. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion from the council.
So,
okay.
I move that we accept the except for
6.
number 6.
And then for item number 5, it's Rash and Smith that are saying no.
Okay, and then to actually make a note of number 5, Councilmember Smith and Rouse as a no.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Rash, Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. And with that, we'll go to item number 6, authorize finance director to appropriate $800,000 from NCIP ending balance account to previously approved NCIP forest management and fuel reduction project. I think there was a public commenter that pulled this. So my thought is that we maybe just open it up for public comment, get public comment questions, and then we can have staff report out. So with that, I'll go ahead and open up public comment on this item. For those that are on Zoom, I ask you to use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, we'll bring it back to the count. Oh, sorry. We'll check back on Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one commenter on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and go to them.
Our commenter is Ms. Beatty. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. This is Nina Beatty. I oppose further funding until you've discussed forest management and fuel reduction with independent experts, naturalists, and organizations such as Chaparral Institute on best practices in the science on forest and open space management, instead of getting your practices from the timber industry and captured agencies. CAL FIRE and green cadres, reckless workers, are killing wildlife and destroying habitat, and they're doing burns in urban areas, which just appalled me. When they attacked the old Capitol site with their machinery and tools, many baby birds were killed. An Audubon expert reported this to the Parks and Recreation Commission, and yet to date, the city acts as if wildlife and habitat don't matter. If Monterey, Carmel, and PG were managing the forest, you would create lush, dense forests that rapidly decay dead wood into soil nutrients. Instead, you're removing and stripping. You would also slow and block winds, so winds don't move fire through our community or deposit embers on roofs. Instead, you're creating wind zones. CAL FIRE and Green Cadre are increasing fire danger. They remove the lower limbs of trees, remove trees and thin forests, and remove bushes and plants in forested areas, drying out the forest and creating openings and tunnels where none existed before, allowing winds to flow in and through and swirl and accelerate up and down hillsides. carrying embers from other fires and fan sparks into raging fires instead of being blocked. You would preserve eucalyptus due to the high water content in their trunks because they're fire bricks. You would address major fire hazards and home hardening, including restricting or banning lithium-ion battery banks, which are a fire hazard, and EV charging in the city, even in moderate fire hazard zones. You would lobby state and federal officials to halt government aerosol and geoengineering programs, which deposit aluminum into the forest, increasing the flammability of vegetation, trees, and forest floor. You would reduce artificial EMF and microwave radiation, which stresses trees and plants, causing them to produce more volatile terpenes as a stress response. The forests are getting high levels from the Naval Postgraduate School, Chomp, and Pebble Beach arrays, as well as other cell towers. You would deal with PG&E smart meters. Smart meters are not grounded and don't have adequate surge protection. They've created many fires. And the meters have explosively flammable lithium-ion batteries, as do CalAm smart water meters. My 2019 report on their fire electrical hazards to local and state officials detailed these and other hazards. The city must take action under its police powers to get these meters off buildings in Monterey instead of supporting PG&E. The city has not addressed these problems. No further funding should be granted for, quote, fuel management and forest management, and put the current plans on hold pending evaluation by experts instead of listening to the lobbyists, the business lobbyists at League of California Cities and the Chamber. I ask you to not do this funding for the benefit of the forest, the open space, and the wildlife of Monterey. This is not a fire issue. This is not based on science.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council. I'll just quickly say, and I'm trying to be a little bit mindful of our time because we have to get to our tour, but want to make sure that we get through city business here. Completely understand where Ms. Beatty is coming from with her comments. Both Councilmember Rash and I, and maybe others on the council, have expressed the need for us to have a specific targeted conversation around tree maintenance and addressing tree issues in the city of Monterey. I think we need to get to that conversation sooner rather than later. But there's also a need to make sure that we're maintaining our forests. We had our firefighters in here as a outcome to the fire-wise discussion and the need for us to that we're creating protections for our community. And I'm hearing some feedback on Zoom. I don't know where that's coming from, but the fact of the matter is that humans live here, and we have to make sure that we keep people safe. So this is a well-balanced approach. I'm going to go ahead and make a recommendation to, or make a motion to approve item number 6, so that we can move this forward.
Second.
Any other discussion? All right, I'll roll call vote, please.
Yes. Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber, Councilmember Rash,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. With that, we're going to go to our public hearing item number 8, extend urgency ordinance number 3696 to temporarily prohibit the establishment and operation of new firearms and ammunition retail sales businesses in the city for 10 months and 15 days pursuant to Government Code Section 65858. And I'm going to ask staff to keep this presentation to a minute and a half.
Yep, we'll keep it brief, and we have Community Development Director Kim Cole.
I did have some slides, but I could just give you an overview. The agenda item in front of you today is to extend the urgency ordinance that you passed in February for an additional 10 months and I believe it's 15 days. The need is so we can, we've made some great progress on the ordinance that you've asked us to create. We're researching best practices. We're drafting language, and we hope to be back starting with public noticing probably in the June timeframe. There's a 20-day public notice now for change of use under state law. It'll require a planning commission hearing, 2 city council hearings. So I think we'll be looking at the end of August, September before an effective date. But with that, we're asking you to pass the proposed urgency ordinance that would extend the existing ordinance by 10 months and 15 days.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
No
I appreciate
problem.
you being flexible there. All right, we'll open up to the council for questions. All right, seeing none. I just will make a quick comment before I open it up for public comment, in that if folks recall, we passed the urgency ordinance. This does not, just to articulate staff's message, it does not affect current firearm business owners that are currently in operation in the city of Monterey. But this allows us to provide some time to develop an ordinance. So how we are going to manage future business licenses in the city of Monterey and identifying where it is appropriate for use. I know that there's a lot of folks concerned around the business that opened up in Oak Grove. And really, there's no action for us to take at this time as it relates to that business. What we're focused on is getting an ordinance in place. And that's where we're at with it. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, can you go ahead and use the raise hand function? For those in the chamber, I ask you to stand up to the left of the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. Anybody in the chamber want to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one person on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and go to the Zoom caller.
This is Colin. Go ahead, please.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you.
So I have a couple of things I want to note kind of right off the bat. My name's Colin Gallagher, and I'm the owner manager of Gallagher Ammunition, which is one of the quote unquote grandfathered businesses. In the staff report, it identifies the businesses having a business license expiry of 6/30/2025. It actually that is extended out to I believe June of next year, not June of this year, because I renewed. And I suspect that there may possibly, although I don't know the case for the other business owners, but there may be other business owners in that grandfathered section that may have possibly have extended their business license as well. Another thing I wanted to point out, and I did file a written comment about this, is that the state already has a law that has to do with the insurance requirement. And it is a requirement that does apply to if you are establishing, for example, a brick and mortar shop, whether you're an ammo vendor or a gun shop, or both. Because if you're a gun shop, then you're by default getting a ammo vendor license from the state. The rules are a little trickier if you're an online only vendor like I am for ammo vendor only online, because then in my case it's more of a cyber insurance kind of a thing, so it's trickier. But yeah, the state lays out those requirements, and so the state has that. I see no sense for the city to be involving itself in it. I laid out some other indications in my online written comment, but I think that the city needs to become more business friendly. And rather than attacking these kinds of businesses and doing the 45 days to 10 months, and then at the end of this 10 months, I know the city will probably extend it another time to go to the full 2 years and 45 days, which I think the city will try to do. I think the city needs to welcome businesses into its fold rather than say, we want to chase you away. You're chasing away businesses, and there's just no sense in it. And I know that the justification is we want to study it for longer, we want to do this further, but I don't see other cities around here trying to chase businesses away. And I think the city needs to do a lot more to welcome more kinds of businesses, and not only this kind of business and this category of business, but many other businesses as well. And with that, go ahead and cut me off at the 15-second mark.
All right, thank you for your public comments. We'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council. In regards to any errors that might exist in regards to the expiration of business licenses, I imagine that the business license actually establishes that. So if there is any discrepancy there, I'm assuming that the agenda report wouldn't be what we would hold that business license to. I heard staff also express an effort to bring public notice out starting in June. I know that they have been charged by the council to get through this process as quickly as possible. So I don't think there's any desire to extend this any later than we need to, but we do want to make sure that we have a good, transparent public process in order to move forward through this process. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Any other discussion from the council? All right, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barber,
Yeah.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Rash,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. We're gonna go on to item number 9, master fee schedule update to community development, fire department, parks and recreation, library, museums, police department, public works department, park division, and harbor division fee. We'll pass it to Nat for staff presentation.
Great. This will be a very brief presentation from our finance director, Rafaela King. Of note is that this is an annual process to update the master fee schedule. And one of the most significant changes is the Board of Library Trustees recommendation that supports removing overdue late fines for most library materials to help provide equitable access to library materials and also to be consistent with other libraries on the peninsula. So with that, we have Director King.
I also had slides that I'm going to forego.
Appreciate you.
Okay, so honestly, I just want to go through just a few of the highlights for community development, really just finished their 5-year plan. So they had to go through their permits. So all the permits, they have gone through all those plans and rates were increased to the current fully burden rate for staff reimbursement. And pretty much for all of the departments or all the departments that are listed, they really went through their and adjusted for fully burdened rates. That's most of the increases. Fire department increase, life and safety, reinspection fees, plan check fees. Some deletions were to delete fees for second, third, and fourth Fire Prevention Bureau. Other fees, they adjust for false alarm responses to fully burdened rates. Library, Nat just mentioned, they also increased printing fees and hourly costs for cost recovery for monitoring historic properties. The film permit fees were moved from the police department to the library. Parks and Recs fees that are increased are going to be adjusted for CPI. And all other, again, for cost recovery fees. Police department is the security alarm permit increase. Public Works, Parking Division, and Harbor, again, there for fully administrative fees and also for to account for fully burdened rates. And that's pretty much it.
I have a quick question. I have 2, but I'm gonna try to tie it into one. It's for community development. There's the undocumented dwelling units fee that's being removed, that's proposed removal. And I know that there's state law regarding, there was a note in the agenda report around the state law around ADUs, but I'm confused around that. And then the MF and RENA tier 1, 2, 3, if that could be just a little bit of description.
Sure. In the past, we had a process for if somebody reported a second unit on a property, and we called it back in the day an undocumented dwelling unit, and we would try to go through a research process to see when the unit was built. So many of those today can be converted into accessory dwelling units. So it's a complete change in sort of policy from trying to enforce and prevent those units from existing in our neighborhoods to creating a legal path towards allowing them. So the vast majority, in fact, all of them are pretty much being converted into ADUs.
Okay. So it's not like they're not being charged a fee. It's just the
program,
the fee.
Yes. The whole reason for the program doesn't really exist anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, in the multifamily overlay district, so we have a new streamlined process. So if you probably remember, you rezoned a whole bunch of properties in December to create expedited processing for our multifamily infill sites. And that was back in December. So we have, even though the process is expedited, we still have now a process by which we're going to have a submittal checklist, and it covers the staff time to complete the plan check and conduct the site visit.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. Council, any other questions? I'm the only one. I'm that one. All right. We're going to open it up for public comment. Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand function, and folks in the chamber, you can identify yourself by either standing to the left of the podium or raising your hand. We see one taker. Anybody else in the chamber? All right, so we'll cut it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one person on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and take the caller in person.
Julie Gorman, Mayor Williamson, and City Council. I'm opposed to adding the zoning clearance permit to the master fee schedule until the ordinance is placed on the City Council agenda for discussion, public comment, and the City Council determines whether to adopt and amend Chapter 38 of the zoning ordinance requiring the issuance of the permit. As I stated in my comment, only the principally permitted businesses will be required to be issued the zoning clearance permit prior to occupying a specific property. And after the permit is issued, the business cannot continue to occupy the property when the land use is changed, cannot change the structure, and cannot add additional square footage or floor area to expand the business. The Planning Commission and the City Council recently approved the bike rental as a principally permitted business use in the Cannery Row and C2 districts. But bike rental will no longer be principally permitted when the business will now be required to submit an application to the Community Development Director, who will decide if the bike rental business or any of the other principally permitted businesses will be issued the zoning clearance permit to occupy a specific property. The Community Development Director added the zoning clearance permit on to the master fee schedule, empowering herself to decide whether or not a principally permitted business can occupy my property and have the authority to override the Planning Commission and the City Council and Section 38-29 of the zoning ordinance that states the businesses can occupy my property and without requiring additional approval. I'm requesting that the City Council does not add the zoning clearance permit to the master fee schedule until the ordinance is placed on the City Council agenda, as the businesses and the property owners have the right to know why the extreme restrictions only apply to the principally permitted businesses, and why, if my tenant is a principally permitted business that has been issued the permit, my tenant cannot continue to occupy my property when the land use is changed, which results in my property becoming vacant. No staff should be able to determine if a business occupies a property. That's your decision, not theirs. Thank you.
And with that, we'll go to our public commenter online.
Yes, I believe this is Lorna. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, yes, I totally agree with the last speaker. And also, I don't think you should be raising fees. There's so much waste that can just, I think, needs to be looked at instead. And, raising fees, we're at the point now where so many of us can't afford ourselves anymore. And we can't afford going to parks because they're too expensive and everything is just going up and up. And when do you finally say enough is enough? We're going to have to cut back. We're going to have to look at what we can cut back instead of adding fees upon fees upon fees. So I hope you have the humanity to do that. Thank you.
Great. Appreciate the public commenters. I will note that our parks in the city of Monterey are free. I articulated earlier the point around the need for us to increase fees because we have to pay for the cost of services. It is unfortunate, it is uncomfortable, and I know that it's hard for folks, so I'm not discounting that, but we have to pay for the cost of services. It's a requirement. I'm just going to ask the community development director to come up and maybe address the issue as it relates to the zoning clearance permit. Please.
So that's a proposed new permit that we'll be bringing to the city council at your next meeting. And I'll try to briefly explain it. I think you're aware of right now, there's a ministerial process for business licenses, and the community development department can't or does not review or have an approval ability over business licenses. This will create a process by which new businesses going in would apply for an over-the-counter permit, and we would confirm that it meets the zoning regulations of that district, concurrent with or in advance, actually, we hope, of a business license being applied for. So we're trying to provide more transparency to businesses before they open about whether or not they're allowed at that space.
And the main takeaway I hear is that the council will be approving any policy before there are changes made.
Correct.
Okay.
So that comes before you, I believe, next, the 15th.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
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 That's a yes for me. Thank you all so much. It was like rapid fire there at the end. We're going to go on to a field trip that was supposed to start a half hour ago. So if our consultant is in the room, I apologize in advance. I'm going to ask the council to go straight over there. Please, public, don't stop and talk to the council. We have to get to the field trip, and I'm going to pass it to Nat.
And I'll be very brief. We were planning for the field trip to go from 5:30 to 6, but since we're starting at 6, we'll try to end just before 6:30. That way council can have at least half an hour for a dinner break. We will walk to the police station. Police Chief Dave Herber will walk us through the station. We'll then tour the Emergency Operations Center, walk through Fire Administration, where we'll meet Fire Chief Andrew Miller, and then walk through the fire station and then make it back here to Council Chamber. So that'll be the game plan. Also with us, we have General Services Superintendent Chris Dwight, as well as Public Works Director Andrea Rennie, and then our consultant Jeff Katz from Core Design Group, who will be joining us this evening for the evening presentation.
Perfect.
On the feasibility study.
Awesome. Thank you. Go ahead and recess to our evening session. Welcome back to our evening session for April 1st, 2026. April Fools. Sorry, that was horrible. I know. I'm sorry. I needed to. I had to throw something in there. I should have thought of a better one. Anyways. We're gonna start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Who did we leave off with last time? Okay. Eugene, perfect timing. Go to Gino.
Please face the flag, ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gino. And with that, we will go to general public comments, continuation. These are for items that are not on today's agenda. So for folks that are on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. While folks are navigating there, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak for general public comment? All right, we have one. Anybody else? All right, we will jump back to Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one person on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Hi, Erica Walker. So I wanted to come today to speak regarding what we've always considered and called the duck pond. When I was young, my grandma would bring us there. I think a lot of people from our town have gone there as kids. We would either, when we were younger, feed the ducks. We're not allowed to do that anymore. But I was really concerned because I was over at my chiropractor's and now they have to lock the door. So you actually have to call and they have to have somebody come to let you in. And so I was asking why is the doors having to be locked? And he said, well, they do this needle exchange across the street. And so when I was looking out the window, I said, oh my gosh. So I took a picture and they do this needle exchange right out the window, which is less than 30 feet away from the YMCA. And so what I was trying to do, because he was saying it's been a really bad ongoing problem. And there's a lot of different other outreach agencies that do a lot of type of work here. And it's a little bit concerning that they are basically, instead of the companies, I think one of them is Chomp, instead of doing this needle drug exchange in their parking lot, they want to bring it to the kids' parking lot that's right across the street from the YMCA. I mean, these little kids get dropped off in the school buses. I just watched them today at 2:45 get dropped off right there where you guys are having drug needles exchanges. And I just don't know who was not thinking about that. He said it wasn't there before. I guess it used to be somewhere near NPS. And like I said, there's been multiple type of service buses and things like that go out there. But my concern is I don't know what the rules are or how far things can be away from the kids. But I just don't think that they should be exposed to those type of activities that are so close and the things that they may or may not get into contact with that type of services that are being provided there. So I just at least wanted to bring that up because it really broke my heart because of the fond memories that I have, because I've lived here my entire life. And I don't know if that's the same for all the other members or if you've brought your kids there or if you went there with family members, but it's a place that people love. It was the duck pond. Obviously the geese took over several years ago. And before that, it was just ducks, but it's just really sad to see that that's the state that it's become. So, and I'm really concerned that the YMCA is right there. And that's what the kids are watching when they're getting out of school. I don't think that they should be watching the drug addicts anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. If you would like to leave your material with staff and maybe we can have a follow up just to make sure that we understand exactly where you're identifying the issue being, that would be great. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to our public speaker online.
Yes, Ms. Beatty, you can go ahead.
Good evening. This is Nina Beatty. I wanted to alert the public and the council to the Coastal Commission, which meets next week. One of the items on the agenda will be the Navy's planned exercises off the Central Coast and Monterey Bay. They will be hearing a presentation from the Navy on April 11th. The presentation materials had not been posted to the website and likely will not be before the meeting. Also on the meeting, they will be considering a proposal by SpaceX that wants to do splashdowns in the Pacific. So it's going to be an interesting, that will be on Friday as well. All these impact the ocean. Moss Landing fire, toxins, the heavy metals, and the other chemicals that were released into the air and into the water continues to be a very alarming issue, with both counties, Santa Cruz County and Monterey County, seeming to block information and discount this and make this not something that the public should be aware of. We do not know the levels of contaminants that are in the crops, in the soil, on people's homes. Many people have gotten sick, and those people are not being respected or assessed. The information's been very lacking from the county. Probably the best information was from San Jose State University Moss Landing Marine Lab, and that's been downplayed by the county. In addition, more and more information is coming out about the contamination at Fort Ord, which not only contaminates the land, but also the seaside water basin is underlying the most contaminated part of Fort Ord, and that's the water that comes out of our taps. We drink it, we bathe in it, our children are bathed in it, we water our plants with it. There are a lot of things that are impacting this bay that are the reality check of where we really are, plus the conversation you had with the Fisheries Trust last year about the very dire strait of the Monterey Bay. And against that, we have, this is the backdrop internationally of things going on internationally, the genocide in Gaza, the actions by the US against Russia, China, North Korea, and many other countries, a history of aggression. We have on Thursday or Friday is the anniversary of the assassination of Martin Luther King, who I don't believe he used the word equity. He talked about justice. And he talked about this nation being a nation that could chart a different course towards restoration and wholeness and healing and equality of everyone. So I just wanted to bring some of these issues to the public's attention, to your attention. These are all very impactful to us on the Central Coast and in this community of Monterey. And these are things that.
All right, I'm sorry to cut you off. It went over the time. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And we will have 3 presentation items. So item number 11 on our agenda is to receive a presentation on Monterey Public Safety Facility feasibility study. For those that weren't with us before, at the end of the afternoon session, we broke during our recess to a field trip and went over to our public safety facility, had a great tour by our staff, and we're able to get a firsthand look in regards to the conditions of the current facility. And so this is just going to be an extension to that, more or less, and really excited to hear what we have in front of us and have a good discussion with the council and the public around what the opportunities look like moving forward. So with that, I'll pass it to Nat for staff presentation.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for participating in such an engaging tour of the Central Public Safety Facility that includes not only the police station, but also Fire Station 11, Fire Administration, as well as our Emergency Operations Center. As you all heard, the facility was opened almost 62 years ago. It'll be 62 years next month. And there are major needs for the facility. Today, this evening, we have with us our Public Works Director, Andrea Rennie, as well as Jeff Katz, who's a principal at Core Design Group. And Jeff and his team worked over the past over a year with our team to identify deficiencies and future needs for the facility. And he's presenting a proposed feasibility study for you all to discuss. And our goal is to look at the feasibility study as well as talk about alternatives as well, given the high price tag that comes with this project and this report. With that, go ahead and pass it on to Andrea and Jeff.
Thank you very much. We have a presentation. Mayor, council members, members of the public, good evening. And for those of you who attended a tour, It was a great tour because, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and seeing it in person is even more important. So I'm going to repeat a couple of things if you were part of the tour, just so for the folks who are online and who didn't have the opportunity to go to the tour are familiar with the facility. So the next slide, please. So this is just an overview of what we call El Cuartel. So as Nat mentioned, we do have the Monterey Police Department, Fire Station 11. We have our fuel pump for diesel and gasoline at the front, closer to Pacific. We have 2 modular buildings that were installed about 20 years ago because we were running out of space. We also have containers that were installed by the police department for the overflow of evidence and for storage that they needed. So during our tour, we saw that the current facility does not serve the current needs of the police and fire departments. Next slide, please. And the facility, as Nat mentioned, was built in 1959 and more space was added. So I think the police department and the fire department, and thank you, Chief Hober and Chief Miller and your staff for a fantastic tour. As you can see, they had some very creative ways. You see that the police department moved different offices. You see that the fire department has a lot of people sharing offices right next to the equipment bay. So I think that they did the best we could. We all did the best we could with what we have, but it is undersized for the staff that we have. The facilities are outdated. They're in poor condition. I mentioned at the tour that the HVAC system is past its useful life. A new system costs upwards of $1 million. We do have constant sewer backups and other issues with a building of that age. One of the other issues that we see with the building in that condition is that it's not good for morale. It's not good for the morale of the officers and firefighters. And also it doesn't help with recruitment and retention. And I want to just give you a very quick timeline. So council acknowledged the need to do something. And so council did fund the study. So it's the Public Safety Facility Study. In July 2022, council awarded the contract. And for the past couple of years, Jeff, our consultant, did an outstanding job talking to a lot of the staff with police and fire to determine what their needs are, how are the operations, and what are the things that they feel are a must-have in a new public safety facility study. And with that, I'm going to introduce Jeff.
Thanks, Andrea. Mr. Mayor, Council, pleasure to be here this evening. Go to the next slide. So very quickly, a little background on Core Design Group. I'm the president of Core Design Group, started the firm over 30 years ago. In that time, we focused primarily on public safety work throughout the state of California. We have offices in Southern California and in Northern California. We're doing work up and down the state. This is the type of work we do. We spend a lot of time looking at facilities and trying to determine if a renovation is possible, if a rebuild is necessary, and sometimes the answers fall somewhere in between. So we have a lot of experience doing this kind of work. We also, we have online with us today, Dustin Alamo with Griffin Structures, who work closely with us to do the programming and cost estimating for the project. So he is also available to answer any questions if you have them. Next slide. Some of the relevant projects that we have completed, the San Ramon Joint Public Safety Building, which opened a couple of years ago. We've done police assessments in Southern California for Irwindale and Temecula, Riverside. We've done several CHP facilities, Central Marin Police Headquarters, and then a whole host of fire station projects. Next slide. So the scope of this project was really to assess the existing buildings and the programs that are happening within these buildings. So you got to tour through the facilities. You see that we have PD and fire there, as well as the emergency operations center that are functioning there. So we met with police and fire staff. We met with city staff to hear a lot of the same issues that you heard when you were over there. We sat down with each of the various groups within those departments and did a very detailed space needs assessment. So we looked at what they have today, what the anticipated future, what we call base need is, and then what the future ideal need is. And these are based on demographic projections for the city, looking at new and updated procedures for city staff, and making sure that we're accommodating in any future facility, a facility that was going to hopefully operate more efficiently 70 years from now than the current facility is today. So we looked at several different plan alternatives. We reviewed all of those with the stakeholders, and we settled on 2 different schemes that I'll walk you through briefly tonight, and then we developed cost estimates for those. Next slide. So we won't spend a lot of time looking at the existing conditions. You saw those. I think one of the things that's important to point out is that perhaps for you, if you hadn't been through the facility previously, and certainly for most of the public, unaware of the conditions that police and fire are operating out of. When the public calls 911, these guys show up, they do their job, they respond promptly, they serve the community, they do a great job doing that. And that's what the community wants and needs. They're unaware of the conditions that they are living in. And so, I think it's important to point out this building was built before what we call the Essential Service Act went into place. Essential service facilities are designed to a higher standard than a standard building is to remain operational in the event of an emergency. You absolutely need your emergency operations center to be standing when there's a seismic event or some other event that goes on. You need your police and fire to be operational. And these facilities are designed to a higher level in order to be able to accommodate that. I've been designing fire and police facilities for 30 years. We've learned a lot in that time about how these facilities and the design of these facilities impact the health and welfare of the folks living there. You heard a little bit about some of the contaminants that the fire chief talked about that they're exposed to on a daily basis. We have evolved our design to try and mitigate those things through ventilation systems, separations of spaces, many best practices that are not found in the current facilities today. Next slide. So again, we can go on to the next slide. We took a look at all of those conditions and really determined that there's a severe lack of space and best practices. The charts on these next slides are the space needs study that we did that looked at the existing spaces for each of these functions. And again, the projections for 20 to 30 years. We like to build these facilities to last 50 to 70 years, but none of us, the crystal ball is clear enough to know beyond, say, a 15, 20, 30-year window. So we're looking at both base need, the minimum requirement to address that, which is really sort of the need today, and then the ideal need for that increased staffing. So on this chart, you see the police department was broken down by administration, operations division. Next slide. And then support areas to support that. And we came up with a total gross square footage for police. Currently, they have about 18, almost 19,000 square feet. The minimum need is really 29,000 square feet, and ideally is closer to 41,000 square feet. Next slide. And we also looked at having both functions on site. How could we combine some of the functions and share those things and create some efficiencies of space? So we talked a little bit when we were on our walk about the EOC being also a training and community room space, multi-purpose room. That's something that can be shared with the 2 departments. Executive, chief level spaces for PD and fire, sharing some spaces, staff restrooms, perhaps fitness spaces, building services, those sorts of things. So that totals another 7,000 square feet in the ultimate build out option. Next slide. For fire, we went through and looked at all of the existing spaces, and then again, based on best practices, what we would expect for a station serving the number of personnel that are there. Currently, there's about 9,100 square feet of space. really wants to be closer to 12,000 square feet. And the difference in the ultimate build out versus the base need is pretty marginal. Next slide. And then so that we could look at minimizing potentially some cost on some of the spaces, we looked at building what we called additional resource building that might not be designed to that essential service requirement. So a slightly reduced level of safety in the design of the building. And that was another 3 or 4,000 square feet for those functions. So in total, the current space existing on that site is almost 34,000 square feet. And we've identified a building anywhere between 55 and 73,000 square feet as the need for the city going forward. Armed with that information, next slide, we developed, we also looked at some of the site elements. So we looked at parking, which is underparked currently. We looked at exterior building elements that were required for the various entities on site and developed the information that was necessary associated with that. Next slide. So armed with this information, don't expect you to understand what this slide is, only to show you that we did 9 or 10 different options and met with stakeholders and analyzed each one of these. And there were a variety of different components looked at here, from how do we phase construction, how do we salvage some of the existing components, how do we build around some functions on site, do we change the orientation of where fire and police are exiting out onto. All of those things were assessed with stakeholders. Next slide. And we boiled it down to 2 different options. So in this first option, this is a what we'll call sort of a basement level. We have the shooting range down at this lower level, and then we have below grade parking to accommodate all of the necessary secure parking for the facility. Next slide. And then we have predominantly a single-story building housing PD functions in blue, the shared spaces there in purple, the fire functions in red, and the additional resource building there in the orange color in the upper left. Next slide. And then we did have some activities that would occur up on the second level, but we tried to maintain as much of this all on one level. From an operational standpoint, this seemed to work the best, but obviously creating that below grade level has some significant costs associated with it. So then we looked at a second option, next slide, that just has the shooting range down at that basement level. Next slide. With the majority of the parking occurring at grade. So this is all secure parking with the exception of a small public parking area in the lower plan right there. So again, PD in blue, shared spaces in purple, fire in red, and that additional resource building in orange. And then next slide. In this configuration, you can see that we're building a fairly significant second story. So we're building over the fire station, over the apparatus bay for the fire functions, and then over PD for most of those additional PD functions. So we took these 2 options. These were the 2 that were refined with input from stakeholders. And we asked Griffin to go through and put together cost estimates for these. Next slide. So again, a little hard to read, but essentially we broke the estimates down by construction cost, some geotechnical environmental issues, testing and inspections. The building cost, the first line there is obviously the most expensive, and that's based on square foot costs from similar facilities. But you can see on the left-hand column there for option 1, where we have the below grade parking, there's obviously a significant cost associated with that compared to just having the shooting range down at the lower level. Next slide. Additional costs for FF&E, furniture, fixtures, equipment to outfit the building, relocation expenses. In both these options, there's no real way to maintain either of these operations on site. So we'd be relocating and creating temporary facilities elsewhere to do that. and then IT systems and equipment costs. Next slide. Construction management, city fees, utility and connection fees, and contingency gives us the totals that you see there that range from 126 to 138 million dollars for these projects. So it's obviously a significant expense, but you are getting a significant improvement in facilities to serve your police and fire personnel for the next 50 to 75 years and the community of Monterey and all of your constituents. Next slide. So some of the benefits of building new, we've kind of talked through a lot of it already, but obviously starting with a fresh slate and building to meet the needs of today's police and fire facilities, both from a security standpoint, best practice for health and well-being for the firefighters and police officers who are working out of these facilities, designing to essential service facilities, complying with all current building codes, building a more sustainable building, latest technology, and incorporating that future growth that's necessary for the department. Next slide. I'm going to turn it back over to Andrea.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. And for those who did not have the opportunity to go on a tour, here are a couple of pictures of the fire and police department. So just to summarize, the existing facility that we have HVAC that's failing. We have plumbing and sewer issues. We have constraints, insufficient staff, training, and storage space. And it does not meet, like Jeff mentioned, it does not meet current essential services building code. So one of the reasons why when you see a high price tag for public safety facilities is because generally we don't build buildings to withstand the strongest earthquake. It's just not feasible. It's not economical. But when you're talking about a public safety facility, like Jeff mentioned, we want to make sure that that facility is standing when we do have a strong earthquake. Next slide, please. Okay, so before we go into alternatives, I just want to put into perspective, there are most of the public safety facilities that we have in the United States right now were built in the 50s and 60s. So we're not the only city that's looking at a new public safety facility. City of Garden Grove is looking at a new facility, and theirs is at a cost of $152 million. They are just started construction, and they're funded through a 1% sales tax. Palo Alto is in final construction, and that is a $120 million facility that was funded through bond sales. Mountain View, their facility is not yet built. The estimates are at the tune of $210 million. And they're looking at funding through possible tax measure and bonding, but they're also revising the scope right now to see if they can cut cost. So with that, a couple of ideas and thoughts that we had is I know that we as staff had sticker shock when we saw the price, and I assume that you did as well. So the alternatives that we talked about is one, direct staff to find a mechanism to fund either option 1 or 2 and go into detail. Direct staff to research and return with different options such as expanding or remodeling the current facility. And then the conversation also is that we should not keep the status quo. Those are just topics of discussion.
The other cities that you listed, are any of those looking at a joint public safety facility with police and fire?
Yes. Some of them range anywhere from 75,000 square feet to 103,000 square feet. Some of them also do have a 911 call center on site. So they vary quite a bit. And with that, Jeff and I are available for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you both for the presentation.
And if I can just clarify also, because this is a presentation, it's not technically to direct staff. It's more of gathering your general feedback and input, and then we'll come later for more direction. But yeah,
thank you. Clarification. All right, council, questions at this point?
Yeah, Mayor, I've got a couple of questions if I could.
We'll let Dr. Barber go and then we'll let you jump in, Councilman.
So thank you so much for that. I'm just trying to get an understanding of a couple things. The options 1 and 2 that you presented, are there phases to that? And if there are phases to that, do you have breakdowns of what the phases would be? I know that pricing would be different because of the timing, but do you have any type of phase type of approach?
We did study several options to look at phasing and how we might be able to save some of the existing building or keep PD or fire operational during the course of construction, and really discovered that the cost of doing phased construction was going to be significantly more than creating temporary facilities offsite. So the intent here is to essentially move everybody off to an undetermined location and scrape and rebuild all in one phase. And that would apply for either option 1 or option 2.
Okay, thank you. So I guess my other question to that is not phasing to the point of how you're actually going to build out option 1 and option 2, but if because of the amount and we wanted to look at something and getting something started because 1959 to now, that's a lot of time and it surely looks like something needs to be done, no question. But I guess my question is, if we phased it per year or per whatever, so that funding mechanisms could be found to do what is being proposed, how would that look? I know that you can't predict the future for what construction costs would be if you did this phase first. What phase would be the most important? How would that look? Have you looked into anything like that? And then like second year, third year, if once you get funding mechanisms in place, can do X, can do, go forth like that with the approach.
Sure. So a project like this is probably 24 to 30 months of construction. It's a significant time frame to build a project like this, especially option 1 with the below grade parking. I suppose it would be possible to phase to build the fire portion first and then come back and build the other portion. It's just very difficult to maintain operations on that site when you're doing significant construction like that. So building one piece of this building and then trying to build the rest while you were operational there would certainly be a cost impact to that.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm sorry I wasn't there to be able to do the tour. But I'll take the cop out that 45 years ago, I started working there and pretty much know the building by the back of my hand. As we were going through the photographs, I was thinking about a couple of questions. When you showed the picture of one of the options that showed a possibility of doing upstairs, from the screen where I'm at, I couldn't really see what the nature of the services would be for the upstairs. So I guess it's a general question of what were you envisioning for the upstairs, because it looked like that option, you needed that space, you needed the square foot. But what were you thinking that the upstairs services would be providing?
Right. So in option 1, it was somewhat limited upstairs. So that right there. So fire admin is what you see there in red. Yeah, we can kind of zoom in on that. So mostly police admin. And then we did have the investigations unit upstairs. And then we had some shared spaces as well. So in this scheme, we were kind of limiting the second floor. And in the alternate scheme, put 2 slides forward. In this case, we've got much more significant build out of living quarters for the fire station, as well as admin, and then several other PD units that would be housed upstairs as well. So, and these are just sort of bubble diagrams of the spaces. The detailed design would come in the next stage.
Right, okay. And when you were talking about the EOC, Obviously, it'd have to be downstairs, but what was the space need of a modern EOC? That was sort of charted out.
Yeah, so on the space needs assessment, I don't have that number on the tip of my tongue, but if you have the chart available again, we'll go back to that. But that EOC was set up both as a training and community room, as well as would be usable for those EOC functions. Dustin, you may have those numbers handy.
I do.
Yeah.
Good evening. The EOC and training room combined with a multi-purpose room that could ebb and flow as you need. You could have partitions. In total would be about 1,800 square feet. So 900 for the EOC and 900 for a training room, having the ability to combine those and increase as necessary. So that would get about anywhere from I'd say 60 to 75 people in totality, or 30 and 45 if you split them up.
Okay, thank you. Just want to keep it moving along with a couple other things I wanted to talk about. Was the range downstairs? I know there's a tremendous expense when things are downstairs. Any thought about relocating maybe the range and evidence that would actually not be in the primary building, but possibly off close to where the present admin for fire or investigations is located, on the same property, with an upground or above ground range might be an opportunity for cost savings. And since you need more of the room and trying to not force too much upstairs, any thought about a different building for evidence and range?
So in terms of the range itself, the site actually is very constrained for the amount of parking and the amount of building area that we need to accommodate. From a functional standpoint, keeping that range below grade, having the ability to create some scenarios where you could drive a vehicle down was a benefit. And from a cost perspective, with some of the sound attenuation and other elements would have to go into an above ground range. I don't know, Dustin, if you've got anything you want to add about that, but I think it would, I don't know that there would be much of a savings there.
Agreed. I think it's just a trade-off between, do you want parking below or the range below? The site doesn't have enough capacity to do one of the, or to have both above. So you have to kind of pick your poison, if you will. But I don't think there's significant savings either way. And you might even consider the footprint of a range is relatively compact versus parking that would require all the circulation factors. And, so putting parking underneath actually creates a bigger footprint than you would have a range, increasing the costs.
Okay, great. I'm familiar with a lot of the other police departments that are relatively new. Was your company involved in El Dorado County Sheriff's Office?
No.
Or Yuba County Sheriff's Office?
Neither. Dustin was involved with the Salinas project. So that is one nearby that Griffin was involved with.
Okay, great. That's the only questions I have right now. Thank you.
Anybody on this side of the room? Please.
What percentage, I'll use, do you allocate to architecture? And I'm thinking we've got this beautiful high school administration building, at least I think it's beautiful. And then we have our campus, which are really beautiful buildings. We're across the street from the library, which is a lovely historic building almost. And so I would think that the architecture would be very important, especially if we go out for a bond. So what percent of that, how do you figure that in terms of the total cost of the project?
So we have always taken the approach
that the inside of these facilities belong to the police and fire personnel who work there, but the outside belongs to the community. And every one of our projects is really designed to fit within the context of the community that it lives in. We really, I think I only have one project in my career that we had somebody come along and say, here's another $1 million. I want it to look prettier than it looks. The cost of the architecture isn't a driver on these projects. This project would have to be designed to be appropriate for Monterey, for its location, for its surroundings, for the context. It wants to say civic, but it also wants, one of the reasons that we looked at the below grade option was just trying to understand the massing and scale of a building this size and keeping some of that second story massing down so that it didn't feel overpowering, because it's clearly going to be a big building on that site. So I think your concerns are absolutely well founded. I don't think that it is a cost factor that comes into play. It just needs to be thoughtfully designed.
And it goes out to an architect for bid, or you do it?
I would love to do it, but we were not hired for the next step. We were hired for this study that we've done.
No, I appreciate
I
that.
would like nothing more than to be here talking to you about the next steps, but that's not what I'm here today for.
But you're a full service firm.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. In terms of the funding, bonds, I don't know any other way for bonds to work except attached to parcels of landowners. Is that what we're thinking as one option, or?
Dustin, you want to speak a little bit to your experience with some of the bonding measures? That's not my area of expertise.
I wouldn't call it mine either necessarily. I mean, there's sales tax measures that you certainly could take, but one way that we did navigate a project was Salinas using a P3 approach, public-private partnership, and that was a pretty interesting way to facilitate project delivery. But there's still, on even a project like that, when you're leveraging the private sector to expedite schedule, to find economies of scale and all the things that come along with it, there's still a debt service that's required. And so, how that's paid for, whether it's, general fund or reserves or bond measures, those all kind of come down to the capability of the city at large. So I know that's probably not very helpful, but it's the reality.
I'm happy to share some insight on general obligation bonds. And our team has done a little bit of research on their success rate regionally and in California, especially in November of 2024. General obligation bonds, like Councilmember Rash, like you mentioned, it would require a 2/3 voter approval, and it would essentially be a additional tax on top of property tax based on depends on how much it's being bonded and the life of the bond, whether it's a 30-year or 20-year bond. And it would be a levy that assessment based on a dollar amount per $100,000 of assessed value on each property. There's just a couple of examples to share with you. In the city of Marina, for example, they pursued a $50 million bond for their fire and police station this past November. And this would have been, again, $50 million bond at a rate of $54.74 per year for every $100,000 of assessed value. So for $1 million house, $540 would be assessed on each property. And that would have been a 30-year bond, and it failed at 60% for voter approval. It requires, again, 2/3 vote, 66.66%. In Santa Cruz County, they had a bond measure, $221 million this past November for their central fire district. And it would have been a $29 per $100,000 of assessed valuation. And that measure also failed at 57%. There's some other examples too. In Redondo Beach, they went through a joint fire and police station project, $94 million bond, $17 per $100,000 in valuation. It also failed as well. So those are just some examples. There was one that passed in Sacramento. That one was $19 per every 100,000 in Sacramento Metro, $415 million, but large district. So the success rate does vary depending on how it's for these types of facilities and bonding, depending on the level of support in the community. But that's generally how it works. And we haven't done any polling or other research on the topic, but provides you with some insight.
Thank you. That's
You're
very helpful.
Mhm.
Do they ever go over 30 years? The bonds?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
30 years is very typical. There was one, Watsonville had the Pajaro Valley Healthcare District bond, $116 million for their community hospital efforts. It was around 31 to 32 year estimate for that bond. It passed. Some of you may be familiar with that effort to save the Watsonville Hospital.
Thank you, Jeff, for the information. I have a couple of items to confirm. I'm pretty sure I missed them in the presentation. There was mention that around 50 to 70,000 square feet would be needed for the new facility. Was there a number included in the presentation of the current?
Yes. So if you go back, let's see, one more slide. So the existing square footage is in the first column you see there. So 33,887 is the current square footage. And then we projected 54,690 to 72,559 for the new facility.
So basically doubling the size of the structure, more or less.
Correct.
And another item that I wanted to confirm. So at option 1, that one's the one that includes the lower grade parking.
Below grade parking, yeah.
Below grade, sorry. Thank you. Below grade, and then ground level, and then there's a second level as well, right?
Fairly small second level in that configuration, correct.
Got it. Now, was there any consideration to maybe have ground level and second level, and then maybe parking structure have like a second level? So ground level parking and then a second level parking, like what would that do to cost? And
so the building construction elements can be a variety of different building materials. Parking structure construction is significantly more expensive because you're generally looking at concrete and other more durable materials like that. So we didn't really explore that.
I guess in your experience, would that be more costly than digging?
I think in this configuration, to get the amount of parking that we needed, because again, in the subterranean level, we were taking up most of the site. We essentially would be looking at one level of parking and 2 additional levels of building. So you basically would end up with a 3-story building at that point, with the parking, sort of at grade. And any sort of tiered parking on a second level, I think, would be more expensive.
Got it. Last question, and I see both chiefs are here. Is there an option at this point that either MPD or fire would prefer, option 1 or 2?
I'll let them answer that.
It's a great question.
That is a good question.
I thought of it.
So honestly, I like Jeff stated, when we went through this with those two different options, they're just a little different. So I don't think that there is a preference one way or the other, depending on the pricing. The one that had the subterranean parking was, I think, really well received, but either one would work, I think. And so I don't know that we actually started with, I think, 5 different designs and whittled them down to these 2.
Okay, thank you. Same for fire?
Yes.
Okay.
There was a affirmative from the fire chief for those online.
That's all I have. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
There's a few slides at the beginning of this section. It spoke to staffing, and I wanted to confirm, what was the future staffing needs overall for police? What was our estimate of future?
So we did this a while ago. I think that it was about 65. Right now we're at 53, and I think that we said 65. I don't know if those numbers are totaled on the bottom. I think that was the right slide. For sworn, it's to add about 12 more positions would be right sized.
And then how do we come up with that number? Like what assumptions are we using to?
So right now you have, and this is great because I'm going to go into the annual report and talk a little bit about this unless I do it here. Right now we're at 53. We're always at 10 to 20% down from staffing because we have turnover. We have people that are on injuries. We can't find police officers right now. Our police department would function best at the number that were approved, which is 53 to 55. If you added 10 more positions to that, it would give me that cushion that now when I don't have that 10 to 20%, I'm at 53. The presentation I'm going to give you tonight is in June and July. You're going to be down 9 to 10 positions just not filled, which kills us for anything that we're trying to do. So it's based on that. It's based on our call volume. In the annual report, I talk about the number of officers to 1,000 people that actually reside here. But that number goes up and down depending. We have 30,000 people basically that live here, but we know we swell to 100,000 with all these special events. So it's all of those things kind of taken in, but really it's right now at 53, you're functioning at 43, and that's not getting done what we need to get done. If we were at 53, it'd be perfect. To get there, you have to be at 65.
I feel like I could drill down, and I have a lot of questions, so I'm going to avoid doing too much questioning on this part, but I feel like that would be something I would want to make sure that we look into a little bit more as far as the staffing numbers and making sure that we're really looking at a solid numbers as far as projecting out and being, for a lack of a better word, ambitious in that space so that we're planning for, we're not restricting ourselves in the future based off of a design today of what those assumptions might be, especially if we're looking at building 3,654 units in the city over the next decade. You know, what kind of impact does that have on our population and how is that being incorporated? So I just would ask us to think about through that a little bit more in our assumptions. I think it might be helpful when this comes back to look at what the pros and the cons are of each options outside of the cost. I mean, the cost is an obvious thing, but it would be helpful to just kind of see the factors associated with that a little bit better spelled out for us. There was something in the report about the building not meeting the requirements for an essential services building. What can somebody describe that a little bit more in regards to what that means? Because to me, if this isn't an essential service building, I don't know what would be.
Right. So standard building is designed to protect the health and welfare of the people in it. So in an earthquake, we want to be able to get you safely out of the building, but the building itself doesn't necessarily remain operational. So we design a structural system to be able to move, walls to be able to shift around, but the basic building structure stays up so you can get out. Police stations, fire stations, emergency operations centers, hospitals, buildings like that are designed essentially to another 25 to 50% above that level because we want them to remain operational. So the simplest example I can give you is a door in your house may not open and close after an earthquake because the frame is shifted. We need our apparatus bay doors to open and close so we can get equipment in and out. We need doors to the police station to be able to open so we can get personnel in and out. So that in its simplest terms is what designing to an essential service facility is. There are other factors that come into play, from backup generator systems that need to run for a certain amount of time, other elements that factor in, but the basic building structure is the thing that probably you can understand the most easily.
Okay, thank you for that. I just was oh, okay. I read it wrong. It says the buildings, and that's the current buildings don't meet the standard. I read it wrong, but thank you for the explanation.
And that standard was enacted in the mid 80s. So anything wasn't designed to that. But even buildings designed 25 years ago aren't meeting today's code requirements.
So that goes into any ballot initiative that campaigning that we do. Just kidding. Kind of. All right. And I saw your hand go up. Was your point on that, or did you want to wait till I was done?
I'll wait till you're done, and then just another question.
Okay. I think, well, I'm skipping over some of these questions because I guess they're a little bit irrelevant now after the presentation. I think one thing that would be helpful to, Nat, I know you were talking about doing some initial analysis on ballot initiatives. It would be helpful to see a comparison to ones that failed versus ones that succeeded, and doing a deeper analysis into the why of where the failures were and what caused some to be successful.
We can certainly do that. And I did misspeak earlier. Redondo Beach did pass in their instance 71%.
Okay.
I think I misspoke earlier.
Thank you. And then maybe this is for Chrissy. I thought that there was and I might be confusing this with another tax initiative that might be different than a bond, but I thought if it was citizen driven, that it required a lower threshold to pass.
There is something about that, yes, for a special tax.
Yes, if there's an initiative put on by the residents, it has a lower threshold for a special tax. I don't know
how that works for a
about
bond.
bonding. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we can try to look into that too. I'd be interested because I'm happy to lead a citizen initiative if that allows us to achieve a more successful outcome. And then another thing, I have it in a form of a question, and it could have just been a comment afterwards, like a lot of the things I'm saying right now, but funding opportunities, I'm not sure if we looked into that, like where could there be grants that are offered? I know that is unfortunately a challenge right now with the current administration at the federal level, but at the state level, where do the opportunities exist there? So I'll kind of pause with my rest of my comments for now. I'll come back later. I'll pass it back to Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This question is for Jeff. Jeff, you were talking about the square footage, and we were weighing parking and the space needs. So I'm assuming the answer to this question, do we have adequate square feet to achieve what we need on the property? And if we build out the property, what does that do for parking?
So short answer, yes, we do have adequate space. Both designs utilize most every inch of that property in order to accommodate that. So either surface parking with a smaller building footprint, or the below grade parking where your building is expanding at grade. But in either case, we're able to design for those needs.
And one of the maps, it looked like you were placing the building towards the front of Pacific Street in Madison, and the majority of the parking was in the backside of the property. Is that correct?
Correct, because all of that parking, with the exception of some minor public parking, wants to be secure. So one of the things that Chief talked about on the tour today was the fact that there's little to no security for staff today And that creates some real challenges operationally. So making sure that we're creating that secure parking and keeping it all together is going to be an important aspect to the design.
Okay, great. And I'm glad you talked about the security of the site, because that was a question I naturally had when I saw the parking in the back. So the assumption would be that the parking on the property would be for facility users only. Public parking, there would be an opportunity to carve out something for public parking for visitation.
Correct.
Once it's designed, rather than it just being a contained square with gates.
Correct.
Redesigning that and accommodating the visitation need.
Yes.
Okay. Just from a historical standpoint, I just wanted to offer that there was once upon a time temporary buildings that were on that space. You've probably been told this. That is in the space that faced Madison Street, very close to the back door of the watch commander's office. And there were two buildings that were placed there, and with the intention of them being 7 to 10 year temporary buildings to house the city attorney, the city clerk, and a variety of other services. And I believe that those temporary buildings remained for over 35 years. So we've been in a cycle of trying to accommodate the public space needs of a variety of offices. And since it's been since 1959, I think it was grown out of its space by about 1963. So it's always been a small building and always had problems. And it's been a patchwork of redesign and cut and, try and squeeze everybody in. And so right now we have displaced employees, which is a significant piece to recognize that investigations is not even in the building. So this is an opportunity for us to think about the consolidation of all the workforce, accommodating all of the modern technology needs in the lab and the lounge, or in the driving or the shooting range as well, and community room visitation, significant number in addition to the investigative needs and interview rooms. So I look forward to learning more about it and close up more design as we get closer. But thank you, Mayor.
I'm going to give some of my comments I was going to share later now, because I want to tack on a question as it relates to Ed's comments just now. I feel that it's important for us to think big in regards to how we move forward with this. We have to see this as an opportunity and not allow our fear or concern around the potential pushback that might exist, which, not to say that we don't recognize that and find a strategy around how to appropriately handle that. But we shouldn't allow that to drive the process and how we think about going about this. And kind of where I'm going with this is I think that there could be an opportunity to help consolidate some of the office spaces that exist throughout the city of Monterey. Our staff are spread out throughout the city and doesn't really give a great opportunity for our public to interact with them, for our staff to interact with each other. So we have staff down the street in an old convalescent facility that's been converted into office spaces. That's where our HR, IT, and finance teams are. We have our planning staff and housing staff underneath a museum. We have our city attorney's office in a house down the street. We have our city manager's office over here. Right above us, we have our public works staff. We have staff that are in shacks that are hopefully going to be destroyed to build affordable housing behind City Hall. Last that I knew, there was staff that was stashed in our parking lot over in Cannery Row. I don't know if they're still over there. There's staff spread through all out the city. And so I'm kind of giving a little bit of a preamble to ask that it sounds like there's enough sufficient space for the plans that have been presented in front of us today. But what does that look like for us to try to utilize this space to potentially consolidate some of our workforce and to maybe help with this idea of the sticker shock kind of fear? If we're giving up some of these spaces throughout the city, the sale of those properties could maybe help offset the additional costs associated with the expansion of the facility. So I'm just wondering what that potentially, I know that that hasn't been really incorporated or perhaps talked about in these discussions, but knowing what you know at this point, does that seem like something that could potentially be feasible? And then when we get to the comment section, I'd be interested in hearing about my colleagues' feedback on that as well. But
new information. So without a whole lot of time to process it, I would say, one of the things we looked at with the current design was how to pull out some of the functions that didn't need to be essential service type facility, pull those out. So part of what could be looked at here is how do you maximize additional building square footage on this building, but do it in a thoughtful way so that you're not building office space at a more expensive cost than you would somewhere else. Again, the site's pretty constrained. So accommodating additional parking on this site would be a challenge. Utilizing some of your other existing parking spaces and having staff move around in different ways is a possibility, but that gets challenging in the wintertime when it's dark or wet, that kind of thing. So don't have a really specific answer for you other than it certainly is possible to look at ways to accommodate additional staff on this site. It just, we have to do it in a thoughtful way so that we're not interfering with the operational needs of PD and fire.
Absolutely. 100%. Okay. Thank you for that. I see council members. Well, let's go to Dr. Barber, and then I see Councilmember Smith's hands back up.
So just a very quick question. I noticed on the Salinas project, they had the lead construction the certification, and I noticed that there is a lead for cities and counties grants. Is that still feasible and available? And how does that impact the project, or does it at all? Is it worth it to look into something like that?
Thank you. We did consult with our grant consultant, Sherry, and I looked personally as well. And unfortunately, there are no grants available for the construction of a new public safety facility.
So the league cities and communities doesn't exist anymore, because I know it used to.
I'm not aware. I know we've done quite a bit of research, and our consultant did as well for any grants for safety. And we thought they should be available. And I even looked at other cities, and that's why they are going to bonding and special sales tax, because there just was not grant money available. Yeah.
And that's one of the, I appreciate Dr. Barber, you mentioning that, because one of the large big challenges that we have with our public safety facility and other needs as a city when it comes to grant funding is the funding that comes in at the state and federal level. They often focus on areas of priority from a policy side, electric vehicles, other projects, homelessness services, and because public safety is a need in every community, we don't see grants for that purpose, unfortunately. But I would look forward to any insight. If there's a police activity league or other grants that you're aware of, we'll certainly look into it.
Offered grants and technical assistance for, in 2024, it says for cities and local government leadership programs.
Your mic on. Is your mic on?
Oh, thought it was.
Is it?
You're good.
So I'll say it one more time for the mic. But I was reading that the Bank of America had actually had technical and grant supports in 2024 for the lead for cities and local government leadership. So I don't know whether that would actually be applicable, but just something to look into.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to to dive in with my opinion based on what you were talking about.
Would you mind holding that until afterwards? Because then that way maybe we could have a more thoughtful discussion.
Yeah, we'll hold that until we.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate your patience there. All right, let's go ahead and open this up for public comment. For those that are on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I'll check in with folks in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item, feel free to come up and stand to the left of the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. So I see one person in the chamber. Anybody else speak on this item? All right, so we will cut it off to the one person, and then I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 3 folks on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good evening, everybody. Esther Malkin. I'm the president of the Neighborhood Association in Laguna Grande neighborhood. You guys have seen me up here numerous times the past decade talking about the police facilities ever since I did the first community academy I took in 2013. I'm really happy to see that you're finally addressing this in this context. I toured the police station and the fire department today with all of you, and frankly, I'm surprised that they've been able to keep it functioning as long as they have, based on what I saw back in 2013. These guys need to really have facilities that are able for them to meet our expectations that we have from them as residents of the city. Residents of the city all turn out and sing their praises, and we're very proud of the work they do and everything that they bring to our community. So I think it's time that we have to consider putting some money behind it and, put our money where our mouth is when it comes to them. We need, them to have facilities that will have them serve us in case of a disaster of any kind. And we don't have that right now. I mean, if the way that things are set up, they can't possibly be at their best. As far as funding it, I want to bring out the point that, somebody earlier in public comment mentioned the roads measures being extended. Sales tax, I think, is a great way to do anything with residents that are feeling overtaxed, because those residents can be told it's paid for by outsiders. What I do want to bring up is there's been a lot of focus on undergrounding this city and the cost of that by comparison. This is where we need to put our money first. If we have a fire because of lack of undergrounding, who's going to respond? These guys. They've got to have they have to be the priority when we're talking about this kind of money to spend. Everybody agrees we need the undergrounding, but this is the more immediate public safety issue. So I would highly recommend shifting that conversation over to this, to really take care of what our real public safety issues are in the now, not necessarily 2 or 3 decades down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to our public commenters online.
First, I'll call on Ms. Beatty on the telephone.
Sorry, I had not signed up for public comment on this.
Oh, your hand is raised. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I will call on Lori. Go ahead, please.
Hi.
We can't.
See, I've got jotted down a few questions here. And I may have some comments on the funding of this. I may have missed exactly when the construction was desired to start, and if bond measures and sales tax would be put on the ballot, when that would when that would be aiming for, what ballot measure. And just want to say, you know, we all hear about how prices are, everything's increasing on folks across the board. And even though Monterey is a wealthy area, not everybody here is wealthy. And I can just say, as a taxpayer and homeowner, for just 5 years I've been here, and my property taxes are already up $3,500. You know, car insurance just went up $600. Homeowners insurance just went up $600. 39% is going to be on the umbrella policy, and that's just, those are chunks of $500 to $1,000 each, times 3 and 4 in just 1 year. So I can just say, as an average person who can't afford that kind of increase and don't get that kind of a pay increase, something that would be more across the board. I feel like we all benefit from the public service, and everyone thinks we need to upgrade it. But we do some kind of bond measure that taxes $1 per, you know, whatever you paid for your property. That ends up being the brunt of the burden on fewer people. And it would be nicer if that was across the board, even, because it's something we all benefit from. There was some ballot measure that tagged on. It would be better if it were same amount across all parcels rather than this percentage that's always factored in. And if we do it, you know, it's sales tax increase, that is one of those ways that's more fair. But yes, again, as someone mentioned, we've got Measure P, and that will be extended, and it's to the point where we're paying so much tax. I like the ideas of more creative types of funding. There's a lot of wealthy people here. Maybe there's even private donors that would be willing. So I'm sure that will be more chatter to come about it, but I would just say, if whatever funding we're looking at across the board, fairly per parcel, would be something that I would be on board with. And I think the reason some of these are failing in the other areas are for exactly the reasons I've just mentioned, the burdens that seem to fall on fewer people are rejected. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more speaker, which is a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 705.
Yes, Lorna Moffett here. I think we need to embellish more on what the mayor said, or that we need to utilize the buildings that are around Monterey, because I do not think the voters are going to be able to afford this unless you had a bond that taxed people according to their income. We're all stressed, and this public safety facility, we the public aren't really protected. So as much as I want to protect the police and the city, you know, we don't even have bomb shelters, and now we have Trump and the Chinese talking about an actual war. So I think we're going to have to really start being very creative and look at the city parking lot adjacent to the police department as a potential second place parking that could be underground and above, and looking for other buildings that we could utilize that would be safe for the police. And I know you're going to laugh at this, but I really wouldn't. The safest building of all are tents. And they have marvelous pavilion tents now. You've probably seen them at the conference center. I mean, they are enormous and they're beautiful and they're not costly. And you can put all kinds of cubicles in there. And I think you're going to have to think in much more inexpensive terms, realistically, because that's what it's come to. And people just can't do it anymore. So I don't think realistically you're going to get the money that you need. unless you think creatively. And the safest place to be right now is tents, believe it or not. It's not cement buildings, because no matter how much you build them up, you can't possibly predict what kind of earthquake is going to bring them down. So, Mayor, I think you have a very creative idea of expanding the housing and looking at that as an alternative. Thank you.
And with that, we will go ahead and close public comment. Thank you for all those that spoke. Bring it back to the council. Councilmember Smith, I apologize for cutting you off earlier. I'll pass it back to you to share your thoughts.
No problem at all. I wanted to follow back with what you were saying, and I just did some numbers. And remembering in 1989, when I was working there, and I was an investigative sergeant, we had 64 officers. And it was as a result of the closure of Fort Ord that those numbers were reduced in the following years. But under the roof at 1989, we were at 64 officers in about 18 to 19 non-sworn. And we were jammed then. So I agree that we do need to look at those higher numbers for a combination of what our service needs are today, 10 years and 20 years into the future. Your idea about would there be an opportunity to possibly build out the building, and I think that's what you were getting at, was rather than just making it for what we need, if there's available space, and I'm just thinking collaboratively here, if it's upstairs and we've already got the footprint of the ground floor, and we're talking about doing some minimal space that's upstairs for police and fire that's combined. And if there's still additional room that is also on the second floor, on top of the ground floor, and those are personnel from the city that are non-service facing with personnel that are visiting their offices. In other words, maybe we have personnel that are not in great places, but they could also be in a different portion of the public facility that's the police fire combined location, not down the hall, not in the same doorway, but they come up the same elevator. So I'm wondering if we took that as we go forward and said, okay, is there another option where we are considering building out the second floor and see what space we would have? And then make a decision in terms of, are there other personnel, not public safety, that could utilize that second floor and not encroach on the public safety needs with their own entrance? And it's not a public facility where the public is coming, but the workers are coming up upstairs with an elevator and into that extra space. So maximizing the second floor as well. And in 15 or 20 years, when the police and fire do need more space, it's already there. Now, certainly we'd have to displace some personnel that would be there on the second floor, but why make it only to the size that we need, projecting it 10 years? But I think my thinking is it's more expensive to do the ground floor. It's less expensive to finish it out on the second floor. So I would be interested to hear from the experts later when we come back. Is there another option talking about the second floor to expand the potential for the future? And that's kind of what I would just want to contribute now.
Thank you for your feedback, Councilmember Smith. I appreciate that. Opening up to the rest of the council. Dr. Barber.
Well, with this new enlightened option, we'll call it option 3, I'd like to hear from the chiefs of their comments of what they would think. Is that okay for me to ask
Absolutely.
them that?
You can absolutely ask them that.
So there is another option that we've considered. Perhaps there could be a whole other location that we move to that's a much larger building. So there's other options that I think are out there where we could bring a lot of city services to a different location, different than what we're talking about now. So when you're considering this, I would say consider this option for building that site. But like the mayor talked about, are there other places in the city where we could consolidate all of the city services together in a location? That might be an idea to explore that we've kind of thought about a little bit. It's a little bit off topic from what we're talking about now. I think that we didn't consider at this site bringing other city services in there, but that is kind of a contemporary way of thinking, that it's a one-stop shop. If you have to come and get a permit from planning and then you have to pay for it, you go to planning first to get your permit, you go down the hall and you pay finance for your stuff. So that's a contemporary way to think. In this building, we didn't even go into if we were to build more space for that. There are some problems with that. In a police building, I think Ed address this a little bit though. We can't have people that haven't had backgrounds to have access to police locations because of the criminal history information. But certainly if we had a big building that we all share, and it's blocked off from other areas, I don't think there would be any problem with that. And actually, when we were considering this building, that's why we said, can we consolidate police and fire with some shared physical fitness rooms, with some shared training rooms, with some shared locations where maybe we have cafeterias, those kinds of things that we were sharing. So I think there's benefit in thinking all about that as we delve further into the road and other ideas we might have.
Excellent, thank you. And after Nat, you can go right after, if you don't mind.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for asking us our opinions. I really appreciate that. And I agree with everything Chief Hooper just said. But, in my mind too, one option that we haven't really thought about, I think there might be some validity to it. And I don't want to speak for Chief Hooper. I'm just talking about the fire department right now, is the fire station that's currently here, Station 11. I think I would like to see some options with some really heavy renovations, to keep the existing footprint, maybe demo part of it and rebuild the rest of it. So the station itself is able to be reused, but completely rebuilt and refurbished and brought up to today's building code standards. I'm not a construction expert, but I would believe that would be a lot cheaper than demolishing the building and then building it new again. Obviously, my first choice would be exactly what we're talking about tonight. That's the best option, right? But I think realistically, we might need to be thinking at other options. I agree with Chief Holbert. There's other options from that standpoint, because the fire department, the fire station 11, as far as its size goes, once we get the appropriate size, we're not going to be adding firefighters, because what we're going to be doing is adding another fire station up on the Highway 68 corridor, as growth continues, right? But our fire administration, obviously, that we were all there tonight. It's not adequate now, and it's certainly not going to be adequate 10 years from now. That might be an option that we can do offsite somewhere. You can rent somewhere to provide a fire administration building. You could, there's places in Ryan Ranch and other places that have been discussed. So I think there's more options, and I don't want to stop this discussion because this is the best scenario if possible. But if it's this or nothing, I'd rather say this or something else. So thank you for the opportunity.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I think you had a comment.
That's right. No, thank you. And I couldn't agree more with both of our chiefs, both Chief Miller and Chief Hober. If I could ask Clementine to pull up the slide on alternatives, because I think we all agree maintaining status quo, it just isn't an option given the facility, the needs for the repairs, and it doesn't provide that adequate space for both police and fire. I think there's just reiterating the sticker shock that we all see from the price tag and the big question mark of how do we fund it, in addition to how do we fund all the other facilities that have zero funding currently throughout the city. And Andrea can speak to that, and we'll talk about that soon as well in May when we come back with this discussion with council on overall city facilities and funding mechanisms. But as it relates to this specific site, it'd be helpful to have your support for staff to come back with some other options beyond what is presented today. Not saying that this isn't something that we want to pursue or that it should be taken off the table. I think all options are on the table. It's more of a yes and conversation. You know, what are those options? What do they look like? Chief Miller brought up the option of renovating the existing fire station. Is there an option to do that? Is that a possibility? What does that look like? And then is there an appetite from all of you as members of our city council, as well as the community, to potentially look at an alternative site for the police station? And the only reason why we bring that up is while we love the fact that the police department is located centrally here in our community, in the downtown, accessible to all, it is not uncommon for municipalities throughout California to have public safety, in particular police administration and police, at another location that's not centrally located because there's more room to park vehicles, to park command vehicles for the range and other facilities. One piece, this other alternative that the chief had mentioned is potentially looking at the former McGraw-Hill building as one example. This is a site that is on city land that we own. We don't own the building currently. We would have to discuss, negotiations and talk more long term. But it's a fairly large site that is that is largely vacant, under rented currently in Ryan Ranch, right next to the corporation yard. That could potentially be a site for a future police station that can meet the needs of the department, not only from a staffing perspective, but for parking, as well as having that public safety strength building. So those are just some of the options that we'd like to explore with your support, to come back to council with and return with some of those options of what does that look like? Could we utilize the existing police station and turn it into a one-stop shop for maybe not all the offices, but for permitting, both on the building planning and other permits, to keep a location centrally located to the community, for folks to access, but move some of the other resources offsite. So those are just some initial thoughts wanted to throw in there for your consideration.
So with that, I can conclude what my thoughts were. I appreciate hearing from the chiefs and what they were talking about. And I really do think that I would like to see more information on what I'm calling option 3, to get more of the innovative approach and kind of more bang for your buck, if you will, to be able to, I like the idea that you were talking about, and then kind of what Chief Miller was talking about as far as how kind of elaborated on some things that Ed had talked about with that safety mechanism, because that was my main thing. That's why I wanted to hear from them, because of the safety mechanism. If we added more non-safety personnel, how that would look. And so since they have both chiefs have kind of talked to that and see that there are ways around it, I'd like to see more information on that option.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. Yeah, I also support the idea of consolidating some additional departments. And what comes to mind, and this goes back also to what Councilmember Smith was bringing up earlier, in terms of maybe adding departments that are not necessarily public facing, and I might be off, but what I'm envisioning is maybe something like HR department, IT, right? Folks that work more internal with our internal, right, staff, versus providing a service out to the public. But in general, I like the idea of bringing staff a little bit more closer in a more centralized location, rather than have them spread out throughout the city. I like the idea of McGraw-Hill. I would be curious to really take a look at what that would do for response times. That would be my only concern with that. And just kind of, thinking out loud here, in terms of funding possibilities, and this wouldn't really apply much to MPD, but to fire. fire provides services to other jurisdictions outside of our city. Is there a mechanism that we could leverage there to maybe get some funding from these jurisdictions up front in exchange for the continued service, right? So that maybe that offsets a fraction of the cost. So just kind of thinking out loud there. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Suresh?
Well, before the election, I would have agreed with some of the public comments that are very hesitant about putting more of a load on the taxpayer. But I was very impressed that the MPUSD bond passed. And the reason I was impressed was that I believed that the main discourse going on politically, at least at the federal level, was people were worried about the economy and that played out federally. And so I thought, well, if that's true, then the MPUSD bond is going to face an uphill battle, if that's really what's on people's mind. But the MPUSD bond did pass, which told me people really value education. And the first thing I would do, Nat, is have a one-to-one with PK Diffenbond, find out how he got that bond passed, because that was really quite a success in the economy that we are facing with all the negative stuff about, well, people are worried about, are they going to eat? Can they pay their bills? And look what happened. So people they want quality education, but the issue today is fire protection. So I think we have the perfect time to do a bond, figure out how to do it successfully, parlay it into option 1 or option 2, and get the public to put the money where their concern is. We saw that amazing turnout for fire and safety last month, 450 people really worried about their safety. People want to figure out what to do about trees and be safe. I think this is our time to do a bond and go for it. I would like the location to stay the same. I get very comfortable and familiar, and so I don't like a lot of change, but I think the location analytically is perfect where it is because it's so close to so many schools. Our kids are safer if the MPD stays right where it is. I love it that PD is right across from the library. Is Brian still here? The kids come from the high school, they go down to the library, the homeless come into the library. The library is like everybody's home away from home. And so I love it that the PD is right across the street from our most vulnerable people, our kids and our homeless. So I love the location. I love the idea of a bond. I think people will support it. Maybe go out 40 years to bring the cost down. I don't, what do I know about bonds? What else did I want to say? I think this is our time. I think people will support fire and safety. It's number one for everybody. I think Esther was right.
Councilmember Smith, I see your hand back up there.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to kind of collect some thoughts as we wrap this one up. We still have a lot of work to do, but I think it's all good work. I'm in favor of the concepts of a renewed public safety facility and the options we saw tonight. As I think many of us have said, we want to explore some other options, and I think that's the right way to analyze this. And I think it's continuing the process with maximizing the facility that would be presently where it's at, with some options of the upstairs. And I'm not in favor of shared space. It clearly has to be walled off, different entrance. You know, we're not sharing spaces. We got to get out of that business. But if there's some opportunity to put a few offices on that second story that don't interfere with the public safety, that has its own entrance, I'd like to look at some more of those options. The other option, I'd be open to look at other offsite locations, but my preference is, like Gene just outlined, is to keep it at that footprint for a variety of reasons. Gene has mentioned many of them, but I have a dream. And my dream is that at some point in the future, we have students from Monterey High School coming down for Student Community Academy, that we have more an active, vibrant Explore program, maybe even scouting program. But I think the outreach opportunities from a location downtown with the community room are vastly improved over a distant site like at Ryan Ranch. Response times don't really matter because, you know, as silly as it is that most of the officers don't work there. It's mostly admin. The officers are coming and going. Records is certainly there, but the beat officer is in the car at the beat, in the beat that they need to be, and that's where they respond from. So their response time shouldn't be much affected wherever the police department is. But it's certainly, it's home to a lot of other functions, and I think it belongs downtown as a primary choice. So I'm in favor of moving ahead to give us some more choices. I think there was some good design suggestions by other members of the council that we should look at. We haven't had a resolution to it, but I hope when we come back, when we look at this again, we're talking about the facility that includes the localized facility that we have, that's our jail, Monterey PD jail, that gives us the opportunity for housing, that saves the transportation time having to go to Salinas, where we can consolidate the trips and maximize the manpower hours, where we're not constantly having to run a prisoner that's in custody, that has to stay in custody, felony arrest. They have to be housed in Salinas. If we lose the jail facility on the site, that means the officers, every time they make an arrest, have to drive to Salinas. So we need to consider that into the design, but we didn't talk about that tonight in the design. So there's more details to come. And lastly, I'm sensitive to the property tax option because MPC passed a bond measure a few years back, and then MPUSD has passed 2 bond measures. So I'm sensitive to the fact that the public is already weighted down with several bond measures, but we've got to look at that option as well as an option with the sales tax option. So I don't know where the funding is going to go in terms of where we land on it, but I know that this is a project that we have to figure out a way to do this. And I think once we get further down, we're going to talk in greater length and depth about the potential financing options. And I'm ready to start down that path. But I need to see some more options for the build. And I need to have the assurance that we're completing everything we need in the facility that includes the jail. And would like to, give staff an option to, take a peek at some surrounding properties. But my priority would be to have it downtown. But if there's something not too far away that, comes available, that we could explore that option, we should keep that door open. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for your additional comments. This is not in any particular order. I'm just going to try to share some additional thoughts here. I appreciate my colleagues providing some additional input in regards to thinking bigger, if you will. I almost would ask us to take even a deeper pause and really think about the city overall and what we're trying to achieve. I mean, I know there's discussion around the library and the work that needs to be done there. This isn't to say we have to look at how we do everything now, but if we're not really being thoughtful around how all of the pieces work together, then I think we're shooting ourselves in the foot. So kind of to my point, if the issue is not having enough space at this site, or maybe it's not the ideal site, what does that look like in regards to utilizing the library to kind of build that out more to kind of help with offsetting some of the space? How does all these pieces fit together is kind of my point. There's also the municipal parking lot, and I forgot who had referenced that earlier, right next to the library. So how can that potentially be leveraged or utilized? I do like the idea of trying to keep everything as central as possible, though I can appreciate there being a way of trying to identify some cost savings with trying to utilize some other space. And it doesn't have to necessarily even be the McGraw-Hill building. I mean, I know we have space up in Ryan Ranch that our public works, we own land up there. So and my assumption is that we're not fully utilizing that land. So how can we leverage that space to potentially look at some cost savings there? And kind of what I'm thinking to help minimize shifting offices is, could it be that we're storing vehicles up there? And maybe that's where, like, at the end of the day, at the end of a shift, that's where the police are dropping off their vehicle in a secure space. I don't know what that looks like, and I don't know of the challenges that exist with that. But really, if we can try to keep folks central, that it kind of defeats the purpose when we're separating people, and so. But I also get the cost benefit analysis issue that might exist there. So just something for us to think about. But I appreciate my colleagues' additional feedback there, and I look forward to seeing some additional options being presented to us in the public. I would also say that the feedback in regards to non-public facing, I mean, if that's where our comfort level has to be, but again, I would kind of ask for us to think outside of that. Could there be a certain entrance in the building constructed in a way where there is a public facing space, and people can be escorted? I don't know what that looks like. So how does the movement of people and the services that are being provided, but I mean, even police, there's a space for the public to enter. It's not completely shut off from the public. I went to PG City Hall and everything is closed off. You can't even go into the city clerk. There's a front entrance that you can come into and you stand there and you can talk to somebody. I don't know how the flow of things work, but I'm not going to belabor the point. I think just kind of thinking big and seeing where the opportunities are is kind of what I'm hoping for, at least as an option as we look at this further. I think one of the important things for us to think about is a full cost benefit analysis. So what is the cost of us continuing to bandage things up? What does the cost of our recruitment and retention issues that exist within police and fire have? We have to really fully look at the costs associated with, not just from a real dollar amount, but from the impacts that exist from our failure of not moving forward. So I would want us to think fully about that, and I think it's appropriate for that to be included in maybe once we get a little bit further down the road in a final way forward of a proposal. One thing that I've been having a conversation with the mayors in PG and Carmel. Actually, let me back up, but kind of connected to this. There's been discussions with PG and Carmel, particularly around fire, because we provide that contracting service to create a JPA or some kind of other format of how to manage that relationship. And I'm wondering where the possibilities could be. And this has been some minor level of conversation that I've had with both of those mayors, of expanding that to be some type of public service, public safety, some kind of joint effort. So what does that look like? I know that Carmel is talking about building a new police station over there. And one of the things they wanted to include in their construction was a gun range. So how can we help share some of that? And it kind of gets to your point. I think it was you, Councilor Rash, that was saying something about front loading some of the costs from, or was it you, Garcia? Yeah. Front loading some of the costs from our neighboring jurisdictions. I think they could benefit from the facility. I think the logistics of that obviously would have to be figured out, but I think we need to take a serious look at how do we leverage the relationships to work together more regionally. The fire station and the fire chief brought this up, but the fire station in the Highway 68 corridor, I don't know what we're looking at as far as time frame, but to me that seems to be somewhat in the near term. I don't know how long into the future we're looking at, and where's the cost going to come from associated with that. So when we're talking about thinking about all of these things, how do we incorporate that into the conversation? It's kind of why I'm making this point of us thinking about the vision of what we want our city to be before we start investing in something, because we're only looking at one small narrow thing. I think the last comment that I'll make is regarding the bond. Obviously, that's going to be a huge part of this, and I can't imagine us finding the funding mechanisms to make this work without some type of bond. I think the real question that we have to ask ourselves, and maybe this is another line item that's kind of connected to all this, but we have to really talk about Prop 13. I mean, Prop 13, and this is a big part of staff's presentation when we were talking about economic development, and it's a huge concern because we're not getting the funding locally that's needed to effectively run a city. And so I don't know where I'm really trying to go with that, but I think there's going to be challenges there, but I'm interested in seeing what the outcome of an analysis is in regards to where folks have been successful, where they haven't, and what the opportunities look like moving forward there. So I think I've said enough. I think we've all said enough. I'm going to pass it back to staff real quick for any last minute points that they want to share before we move on to the next presentation.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate the feedback and the input. This is we covered a lot of ground this evening, and I think what I'm hearing is all options are on the table at this point. We're this phase of the Central Public Safety feasibility study that's being brought before you is concluding with this meeting with Jeff being here. The next step will be for us to come back to all of you on a discussion about this Central Public Safety facility. What are the funding mechanisms? What are the options that we discussed this evening? And then how does it relate to the other facility needs that we have as well, because that is part of the equation. It's clear that the preference is to try to have the police facility centrally located if possible, try to think big if we can, but it would be helpful to have some final thoughts or final input while we have the expert who's here, Jeff, who's worked on dozens of projects, to share some more insight based on council feedback, just as a wrap up. And then I'm hearing from Andrea as well about what our next steps are as it relates to public, not only this facility, but other infrastructure needs, so that you all have a roadmap on what to look forward to in the next few months.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. So I love the big thinking. I love the idea that council is really looking at all options. We're fortunate to be one of the architecture teams working with the County of Sonoma on their new government center. Roughly 200,000 square feet, serving roughly 800 employees. And we have, over the course of the last couple of months, looked at a lot of different options of which people are going to be in the building and where the building is going to be on site. It's been a fun exploration, and that project is moving forward. It's got a upwards of $300 million price tag to it. So obviously these projects can continue to grow. I think it's important to make sure that we're putting some boundaries on it to make it achievable. And so really looking at what can you do from a bonding standpoint? What can you do from a funding standpoint? So you're sort of working both ends against the middle and coming to something that can be successful, I think will be really important going forward. We certainly have enjoyed working with PD and fire and city staff on this and look forward to helping the city move this forward any way we can going forward as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I really appreciate all the work that Jeff and Dustin and their staff did on closing out this study. So the presentation of the options, I know they spent countless hours working with fire and PD. And I'm also hearing what Nat is saying, that we need to take a couple of ideas that we heard tonight and explore them a little bit. The other thing that I'd like to just mention is on the next council meeting, we'll have a presentation on the wharf. So as we're thinking about the public safety facility, we also have a wharf. And on the 6th of May, we're going to come back with another state of the infrastructure. And I have and the prices did go down a lot April 1st. No, they didn't. They went up.
You got me for a second.
So I am sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
gotta say.
Thank you. So I am sorry to say that, and then again, just to quote the prices from the last meeting that we had, and this was in May of 2024, we were looking 1 to 5 years, about $96 million in needs for the city. 6 to 20 years, we were looking at about $192 million in needs. So that's a total of $288 million for the next 20 years that we need. The prices, the needs have gone up. We've found more things, and we're also, we had building assessments, so we're refining our numbers quite a bit. I'm not going to give you any spoilers, but unfortunately, we're looking at about $50 million more. So as we look at this very, very important project, we also need to look at the needs of other facilities in our infrastructure.
And Andrea, does that price tag include public safety?
It does not. So the price tag that I talked about last year and that we're bringing back, it does not include the new public safety facility. It does not include the potential building of a fire station on Highway 68. It does not include undergrounding. It does not include sea level rise. It does not include new specific plans, and it does not include electrification.
Library?
It includes library as maintenance and repairs, not as a complete remodel.
All right. Thank you for that.
Yeah. And then as Andrea said, in addition to the state of the city infrastructure, following that, we'll talk about financing options. Rafaela and our team, we're prepared to share some thoughts about sales tax and parcel tax and bond measures, and just to give council a feel for what that looks like. We won't have polling ready to go, but we're going to need to talk about how to fund those projects. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Well, so we don't end on a wet blanket. I'm going to make one final comment here and say maybe task staff with thinking of some kind of positive messaging that we can create around this conversation of the public safety facility, so that we can really start to reinforce some really strong messaging to start getting community buy-in and support. So I don't know what that looks like or sounds like. Monterey strong, or I don't know what it looks like for us to build in something as we continue to have these dialogues, because there's going to be many conversations around this, and it'd be good to start marketing it a little bit in a positive way. So, let's go. All right, let's take a Monterey 5 and let's come back for the next presentation here in a few minutes. Thank you all. Oh, Ed, did you have a question? I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up there.
No, I was just going to say Andrea's joke doesn't count because it's officially about 12:09 on East Coast time. So it's April 2nd.
For some of us, it's April 2nd. I apologize, Ed. We'll try to get to the rest of this as soon as we can, but I appreciate you sticking with us.
I'm good till you don't need me.
Thanks. Number 12, receive Police Department Annual Report 2024. And I'll pass it to Hans for staff introduction.
Yes, and I'll try to pretend to be Hans. I'm sorry, this evening. No, it's okay. April Fools. I'm Hans.
Right, that seemed real. It seemed authentic.
It did. It did. Thank you. And we do have our police chief here to deliver the police department annual report. The rest of the presentations tonight will be from the police department, and we're really blessed to have outstanding police chief with us, who you all know will be leaving our team here in June, and he'll be retiring. I wish it were April Fools, but this will be his last annual report that he'll be providing to our department, and we're very thrilled to have an excellent police department that has so many great achievements and initiatives throughout the year, highly respected for community policing in the community. And Chief Hobart, take it away.
Thank you very much, Nat. Good evening, Mayor, council members. As you know, I'm Dave Hobart, Chief of Police. With me this evening are Assistant Chief Mike Bruno, Lieutenant Jake Pincus, Lieutenant Gabe Castor, and Senior Administrative Analyst Alma Murphy. Not with us tonight, the last member of our command staff is Lieutenant Ethan Andrews, because he's actually working on an investigation. But I thought it was important to have all of our command staff here. I've written some notes. We're going to present 3 items tonight. Item 12, the Monterey Police Department Annual Report, which covers 2024. Item 13, the Annual Report of the Police Automated License Plate Recognition System. And item number 14, the Annual Report and Renewal of the Military Equipment Purchase and Use Ordinance. So starting with item number 12, which, Clementine, do we have the PowerPoint? And do you want to give me, can I do the clicker? So starting with this, I know that we're late, so we're going to try to buzz through all 3 of these reports as quickly as possible while still covering the information. So our annual report is attached to the agenda. It's also been published to our website, and it covers a time period of January 1, 2024 to December 31st, 24, and highlights our achievements, initiatives, and performance over the last year. I'll briefly provide you with an overview and invite you, the public, and anyone who's interested in the Monterey Police Department to please look through the annual report. We'll start with our mission, vision, and values, maybe? Not clicking. I'm just going to keep talking, and then when we get caught up, you can tell me, Clementine. So our mission is that we're responsive to all, second to none every time. I think that kind of speaks for itself. Vision, the Monterey Police Department is a professional, dynamic, and innovative organization with the highest ethical standards. The Monterey Police Department is committed to serving everyone with honor, dignity, fairness, and respect. Our values are MPD, maximize value and train our Monterey Police Department workforce, proactively police the city of Monterey to ensure a low crime rate, and develop, embrace, and enhance community partnerships. Our org chart, which you will see, thank you, Clementine, relates that our structure has 53 sworn, 19 professional staff for a total complement of 72 personnel. We have 3 divisions. Patrol is 1, 2 is investigations administration, and 3 is records, jail, and finance. Looking at our demographics, we're close to matching our community demographics, but there are certainly some areas to improve. Starting, I'm not going to go through all these, but starting with the fact that 72% of our sworn personnel have a BA degree or higher, 28% have a master's degree. In the city, that is 54%. So we're very proud of that stat. 91% of our sworn are male and only 9% are female. So certainly there is room for improvement there. The national average of female officers in 2023 was actually 16.5, to give you a feeling for what the rest of the country is. Our Hispanic sworn staff is 13%, and the city is composed of 21% Hispanic population. So that's in an area for improvement as well. Staffing, actually, that was on the last one. The staffing on the right side there. I talked about this a little bit before when we were discussing the building. Our sworn officers below street ready always hovers between 15 and 19%. You'll see that on the right side, which equates to between 8 to 10 police officers below street ready. And this includes vacancies disability, military leave, and officers that are in the entry-level training prior to becoming solo beat officers. So just because I hire a police officer doesn't mean I can immediately put them in a police car. It takes about a year for us to get what we call solo beat officers. This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier as well. We currently have 6 unfilled positions. 2 are going to retire in June and July. We have 1 lateraling for a promotional opportunity, the sheriff's department. And I currently have 4 on long-term disability. So by July, we will be minus 13 police officers, or 25% below where we currently are. We're having a heck of a time finding people that not only want to be police officers, but also in finding people that not only want to be police officers, but can pass our standards. On the positive side, we have obtained the United States Department of Justice COPS hiring grant to add 2 police officer positions, which we will contemplate at our budget in the next year's budget. And while this is great, the grant only provides about 25% of the total cost for the officer. So while there's some money to subsidize, it doesn't cover those 2 police officer positions. It only covers about 25%. Department activity, I'm just going to buzz through these real quick. I just wanted to highlight these. These are in the report that you'll find about different data points that we're looking at for reports, supplementary reports, and those kinds of things. It covers patrol, CAT, our community action team, traffic, investigations in the jail and records, to include reports, arrests, citations, training, property, etc. Our multidisciplinary outreach team, which we love to talk about because it's a great aspect that we feel is very contemporary in the way that we're offering services, works hand in hand with our community action team. The community action team and Monterey Police Department officers offer services in every contact they make with persons who appear to be unhoused. Monterey PD has collaborated with a myriad of agencies to address homelessness, domestic violence, substance abuse, and other quality of life issues. This collaboration led to the creation of the MDOT and includes various meetings and personnel, and all of the personnel that are not part of Monterey PD, different social workers from different entities, had devoted office space at the Monterey PD that we call touchdown spaces. You saw that when we did our tour, and they work directly alongside Monterey Police Department CAT officers, and that creates relationship so that then they can interact, the police officers and social workers can interact to try to find positive outcomes with the people that we're dealing with. The Monterey Police Department Outreach and Navigation Center, we opened that located at 401 Camino El Estero, and that dedicated space provides a collaborative workspace for the Monterey Police Department, MDOT, and other service providers. It's an ideal location in close proximity to those in need of services. The Monterey Police Department worked with the Central Coast Overdose Prevention Coalition to install free Narcan dispensers at the substation. The Monterey Police Department and the Transit Center to increase access to this life-saving medication. The Monterey Police Department hired a homeless navigator at the end of 2023, and this role focuses on outreach, case management, and connecting individuals with essential resources. The homeless navigator collaborates with officers, service providers, and the multidisciplinary outreach team to improve the city's response to homelessness. Our first homeless navigator was recruited. This is the sad part. Our first homeless navigator was recruited to the new Montage Ohana Center in August of 24. Great program, but that meant that we lost that person, and it's taken us about 8 months to hire somebody else, or maybe 6 to 7 months to hire somebody else. We're hoping to hire that person at the beginning of May, but we've been without because it does take us a long time to find people and hire them. So we'll have a new homeless navigator. Changing gears a little bit, force application in ensuring transparency. We include this in our annual report. Unfortunately, police officers must use force on occasion to effect arrests or overcome resistance. The Monterey Police Department provides ongoing de-escalation training called Integrating Communication Assessment and Tactics and Mental Health Awareness training titled Crisis Intervention Team Training. As the schematic represents, when we need to utilize force, we have at the core the considerations of the sanctity of life, ethics, proportionality, and our values. We train on that schematic that you see there to collect information, assess the situation, threats, and risks, consider the police powers and our agency policy, identify options, and determine best courses of action, act, review, and one of the most important things, reassess to see if we need to get to a different location on what we call that deal, spinning the wheel. Part of force application includes ensuring officers have the tools they need to positively address the issue. Things such as less lethal options, concave shields that we can use to apply body weight and those kinds of things. But these are all tools that we talk about, some of which Michael talked about in the third report that we're going to give tonight. During 2024, there were 30 Monterey Police Department use of force incidents, which is approximately 2.5 a month. Most use of force incidents of those 30, 25 are physical force. That is usually takedowns, control holds, body weight, or pain compliance. We had 3 applications of the taser, 1 OC spray, and 1 less lethal munition. 24 of the 30 incidents involved suspects who were under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or showed signs of mental health issues or combinations of those. Internal affairs complaints. The Monterey Police Department has a specific policy for receiving, investigating, and responding to citizen complaints. The Monterey Police Department contracts for outside consultants to conduct most of those citizen complaints. The Chief of Police reviews all complaints and investigations related to complaints for final disposition. In 2024, the Monterey Police Department conducted 8 internal affairs investigations involving sworn and jail staff. The complaints included procedural concerns, arrest or detention concerns, force concerns, courtesy concerns, bias-based policing concerns, and neglect of duty concerns. Of the 8, 1 was sustained, 3 were exonerated, and 4 are still under investigation. Our accomplishments in 2024, the Monterey Police Department responded to over 45,000 calls for service, booked over 1,000 arrests, issued over 1,500 citations, booked over 3,700 items of property, conducted over 4,000 foot patrols, administered Narcan 12 times, arrested 193 drunk drivers, and worked over 8,100 overtime hours to include 1,100 special event overtime hours. Monterey Police Department detectives were called out during non-business hours on 10 occasions and were assigned 272 investigations past what patrol had done. The community action team attended 94 community meetings and worked with the multidisciplinary outreach team to abate over 500 illegal encampments, provided services to unhoused, and conducted over 169 bike patrol hours. Our priorities for 2025. Staffing has been the top priority for the decade that I have been here. And while I usually can fix a problem within 2 years or get things squared away, this continues to be an issue, as I have explained before. It is incredibly difficult for us to find people that want to be police officers and that meet our strict criteria. As a related, we have a grant to add 2 police officer positions. As we've been talking about this evening, the next priority is a public safety building built in 1959. Want to correct Nat, he said 62 years. It's actually 66 years ago, closer to 70 than 60. Next, we want to continue to build on our success to outreach to the community through Community Police Academy, the CSO intern program, Coffee with a Cop, active attacker training, community meetings, and we this year have a program that we've contracted out with a group called Youth of Promise and Peace Officer Ambassador Program, where many of our police officers have received training, and we've had 3 sessions where we have interacted with youth to form positive relationships for those youth and how they view the police, and also giving police officers a great feeling of helping youth. We have 2 other aspects to that program, and I think that's a very positive thing that we are just finishing up. Other priorities are continue the outreach to the unhoused through CAT and MDOT, and improve and leverage technologies such as our new our records management system, the new automated license plate reader, and other technology advancements, as we're all experiencing in everything that we do. Finally, at the end of our annual report every year, we honor those that have sacrificed their lives in our profession, and 2 that we lost while they were working here at the police department in the last decade or so. This year, We located an officer, Monterey police officer, Honorary Edwin H.E. Pyburn, who died in the line of duty on January 1st, 1925. He was responding to a call on the running board of a patrol car, as that's what they did back then. And as it rounded the corner at Alvarado and Franklin, he fell off, hitting his head and eventually succumbing to his injuries. Officer Pyburn was an Army veteran and a Monterey police officer for just over 1 year when that had occurred. And this year, Lieutenant Castor and I will attend the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in May during National Police Week, where his name will be engraved on the wall. And when that happened to him, they didn't have that wall. Special thanks to retired Officer Adam Costa, who researched all of the information and provided that. And also thanks to Assistant Chief Mike Bruno, who submitted all that information and worked through the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Foundation to get that recognized. And with that, that concludes my report of the annual report for the Monterey Police Department 2024, and can answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. I will say in regards to the recruitment element, I know that that's a challenge as you highlighted in your presentation. Though I have been fortunate to be able to attend most of the community police academy this year. And there are 3 folks in there that I'm hopeful will decide to go to the police academy and join our ranks if we're so fortunate. And my interactions with them have been very positive. They seem motivated and ready to go. And it's obviously a really great space for them to get teed up and ready for that experience and really lock that in. So all the work that you all do above and beyond, which all feeds into the mission, is just really appreciated on behalf of the entire city. So really lots of kudos to you, Chief. And again, I'm sad that it's not an April Fool's joke that you're leaving here with us. So with that, I'll go ahead and open it up for questions from the council. Ed, do you want to jump in? I see you trying to navigate.
I don't have any questions. Just a comment when we're ready for those.
Okay, Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Chief, for the presentation and for the report. Congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
I wasn't sure if it was public yet, so but congratulations. We definitely are going to miss you, but well deserved.
Thank you.
I have a question on the actual report, page 9 of the report. It's packet page 114. There's some of the stats that you already shared in there, and this is specific to the community action team. There's some figures there for 2024 and 2023. The one for 2024 for community outreach meetings, the number's 94, which is awesome, an awesome number. Could you explain a little bit more or detail more what kind of community meetings, like where are these happening?
Sure. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my friend Jake Pincus on without even letting him know. I'm going to have him come and explain, because Jake, and this is the reason that they're here. Jake he's the commander over the community action team, and Sergeant Chris Richardson is the sergeant, but I think it's an opportunity for you to see some of our great talent, and I'll let him explain kind of what those things are. Jake?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and members of the public. The community outreach meetings vary. They vary from everything from a neighborhood asking us to go to a meeting. We do monthly coffee with a cop meetings at various coffee shops. We do, I don't even remember if it's semi or bi, but I think it's twice a month, bi-monthly meetings for MDOT and what we call our larger homeless outreach population. So that includes everybody from Central Coast Overdose, CERT substance use response team, CSOL, VTC, America's Finest, Montage Health, Aspire Health, Monterey County Behavioral Health. Those meetings happen every twice a month. And then on top of that, we also host meetings for other organizations at the Navigation and Outreach Center. So Mothers Against Drunk Driving. We have I think it's SAM, SAHM, which is it's for the student overdoses. They host their meetings with us at the Navigation and Outreach Center as well.
Awesome. That sounds great. And thank you for listing, because I think many times, right, we think of our police officers being out and about, right? But we don't necessarily see, right, these interactions that are happening with community and other groups as well. So thank you so much for that.
Absolutely.
Couple other questions here. Chief, you had mentioned that homeless navigator may be hired sometime in May. At least that's the goal.
Yes.
Is there someone already being interviewed, or what?
Yes. So that's a whole process that we've gone through, because we have to work with HR like hiring anybody else. But then because they're at the police department, they have to go through a background. So we have a candidate right now that's in backgrounds, and we're hoping that that's going to be done. We have outside entities that do that background for us. And I was just asking today in preparation for this, and we're hopeful for by May 1st.
Awesome. Sounds great. In terms of the location, I have received some feedback about maybe some increased activity there with, especially with the restrooms being there, of folks staying there overnight and maybe just lingering there a little bit longer than expected or desired. Anything that
Absolutely. So part of the reason that we were looking at that building was we were getting a lot of complaints about this very thing. There were people that were congregating, and we had complaints of people using drugs and those kinds of things at that actual building. So that was part of our thought process, is not only to be in a place where we can offer services that's very close to them, but also have them see us, because we know that there's also community members that use the park there and that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. So at nighttime, we usually the officers, sometimes at nighttime, they might go there to write reports. But just having the presence of us there, I think, dissuades some of those folks specifically that maybe are doing more nefarious things in the bathrooms. But that's the kind of thing that we like to hear, so that we're aware. And Jake heard you say that, and he'll make sure that we pay more attention to the bathrooms and that kind of thing. But that's one of the very reasons that we decided to go there.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
For all the questions.
Who wants to go next? Dr. Barber?
Mo. So, is this for the ALPR?
No, this is
This is
the police report.
Okay. Well, then I don't really have any questions, just to say thank you for all that you do. I just appreciate, even from the first day when I did the tour with you, and how you were very dedicated to having things to be done in a very equitable way for everybody, and making sure that the city was safe. And so thank you for that. And not only talking it, but actually walking it. And congratulations again with your retirement.
Thank you. It's actually my honor to be able to do it.
Councilor Rash, do you have any questions of this?
How sad it is to lose you, and hope you go on to many wonderful things that make you happy, but you will be so missed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I will miss everyone here. Thank you.
Definitely a bittersweet moment. I think definitely will be missed, but also, as Councilman Garcia said, we're just super happy for you and your transition. I think with that, we will take it out for public comment. So for those that are on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber? Anybody?
Other than I'm really sad.
Yeah.
I'm sad to hear that. I really thought it was a April joke.
Oh yeah. If folks are on Zoom, I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 3 folks on Zoom, so go ahead and I'm gonna ask folks to keep it to 2 minutes, just so that we can get through the rest of our agenda here. So let's go 2 minutes, and we'll start with our Zoom callers.
All right, Tammy, you can go ahead first.
I just want to say thank you, Chief, for your years of service and protecting our community and doing the job that you've done. That's all. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Next, we have Esther.
Hello again. Just I wanted to say I actually am really sad to see Chief Hober go. I thought when Hans told me about it a couple of weeks ago at the community academy that he was joking with me, but sadly he wasn't. His presence in our police department has really, I think, shaped the culture that all of us have benefited so much from, including his staff. I wanted to point out some of those statistics that he shared, with those thousands and thousands of calls and incidents. When you think about that many, things that they've dealt with, when we're talking about a police force of maybe 50 people, that's pretty tremendous. I mean, they have to deal with our daily population increasing to twice what our residents are on top of all of these events. And I just think it's really impressive that that small of a staff has been able to put in and have so many successes and all those contacts that he cited. And just I want to thank them all for their ongoing collaboration in my neighborhood, particularly. Years ago, when we were having problems here at Laguna Grande Park, we partnered very early on with Jake and Kat, and we have not had anything anywhere close to the problems that we were having back then. And I'm glad to see that the program is spilled over to other communities, and I'm sure that they are spending as much time with other neighborhoods as they have with us, and we'll have a lot of ongoing contact with them. They're a tremendous asset to our community, and I thank them all. As you know, I'm a big fan of all of theirs, and hopefully you guys will be too when you attend the next community academy. Thank you.
And lastly, we have Chinyere.
Hi, I'm also on the East Coast, so it's pretty late here, so this will be pretty brief, but I also wanted to express my thanks to Chief Hober. I actually did the Community Academy. I spoke about it at one of the previous meetings, and it really was the first introduction to the city of Monterey and different services. It had a very big impact on me, just an appreciation of everything that MPD does and everything that city staff does as well, and really reinforced my interest in continuing to find ways to be involved. I did have a question as it relates to the conversation about the public safety building, and was wondering about Chief Ober's thoughts about police substations, and that could potentially be like an out of the box idea in terms of finding funding or being able to address the needs of the city.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we'll have Chief Hober come up and try to answer that last question for us here.
Great. Well, first off, thank you very much for all of the positive comments, and certainly the staff of the Monterey Police Department, which is really what makes us the great organization that we are, appreciates the positive comments. And personally, thank you to those folks for the nice comments and for being on the East Coast and calling in. So substations are an idea. Some police departments use those. I will say that with our navigation center, we purposely don't make that a substation where there are officers that are there. And I'll just tell you from my history with the San Jose Police Department, which was about 1,200 cops serving a population of 1 million. One of the strengths was that they didn't have a substation until about 5 or 7 years ago. And at the time, we used to complain about that all these other police departments have substations, but that was a strength for the things that we talked about earlier, because you had all those police officers always together in briefing. You had detectives always together. And while sometimes we thought that wasn't the contemporary way to go, it was a very positive, synergistic way, kind of like our MDOT team, of having everybody together. So my professional opinion on substations is that I would not want to separate our entities. And so having the station like the navigation center is good to go have officers write reports and that kind of thing, have somewhat of a presence there. but especially for a city our size, I think that we have to have a centrally located police department. All right.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Any last minute comments from the council? I think we've said what needed to be. Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Chief, for your last comment, because I think you just demonstrated one of the strengths that you have is that, the clarity of communications, the succinct way that you operate and your expectations of your personnel. You model it and you deliver it, and you are able to influence and what appears to be so easily with your staff. And so kudos to you. And to add on to the comments, and we're going to have comments later because June is not here yet, but you're going to be missed and really appreciated the value that you brought to this community. So when I look at your uniform sitting here, and I love the fact that I get to see the Monterey Police Department patch, because that looks so much similar to, what I wore for so many years. But what you're doing is representative of what I just feel like in some years I missed with the leadership that wasn't there, but also the fact that you have held on to the culture and made it better, and you've strengthened all of the systems that seem to work so well. And so you have also delegated appropriately, and I see it, and I see how you involve people, that you have people that are ready to step up to leadership responsibilities and capacities. So I really appreciate that about you. Just the comment I had on the report, so much appreciate all the efforts, and I know what it takes to handle all 45,000 calls, and those are interactions with the people. And I'm struck with the statistic of so few complaints with the percentage, and you compare the numbers, and it just stands out as a representative of the integrity, the professional standards that our police department demonstrates in their interactions with our community. And certainly in all those calls at the answer, there's going to be a mistake. We're human, but vastly 99.999% of those calls are successful in resolution and leaving the community with the feeling that they love this community because the service is such a high level. And so you're the reason, and you impact the organization to make sure that that is a high level. So just thank you for that, and thank you for the report and the comprehensive statements of showing how active and busy our personnel are, and much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said, Councilmember Smith. You said one thing that I'll highlight as we transition to this next item, which is it's important for us to recognize how many calls our police department handles in a given year compared to our fire department. And so I just kind of wanted to recognize that, because I know that there's a feeling that exists within our police force around prioritization and getting some of the love. And I think that the conversations that we were having earlier in this evening session hopefully will help address some of that. But we need to have more conversations and finding ways to support our police officers that are doing all of the work to make sure that we keep our community safe. So with that, we will move on to item number 13 on our agenda. Receive annual report of the police I'm starting to lose it myself. Report of the police automated license plate recognition system. With that, I'll pass it to Nat.
Okay.
To do the staff.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. Again, we have our Chief of Police here, David James Hober, to deliver a presentation on the automated license plate reader program, which is really a true success story. It's an example of how we are utilizing technology to provide a more robust service to the community in a more responsive police department with limited resources that we have. It's a great tool. Chief Hober will talk about it, and glad to have him report out on it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Nat, Mr. Assistant City Manager. And I appreciate the James part. That was my father's name, so I like to recognize him that I lost about 25 years ago. So thank you for that. So I'll turn to item 13, the annual report of the police automated license plate recognition system. And the ALPR system on April 2nd, 2024, so almost exactly a year ago, council directed that the Monterey Police Department proceed with implementation of the police ALPR system. 2, that the police chief bring an ALPR report to council a year into the program. 3, that the ALPR audit be shared with the city attorney by the chief of police. And 4, that any changes to the policy be brought to city council for approval. Just to go over the timeline, on April 2nd, we had the council provided that direction to implement the ALPR system, the police ALPR system. On September 17th, council approved procurement. And on December 12th, 2024, the system went live. Lieutenant Castor did a whole lot of work to ensure that we got that to go. He was the one who was in charge of this whole project. So it went live December 12th, 24, and this report for the audit only covers December 12th, 24 to February 28th, 25. That is the audit period. Those results were provided to the city attorney. Now, I've gotten about 5 questions about this. Why did you only do it for 2 months? Why are we going to council now? So I just want to explain that. Council gave me this direction last April, so I'm coming a year after that direction was given to April. Because we went live in December, we only had 2 months, and I need time because we have to have these reports done and the stats and those kinds of things, that we only did the audit for those 2 months. Next year, the audit will be similar to our annual report and similar to our military equipment report that Mike will give after this. And they'll all be calendar years from January to December. So this just gives us an opportunity for me to report out to you, kind of give you where we are now, but then it will put everything online with calendar year. And when April comes next year, you'll get all 3 of these reports with a full year's worth of that information. So that's how we are with the current time frame. Cameras, we have 34 active stationary cameras. 5 stationary cameras are pending installation. Those are on state and private property, so it's taking us longer to have agreements and deal with the state and that kind of thing. We have 15 mobile ALPR cameras and marked cars. We are currently sharing with 6 agencies, and we have access to 306 ALPR networks across the state. We do not share out of state or with the federal government. There's a map of our location, most of our locations. That map's a little bit cut off, but almost all the locations are located on that map. Our audit confirmed compliance. However, with that audit, there's a policy section that I'll talk to you when I get to the policy section that I want to make that I've made some adjustment to inform you of that. And there were 2 other things in that when we get to the policy that I'm changing based on the direction that you gave me when we started this that will now be captured in policy. So the cameras capture approximately 12,500 vehicles per day. The Monterey Police Department performed approximately 366 searches per month related to approximately 35 investigations. The investigations included robberies, burglaries, stolen vehicles, and missing persons. I want to explain this a little bit for how those numbers make sense. So the examples, we had a hit and run of 2 pedestrians right down on Del Monte, and we did 273 searches through our ALPR system. And that was not a success. We didn't identify who hit those pedestrians. And so I bring that up because that's one case that we do 273 inquiries on because we're constantly trying to see if we can find other ways to figure out where that vehicle might have been. So when you see those numbers that we do 366 searches per month, related to 35 investigations, that's because we're constantly in there trying to gain leads based on that information. I'll talk about some successes, and when I do, I'll talk about another aspect that kind of clears this up. On a robbery, we had 92 searches in the system, and a major theft, we had 85 searches. So those just examples of the numbers of searches we're doing to try to develop leads when we're doing investigations. This is our Monterey Police Department ALPR transparency portal. When I reported to you before, I showed you a picture of a transparency portal from another agency. I don't remember what it was, but there is ours. This is online. You can go to our Monterey Police Department webpage or do a simple Google search and this will pop up. It shows a lot of the information that is a part of this report, like the numbers that I just reported out on. Specific to where we've had aid to investigations over that 2-month period. So on January 1st, we recovered a stolen vehicle. January 6th, it aided us in criminal threats investigations. January 14th, it aided in a physical altercation and battery on an elderly individual. February 6th, we had a stolen vehicle and subject arrested. February 18th, it aided in the arrest of 2 subjects involved in a residential burglary. February 24th, you might have seen this one on the news. It aided in the arrest of 2 subjects for business burglaries involving ATMs in both our city and the city of Pacific Grove. The other story that kind of highlights how we use this involved a case that we just did a media release on last week, where a subject pointed a gun at another subject into his throat, pulled the trigger, the weapon did not go off. And that in that case, sometimes these things kind of interrelate with other investigative techniques that we have. We had video from the hotel where that happened, but on a lot of these videos, you can't catch the plate. But what we had was a good description of the car. So then what we can do is we can look at the ALPR to see the description of the car, like cars. And from that, we then can get the license plate to give us at least a lead. That doesn't mean that the registered owner was a person who did that, but it connects us to other leads. From that license plate, we developed information on who a subject might be. I can't remember one of the agencies, I think it was Seaside Police Department. It was Seaside PD, ended up in a pursuit with that vehicle. The subject got out. We had to call our SWAT team out because we knew that he had a gun. They searched for hours and hours and hours in the heavily wooded Poison Oak area, which are the kinds of things that they do on occasion. And we're not able to locate him. But then they developed another lead because they knew who the subject was from that license plate. And we ended up determining that he was in a hotel, and we're able to arrest him at the hotel, bring a very violent subject into custody. So that's just an example of how just because we're reading these license plates, it's really just a pointer and gives us other leads that then we have to do more detective work to do the other regular detective things that we do. So switching gears a little bit, turning to the policy, you have the policy attached to the agenda report. And on the policy, there are 3 updates to that policy that I have highlighted for you so that you could easily find them. The first one is section 433.4.1. And what that did was it added into the policy that we have to do an annual report, and that we have to advise you of changes to the policy. So you'll see that annual reporting within 1 year of approval of the AMPD ALPR system, and annually thereafter, the chief of police or the authorized designee will present an ALPR report to the city council related to the ALPR system to include changes to the policy. So that was the first change. Next is 433.7 sub G. This is where I was talking about when we did that audit, the way our policy read, and you can see where we've crossed out and added language here. It read that if you were searching the ALPR, you could use a case number or put the reason that you were doing this. Well, when we did the audit, Lieutenant Andrews, when he did that, he found that there weren't some case numbers in there. So we looked at the policy and said, well, why aren't they putting the case numbers in there? Well, it's because the policy kind of said either or. So my suggestion is, or what I'm changing the policy to, is that it must be documented with the associated Monterey Police Department case number or incident number. And the specific reason for the inquiry will only be entered when due to extenuating circumstance. Sometimes we might not have a case number, but that's the off chance that we don't have a case number. So what I'm doing is I'm tightening up this policy that I didn't write the right way the first time because it was kind of an either or. So that's the second change. And third, under 433.8 is that the audit would be forwarded to the city attorney. So that relates that after review by the chief of police, the memorandum will be forwarded and reviewed by the city attorney. So those were the 3 updates to the policy. And with that, discussion, direction, and questions.
Thank you, Chief. Opening it up for questions, please.
Oh, I love that you added the 433.8 about adding in the case number. I love that that came from you. I didn't come from any of us. It tells me that you did tighten the grip on any attempt to wander around the reports, and I like that. You hear these stories of somebody checking out their brother-in-law or whatever, kind of wandering around, and that will, to this layperson, that tightens that grip, as you said. So I really, really appreciate that.
And just to clarify, and I know you're not saying this, but it was, as a boss, I learned sometimes that I don't write things right and the officers aren't doing anything. They're just, that's how they read it. And so that's why we point out, oh, you know what? It's better if we have the case number.
Right.
So thank you.
Right.
Any other questions? Joe Garcia.
Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. I have a few questions. I went to the portal and pulled up one of the maps that's available that shows, I think, the locations of the cameras, but the markers are a little bit large, so I can't really get a sense of where they're located. But that entire map got me wondering if you might have a breakdown of how many cameras are installed by district.
I don't, but I could. I could do that for you.
That would be useful.
I will tell you that when we contemplated where those cameras went, it had nothing to do with district. It had all to do with what are the best ways to make sure that we have cameras in locations so that not only can we capture them when they come in, but if they have areas of travel they go to. An example of that is the hit and run that we couldn't figure out. Somehow we couldn't capture that plate. But I could certainly provide that, but I just want to be very clear that those districts that never went into how we were deciding where cameras go.
Right. Yeah. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add, I didn't mean to cut, but why don't you finish your thought?
Well, what I was going to say is that yes, that may have been the case, but for me, I'd like to see what is that breakdown, even if that wasn't, if the district boundaries were not an intentional item that was looked at. And what brought that also up for me is that I do see some areas on the map that don't have any cameras, right? So just me trying to look at more specifically what are those routes that you were considering and that kind of thing.
And I can explain that to you a little as well. So what I did was I asked one of our sergeants and a lieutenant to please look at how they could best capture any car coming or leaving the city, and then what the best routes for us to capture the cars that they're moving around in the city. Mm-hmm. And then after we went through that, then some of us also looked at that and we readjusted some of those because we wanted to make sure that we were capturing certain areas. One example is the Beach and Tide area that I moved a camera or two there because I knew that neighborhood was adamant. They were the first neighborhood that was adamant about having cameras up there. So we purposely moved some cameras to ensure that was getting captured. So that was kind of the process that we went through.
And I mean, I also think about, for example, District 4, and I reference District 4 because that's where I live, having Del Monte and North Fremont as very busy streets, right? How does that compare to another district, right? That doesn't necessarily have those major arterials. Yeah.
Or stores.
Did you want to?
Yeah. No, I was just going to add 2 points. One, it's like maybe some more residential districts like District 3. I imagine may not have as much because it's mostly kind of almost purely residential in huge portions of it. But I had the same thought in regard. I saw the map and so, but the map in the presentation, I think, had smaller dots and it made it easier to see. So I think just maybe if we can update the one that's publicly available, so it's easier to identify. And I think what would be helpful, and maybe this kind of gets to Gino's thing, because I had an additional thought of it would be helpful to know in a maybe a written format exactly where the cameras are. So if it would identify like the cross street, and then maybe what, I don't know if it needs to be where in the cross street, but if it identified like the cross street and as a second page to the map or something, and then maybe to get to Gino's point, maybe it identifies the district somehow as well in that. I think would be helpful just for transparency and letting the public know where that they are.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Next question, about the various examples of when the system was used. I just wanted to clarify, and I'll use the last event as an example, because that happened recently, and I was keeping a close eye on that, where the businesses were burglarized that had ATMs. I'm curious, was that Monterey system that aided in that investigation, or were those plates captured in a different jurisdiction and then that aided?
I don't know exactly for each one of those. We do interact with all of the different agencies because that's the benefit of being on the peninsula. But those two cases, one was in Monterey, one was in Pacific Grove. And by looking at both of our cameras, it assisted. I don't remember exactly how that all unfolded, but I know we used both systems in Pacific Grove and Monterey because there's two aspects to the camera. One is that we're capturing data, and like we might just have a description of the car, but we don't have the plate. So we got to look at other aspects where we have the plate and the cars in certain areas because we know that it went from here maybe to Pacific Grove. So one is capturing those, and the other then is alerting us that this car is now in this area, so officers can go to that area to see if they can find the vehicle. And so I don't know specifically on that case.
Okay.
I know that both systems, PG and Monterey, were used, but I don't know the specifics of that.
Got it. And I'm just, I guess in my mind, trying to understand to what extent the cameras in Monterey are aiding, right, these investigations. Or are we also still capturing, data or license plates from other jurisdictions that are aiding these investigations? But it sounds like there could be a combination.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's both. We're using data from the different systems because we know that the subjects don't just stay in our city, they're going all over the place. And so that helps us locate them.
Exactly. Great. Thank you. And the next question I have first, I think would be for our city attorney. In terms of the changes to the policy, does that require a different action by council? I mean, are these changes, this night we're receiving a presentation, right?
I think I'd have to go back and check, but I'm pretty sure the police chief can make the changes without council approval, and we just sort of report on the changes to the council annually. Do I have that right?
Well, that's the discussion is what you want to direct me to do. So I will tell you that there's one policy that by the state legislature I have to bring before you. That's the policy that Mike is going to present next. There's no other policy that I have to do that on. At the meeting when you directed this, you said that I had to bring those changes to you. So the question is, do you want me to come to you anytime that I need to change it before I change it? Or would you prefer, and this is my preference, that if I need to make changes, I do that. And then in my annual report, I come and advise you of that. I will tell you that if it's the former, where I have to come to you if I want to make a change to this before I can actually implement, it creates issues for me. For the example of the place where I wanted to tighten that up, well, now I have to go through a whole process to create this report and come to you and ask for your permission before I can do it. Or I can come to you after I've done it, tell you this is what I've done, and then you can give me direction. I don't really like that you did it that way, or why did you do it, or that kind of thing, and give me direction. So it would be my preference as a department head to deal with my policies and report those out to you. And then if you have an issue with that, then you tell me, I'd rather that you wrote it a different way, or whatever that input would be.
Okay. And is that in line with what city attorney would recommend, or?
Yes, yeah. So the police department has a ton of different policies on everything from booking evidence to how do you make an arrest to all kinds of things. And case law changes, laws change. We collaborate all the time on policy updates, but those don't come before the city council. And as the chief stated, the one that does is the equipment, because the state law requires that too.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. So going back to that same change for 433.7G, I had to read it a couple of times with the redlining to really, I think, understand, and you've confirmed that what I was hoping to hear. But I'm wondering still if it would be worthwhile to, even if there is a case number or an incident number, to still add a reason for the inquiry, knowing now, especially that there could be multiple searches happening, right? So the reason why the multiple searches are happening versus somebody just going in there and doing multiple searches. Does that make sense?
Well, I understand the question, but having the case number is a better way to do that. And actually, to the city attorney's point, I sent this to her and she reviewed it, and she actually changed the wording here a little bit because we do work back and forth so that it made more sense from her perspective as well. So the case number is better than having a reason, because now they have to have a specific case number. Now, when we do the audit, we can look and say, this case number makes sense that they were searching for this type of a car versus just the reason. And before it was either or. Now it's a case number. You have to have a case number if there is a case number. But if there's not a case number and you have to search for it for another reason, then you have to put that reason in there. And then it's the one off that they would be doing that. And then when we do the audit, we're going to say, well, why didn't you have a case number? And there could be extenuating reasons why that would happen.
Sorry, I kind of lost you there for a second. So if there is a case number,
that's the preference. That's better.
An incident number, but somebody goes in and searches for a completely different reason, is it required at that point then to submit a reason for the inquiry? Is that what you're saying?
No. So if they're searching, they need a case number or an incident number. That's the number one thing they have to have. And then they put that case or incident number in there. However, there might be a time when they're searching for some reason that I don't know what that reason is right now, because when I'm writing policy, I don't know exactly what's going to happen. I need to leave a little bit of a valve so that if they are doing some other kind of investigation and it's beneficial to search, that's when they put the reason is. But now when we do the audit and there's not a case number, that's a red flag to us to go say, hey, you wrote this was the reason, but why didn't you have a case number? And then we're going to look into that further. With a case number, it's easy for us to confirm. Now we can go to the case number. We can pull up the case. We can read there was a red Datsun that was involved, Nissan that was involved in that. And if they're searching it and they're searching for some black truck, that's an issue because the case number doesn't back that up. So the case number has better backing, better documentation. It's a better way for us to capture that.
Yeah, I'll probably wrap this point up soon, but what I'm saying is if a case number is used, but it's used to run a search for a different reason, so how would anybody know? Because
when they do the audit, what we should be doing is looking at that case number and making sure that that case number matches the reason that they were searching. So that's the example of if they put a case number and then we look at the case number and it shows that the vehicle involved was a red Datsun, but they have searched in the system for a black truck, then we're going to ask them, hey, you were searching for this. This case had a red Datsun. Why are you searching for a black truck under this case number?
Okay. I'm not quite there yet, but I'll move on to my next question. Trying to make sense of my own question. So, 433.9 releasing ALPR data. There's mention here of the various agencies that the data could get released to or not to. And I just wanted to highlight, it's great that federal agencies such as ICE are not included on this list. But I'm curious if you could share if there are other agencies that you would be sharing data with, and then they in turn could share with a federal agency such as ICE.
So currently we're sharing with 6 agencies because this policy relates that we have to have an MOU with them. For them for us to share that with them, they have to sign an MOU that says they are going to comply with our policy. And that policy relates that we will not share with out-of-state agencies or any federal agencies. So that's the MOU that they sign.
Got it. So then if one of those agencies does share, then they would be in violation of the MOU.
Yes.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? Maybe for our city attorney, if, let's say we share it with a federal agency that's on the approved list, we have the MOU and they violate that MOU by sharing it with, let's say, ICE, and ICE takes an action on a certain individual. From a legal perspective, how much standing is there in ICE's action related to that person because another federal agency violated the policy? How much risk, I guess?
To the city, we should be covered as best as possible. There's typically an indemnity agreement in those MOUs. So if someone acts outside of the bounds of the law and does something like that, we should, and then we get sued by someone who's illegally detained from ICE or something like that, if that's what you're talking about.
I appreciate the way that you're looking at it because I
Okay.
know that you're looking at it from the lens of protecting the city, but I'm talking about that individual. Let's say there's an individual that's picked up. What risk is there to that individual? What kind of protection is there for that individual if that information was inappropriately disclosed?
That is not an area of the law I have practiced. I'd have to research that. What would be that person's defenses and against an arrest? Maybe deportment, being deported, or that's.
And if an entity did that, so we don't share with the federal government. So to play that through, what would have to happen is that one of the agencies that we have an MOU with, which is not the federal government or out of our state, shared with the federal government that then sets into place the scenario that you're discussing. We would then no longer share with that entity. We would not share our data with them anymore after that. And because they would be in violation of what we said that was part of our agreement.
Sorry, I keep taking your
No, good point. Thank you. Last question. 433 10 under training. There's a sentence: the training shall at a minimum review the ALPR policy.
Yes.
So I'm trying to get a better understanding of what that training is. If it's just the policy or.
No. I'll ask Lieutenant Castor to come and describe the training that we've provided to all of our staff related to ALPRs.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. So we provided training to all of the officers before they were able to use the system, as well as our records folks. And it was going through the policy. Then I created a PowerPoint presentation, which highlighted some of the very important things here in the policy, which we went through as well. And then we had the company, Flock, do a training on the actual program. So to show people how to search, to show them that where they needed to put a case number, and all the other ins and outs of the policy, not the policy, the actual website that we use when we're doing the search. So there were 3 different aspects to it. And we signed off every single officer when they went through that training and on all those different aspects.
Approximately, what's the length of the training?
It was about, for the whole thing, hour and a half, give or take.
Okay, thank you. I guess my general question there would be, would it be worthwhile to include that in this subsection, right? That the minimum would be reviewing the policy, but also, A, B, and C, whatever those other options are, or other items are.
I mean, we could put that in the policy. I would say that the policy really outlines everything that it is that we heard from you. This policy was written based on best practices from other agencies. And so this really is the core of that training. So I could put a sentence in here that it's at least an hour and a half long, but really all that we would add to what Gabe just said was we cover the policy and all of the issues that are in the policy, but also that we cover how the system is used and the dynamics of how they search. I think that's the add-on that's in addition to the policy. It's really just how to use the system is the only add-on other than the policy.
Okay. I guess where I'm coming from with that question or suggestion is, how is someone going to read this beyond our time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know, 15, 20, 30 years down the line, right? How is somebody going to interpret this? Oh, we just need to review the policy and that's it, right? Maybe have a little bit more, I don't know, added to it, to this section specifically to really highlight the need for training is where I'm coming from, but I'll leave that as a suggestion there. Thank you.
Great.
Please. And then I'll get to you next, Councilmember Smith. I see your hand up there.
So thank you so much, Chief, for this. I really like the transparency portal. It talks about a lot of different things as far as the number of vehicles detected in the last 30 days, being 410,269. I was like, am I sleepy and just misread that? But also to look at that in comparison to the searches in the last 30 days, when comparison, it's not even 1%. Because it's like 216 in the last 30 days. So I'm putting those numbers in perspective. But it also talks about the hot list. Can you talk a little bit about the hot list policy? Because I noticed even with that, it's not even 1%. But can you talk a little bit about what the hot list policy is and the hot list hits and the difference between that and searches, please?
So the hot lists or other lists that we have in there is if a vehicle is confirmed to be used in a crime, then we enter it in through different systems. One's like the stolen vehicle system. One is a missing person system. One is a hot list system that it gets entered into that system. So that's different than the capturing of those cameras when they're coming to the city. That tells officers, hey, this car, if they're getting the hit on the fixed cameras, then they might get a ping that this car just drove through this area, through this camera, and the hot list or that information would tell them that car just went through this area. That's different than the investigative searches, which is kind of on the backside. So the two aspects are when they're looking at like the case with the with the pedestrians that were hit, we're searching that to see if that cars or cars that are similar to that, that might give us a lead, are in there. That's not getting a hot list hit. That's the investigative part versus a hot list. So in the example of the guy, this is a good one, the guy with the gun, we were able to develop that license plate by using the flock. That was an investigative aspect. But then it's in the system now that this person was involved in this violent crime, and that's how Seaside hit on it. So now it's hitting on us, telling us, hey, that car is over here now, so that then we could go try to locate that violent suspect.
Councilmember Smith?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Chief, I want to highlight a couple things that, I know that the training we just discussed with the council and about an hour and a half training, and I would imagine that that will become part of the onboarding for field training. It'll probably become part of the checkoff where the field training officers are going through, what is the FTO program now, about 16? Well, no, it's probably about 20 weeks. So after the academy, probably about 20 weeks of FTO. So I've got a high level of confidence that the training is not just something that is done in 5 minutes, but it's obviously much more of a higher level commitment there. I wanted to ask you, in terms of this short period of time of operation, has your audit showed you, or your investigation results showed you, that we are still missing significant portions of the city, that you would come back to us at some point and say, if 4 more cameras were put here, we could really make sure we didn't miss that hit and run? Because I'm sure that there's investigations where the circumstances of the surrounding lighting, direction of traffic, things that get in the way to obstruct full view of a long enough period of time for a car to reveal its front license plate or its back license plate. So are there any standout locations where you have a sense that we probably should be looking at expanding?
I don't think we have enough information at this time because it's really only been operational for almost 3 months. But I think that would be a good thing to look at next year. And, do we need to add cameras, or should we adjust some cameras and move them to some other choke points? That was a word I couldn't think of earlier, Councilmember Garcia, of where we were looking at. Choke points is what we're really interested in. So at this point, we haven't identified any of those, but that's certainly something that we will be cognizant of when we are looking at this over the next year.
Yeah, thank you. And I think with the number of pass-throughs of the data that's captured and the relevant investigations that you revealed, that success in this short period of time reveals to me that we're on a good thing, and we're on an enhanced tool that is giving us results that we would likely not have the same results without the cameras. And so I think the mindset for the culture should be, as we move forward and we consider moving a camera or adding a camera and enhancing this, it's with a full understanding that this is something that we're going to see the fruits of this investment continue to give results. And that's where we want the modern technology to provide this equipment to our officers. But I think you said this before in the presentation last year, the real strength of this system is the fact that it's not just so we know they did something in our city and they leave and we can't find them in our city. The fact that it's connected to all the other police departments throughout, beyond our region, gives us the data to be able to have extended leads. And so I think I just wanted to echo that this has been a success so far. I think we're going to see continuing successes in the future, but I just think that our look should be to constantly evaluate whether we are missing something in the platform of the coverage, the total coverage that you desire. And so if that comes back next year, I'd be supportive to close any gaps that we've identified.
Thank you.
I want to circle back to one of the things that Gino raised in 433.7, and I wonder where he might have been trying to lead to, which I think I understand where he was going with it and trying to maybe tighten things up a little bit. So one of the things that I look at is subsection C, where it says members approved to access ALPR data under these guidelines are permitted to access the data for legitimate law enforcement purposes only, such as when the data relate. Ooh, I think there should be an S there. Relates to a specific criminal investigation or department related civil or administrative action. So I read that and I'm thinking, how can that be misconstrued in a way that allows somebody to interpret that more broadly than the intended purpose? So they could be doing something for a legitimate law enforcement purpose. And I guess where I have trouble is trying to fully think through those extenuating circumstances, but I think it's appropriate to leave that in. So there's two parts to what I'm saying. The first is maybe part of the annual report could include some kind of summation of examples of what those extenuating circumstances look like, so that we can work through those situations and have some transparency around why those are used. But secondly, I don't know if some clarity around subsection C could be helpful, that more clearly ties the action of an officer going into the system is related to the case that they're actually working on, as opposed to some other case and that's completely unrelated, to try to fall in line with the idea of a legitimate law enforcement purpose. I'm not sure if I'm fully making sense with that last one, but to me, what I think about is like, it's kind of like a need to know type of thing. You might have a secret clearance or a top secret clearance, but just because you have a top secret clearance doesn't mean that you're going to get all the top secret information that's available. You're going to only know what's involved with this particular thing that is needed for that job. So if somehow we can tighten that language up to kind of more clearly identify that the data that's being investigated is specifically to do the case that is being investigated, as opposed to just any legitimate law enforcement purpose. Does that make sense at all? Maybe.
Yes, I thought that there was something in here that specifically relates to the concept of a need and a right to know.
Yeah, I was trying to look for that too, and I didn't see it, but maybe I overlooked it. So if it's there, then belay my last point.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. That you only are searching for the case that you are related to that investigation on.
Mm-hmm. Just to clarify some of the language, so it's kind of really specific, which I think is kind of what you were doing with the changes that you made already to subsection G.
You know what? I'll review the whole thing again. I mean, I think it's very clear to them, to the officers, and I'll just say this: that there's all kinds of policies that I have for our officers, and in creating those policies and everything that we talk to them about ethics and the things that they're doing, they understand that they can only do things where there's a need and a right to know. So Alma's in charge of all of our criminal history information, and it's very clear that you don't just go searching because you want to look at something else. So I think that there's no question that the reason you're putting this case number in here is because you are searching this system for something that you are investigating or somehow are associated to that investigation. I'll look and see if there's another area or in this area that we can tighten it up. But I want to push back a little bit and tell you that there's no doubt amongst my people. And with policies, we can look at all these what's and ifs and all these other things. I can't write it for every single thing, but it's very clear to our folks how important this is and that they're complying with this policy and that they're not doing things, which is what you're both getting at, to make sure they're not doing things they're not supposed to be doing. So then I'll get to this point. If they are, they shouldn't be doing the job that they're doing. And so I would say that while we want to have these policies dialed in, we're never going to get it exactly perfect. And we have to have a trust in these people that they understand and they're doing the right thing. And I think that that's very clear in this policy. And I think that they're doing that. And so I can look at this and we could, I'll look to see if there's a way to tighten that up, but I'm never going to get it exact.
Sure. No, and nothing that I said, what was I alluding to the lack of trust in our current police force? I think it was just making sure. I think you answered my question perfectly. I think doing a scrub, making sure if there's something there, great. If not, maybe we can do some refinement. But I think that the first piece that I was getting to, I think would be helpful in the annual report. So somehow if we can build that in to do the extenuating circumstances, just so that as a public, we can better understand where do those situations come up.
And because that was, I didn't write that policy right before, what we could do is we could say in 99% of the times they had associated case number.
Yeah.
In 1%, they did not have it. They had extenuating circumstances. We looked into 3 of those or however many we looked into and verified that there were extenuating circumstances as to the reason that they didn't put the case number.
Absolutely. And it could be like 0.2, it could be, so, but, okay. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate the presentation on this. At this point, we're going to go, oh, Ed, I'm sorry. Do you have your hand up again?
No, I just never took it down because I just never know when I want to use it again.
Oh my God. Just leave it up, Ed. Just don't take it down.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to open up for public comment. Folks on Zoom, use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber? Anybody? Okay. All right.
We're down to officers. Officers, do you have anything to? And Erica.
Okay. We'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 4 folks on Zoom. I'm going to ask you to keep it to 2 minutes. We'll go ahead and start for folks on Zoom. Rub it in.
The first speaker will be Lori.
Oh my God, I never thought this time would come. So, Chief Hober, first of all, because I did not get my hand up in time the last time, I just want to say also, as everyone else did, thank you so much for your service and significant contribution to the city. Very, very much appreciated. And I echo the sadness and same expressed by all the others in your departure. And I wish you a happy retirement. And after tonight, I'm sure June can't get here soon enough. But just a couple of quick questions. And I think you alluded a little bit to, I'm one of those in Del Monte Beach. We've been waiting a really long time for those cameras. So grateful to have them. I know that we've got one here. I know we had wanted an in and an out and didn't quite get it, but I think we've got one in a central location that catches both the in and the out. My question was, so many cars don't have front plates anymore, even though I think legally they're supposed to, they do not. So I'm wondering if in that case, you just hopefully catch them going out. And also, I noticed that the folks at the Harbor House, was talking to them the other day, the condos down here, they installed one. I don't believe it's a MPD purchased one. I think they did it on their own. And I just wondered if you have awareness and PD has connected all of those, kind of like you have all of the individual residents' Ring cameras, you kind of know where they are in the system. And let's see, what was my other question? The icon in the map, there's one icon that has 7 dots and all the others on your map have cameras. So I just was curious what that 7 dot one is. And then my last question real quick is there's a camera by Monterey Regional Airport. I'm wondering, is that on Garden Road or 68? And I would think that would be a good place to have a camera on both.
All right, thank you. And our next speaker is Esther.
Hi, I wasn't going to comment tonight, but I wanted to just point out something. About 12 years ago in my neighborhood, we had a series of break-ins that were going on in homes even during the day. And come to find out, it was when Prevent was working on the peninsula. And come to find out, there was a ring of, I don't know, gang people or whatever that were coming over from Seaside and were doing these break-ins. And so, I mean, it stands to reason that we, in my neighborhood, are on the border with Seaside. So more cameras would be over here because they would be crossing over to Seaside as opposed to, say, Old Town or New Monterey would have the same, going on because they're adjacent to PG. Seaside on the other side of Seaside with Marina. So it stands to reason that there would be a concentration of more cameras along the borders of the city, I think. But had we had, the cameras back then, I would imagine we would have been able to stop that sooner. And who knows what kind of technology is going to be available in another 10 years. I think it's unrealistic for us to think that we're going to be using this without significant changes in the technology by then. But anyway, I don't want to belabor this council meeting anymore. So thanks.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is a telephone caller with the last three digits 436.
Okay, so this is Eloise Shem calling, and I just wanted to say that, I used to kind of be very suspicious about privacy issues with the license plate readers, but now I see that, they are helpful in catching bad guys, so I'm glad that we have that technology. And I also wanted to say that I think that Chief Hobart is the nicest chief in Monterey County. And I've lived in several cities in Monterey County, and he seems to be the most intuitive in sizing people up. And one time I had a bad police officer who I called, someone was harassing me, and they were really rude to me and really disrespectful. And when I complained about it to the chief, I won't say which city it was, but they didn't do anything about it. And I don't think Chief Hobart, I think he would have done something. He wouldn't have just swept it under the carpet. So anyway, congratulations on your retirement, and good luck. Okay, thank you. You can cut my time off now.
Got my time off.
And our last speaker is a telephone caller with the last three digits 902.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I continue to be opposed to ALPR. This is surveillance. I don't join the chorus of voices that say technology is an advancement, or that more and more of these types of things is an improvement. I've lived on the peninsula for a long time, and this has changed the city, and not for the better in my judgment. I'm glad that 433.7G has been added. However, it doesn't affect backdoor illicit access. And those who are tech savvy who can get into the system and then delete evidence of their entry and use. Legitimate reasons only or other similar language, anyone can put language they want into policies, and those who want to access the system for their own reasons will continue to do it, regardless of the rules in place. It could be somebody at the vendor level, it could be somebody within the city, it could be somebody who simply accesses the wireless feed. It can't be prevented by paper policies, and since the system is now in place, that reality exists. It could even be accessed by someone at the federal level. So I think that the savviness of people with a technology background is something that has to be taken into consideration with these systems. It's not simply people that are well-meaning and are going to use it for the very narrowly prescribed purposes that this was sold to us as. And that's just the reality that we're going to be living with in Monterey now. Thank you.
We'll go ahead and close public comment. And I think as a way to wrap this one up, I think we need to create a certificate for the nicest police chief in Monterey County. I think that needs to be part of the goodbye message. No, I'll let the police chief have the last word before we move on to the next presentation. If there's anything else.
Did you want me to address some of those?
Please.
So the first caller, thank you very much for the kind words, and to all the callers. Monterey Del Monte Beach, yes, we have it set up. Most of the readers read back plates. And so if there's not a front plate, usually it's reading the back plate, and all cars have to have, they're supposed to have them on the front too, but she's right. Sometimes we see them not on there. Harbor House, there's a private camera there. Are they connected? No, we're only connected to our cameras that are on our system. That doesn't mean that if we had a crime there, we might not do a canvas and ask them for information afterward to see if we could access it. On the map, the icon, the mayor kindly came and showed Gabe and I that. There's 7 dots. I don't know why that is. It almost looks to me like instead of selecting the little camera icon, they selected some other icon. So I'm not sure why that is. We'll look into that. And the camera is not on Highway 68. It's on Garden Road. And I think that covered, I don't think Esther had a question. I think she was just making statements. I didn't hear a question in that unless there's something to clarify there. So I think those were the questions.
Beautiful. Well, with that, and for sake of time, unless there's a burning statement by the council, I'm going to go ahead and move us to the public appearance item, number 14 on the agenda. Receive annual report and renew the military equipment purchase and use ordinance, Monterey City Code, Chapter 27, Article 3, Section 27-10, and authorize the acquisition of additional military equipment, including a crisis negotiating team, command vehicle for unmanned aerial systems, and replace 8 patrol rifles. I'm just going to say, I know that this is an annual requirement. We've been through this before. I think there's somewhat familiarity routine. I'm not sure what we can look at in regards to maybe a 5-minute max presentation so we can try to wrap this up and get out of here in a decent time. I'm trying to beat 11 o'clock so Chrissy isn't right. That's not going to happen. No, I'm just kidding. Please, Nat.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. And this will be a brief presentation. Again, annual report. We have Assistant Chief of Police, Michael Bruno, who will be presenting this item. And I do want to comment just briefly. We will have a lot of recognition tonight, and well deserved for Chief Hober on May 20th. Will be coming before the council with a more formal recognition to acknowledge Chief Hober's service to the city of Monterey. So that'll be the afternoon session on May 20th. We'll give him his Chief Hober Way or Chief Hober Highway sign that he's looking forward to receiving, and other kudos as well. So wanted to make sure that's clear and folks know that.
And that's a good public service announcement for folks that are here tonight that are
right.
giving some love to make sure that we get folks to show up and force for that.
That's right. But in the meantime, for tonight, our last presentation is from Assistant Chief Bruno.
Thank you, Dad. Good evening, Mayor and council members, and to the public. So today I'm going to talk about AB 41. We'll get through it pretty quickly. So just so the background of it is, it was passed on September 30th, 2021. It was signed by the governor, and the purpose was to increase transparency, accountability, and oversight for the acquisition and use of military equipment. So what is military equipment? There's quite a few definitions of what they identified as military equipment. Doesn't necessarily mean that it was from the military or purchased by the military. So I'll just quickly go through them. There's drones, an MRAP, which is a large armored vehicle, Humvees, tracked armored vehicles, command and control vehicles, weaponized aircraft, battering rams, slugs, breaching apparatus that are explosive in nature, firearms and ammunition that are 50 caliber or greater. However, it doesn't include shotguns. Any type of specialized firearms and ammunition of less than 50 caliber. These also include assault weapons. firearms accessories that are designed to launch explosive projectiles, flashbangs, tear gas, pepper balls, the taser shockwave, microwave weapons, water cannons, and long-range acoustic device. It also includes 40 millimeter projectile launchers, beanbag, rubber bullet, and other specialty munitions, and any other equipment determined by the governing body or by the state agency that requires additional oversight. So the City Council approved our military use equipment policy. That's MPD policy 706. That was by way of ordinance, and that was on April 2022. And it's been approved each subsequent year by the City Council. Our policy is publicly available on the Monterey Police Department's website. That's montereypolice.org. And that we're required to compose an annual military equipment report, and that the City Council shall annually review that military equipment purchase and use ordinance and vote to renew the ordinance at a regular meeting. So what's required? We're required to give you a summary of how the equipment was used and the purpose of its use, the summary of any complaints or concerns, any internal results of internal audits that we did, any violations of our policy, the total annual cost of each equipment, the quantity possessed for each equipment, and our intention to acquire more. So this is what we currently have for the Monterey Police Department: 53 patrol rifles. They're issued to each sworn member. We have 2 shotguns that are for less lethal. Those are assigned to the NPR SRU, is the regional SWAT team, the Peninsula SWAT team. We have 3 shotguns that are breaching shotguns, 14 40 millimeter less lethal launchers that are assigned to the vehicles, 2 OC launchers, 2 specialized rifles that are used with the SWAT team. Currently have 4 unmanned aerial aircraft systems, which are drones, and 2 pepper ball launchers, which are assigned to the supervisors. So our SRU team, we have to identify what kind of equipment that they use and what they have and what could be used in our city. So they have a Bearcat, which is an armored vehicle used to transport personnel. They have command and control vehicles. They have drones, ground vehicles that are remotely piloted, 37 and 40 millimeter launchers, breaching shotgun. They also have flashbang diversionary devices, explosive breaching tools, tear gas, and pepper balls. So as part of our annual report, we did not receive any complaints about our military equipment. We did hold a town hall meeting here at the City Council chamber on March 3rd, 2025 at 6 p.m. This was advertised via the news and on our social media accounts. We had 1 person attend in person and only 2 attended online through Zoom. So it was also through Zoom. We only had 1 comment, and that person was in favor of the equipment. All military equipment that we have is accounted for, and we had no violations of our use policy for the military equipment. And all of our funding for the military equipment comes from our existing Monterey Police Department budget. So as far as our use goes, so this is for the drone use. So in July of 2024, we had stabbing on the rec trail. There was a lot of blood everywhere. We were trying to look for the suspect. We called for the Marina Police Department. They had a drone that they could use at night, and they assisted us with trying to locate the suspect, which we were unable to find. We did arrest him later, though. On August 2024, we used a drone during a SWAT call out in Marina. In December of 2024, our team used a drone in King City during a SWAT call out. And in December, again, we used the drone on for about 5 minutes on first night just to verify that our traffic control pattern was set up and that there were no safety risks or anything like that in surrounding buildings. So 40 millimeter and 37 millimeter less lethal munitions. So on August 10th, our officers were with the SRU. They served a high-risk search warrant in the city of Marina. So they used 2 40 millimeter munitions to break a house window. And then they delivered 6 37 millimeter liquid CS ferret rounds into the residence. That would be equivalent to CS gas or like pepper spray into the residence. In October of 2024, one of our officers discharged 5 40 millimeter rounds at an intoxicated subject, threatening officers with a large samurai sword. And then our SRU actually served a high-risk search warrant here in the city of Monterey on July 3rd. This one was on Cielo Vista. Mr. Les Flores, which got a lot of news about him. During that operation, they used a Lenco Bearcat armored vehicle, the Workhorse commercial van, which is the command vehicle. We also requested the SWAT team. The Monterey County Sheriff's Office, and then the Seaside Police Department and Fire. They have a drone team. So we used several drones during this operation. All right, so AB 41 requires approval prior to us acquiring military equipment or applying for such a grant. So currently we have a crisis negotiation team command vehicle. This is assigned to the SWAT team, the Peninsula SRU team. This is a UASI reimbursement grant, and we ordered the vehicle back in, I believe it was 2024, and we expect to have it sometime around between May and June of this year. We don't quite have it yet. We're also requesting to replace 8 semi-automatic patrol rifles. These rifles are 20 years old, and we would use our existing budget to purchase those. And then we're also asking for 4 drones. So one is a Skydio X10 or anything that has similar specifications, and then 3 DJI, I think it's called a Vada 2 or similar specification drones. And those budgets, and that would be from either this fiscal year and going into next fiscal year. And the need for those is that the Skydio drone is more advanced than the ones that we have now. So the ones we have now are DJI. They're hobbyist drones, and so they have no ability to fly at night. So just recently, when the chief was talking about the incident we had in Monterey where the person crashed in Marina, we have no ability to put that drone up and to look for the person at nighttime. It also has other advantages. It can link up with our Axon system, so it can record the flight log, and we have more ability to see, what the drone was doing as far as recording the flight log. It has a better camera system. We can add more attachments to it. You can add a light. You can add speakers to it. So there's definitely a lot more that you can do with that drone. You can also fly it during rain and those type of conditions. The other 3 drones that we're asking for, those are more for indoor drones. And so I don't know if you guys have ever flown drones, but when I try to fly a drone in my house, even though I know the layout of my house, I crash it into a wall pretty quickly. And unfortunately, when you don't know the layout of a house and you have some of these houses that are very cluttered, drones hit walls, they hit curtains, and they do things like that. So having the ability to send a drone in instead of running into a house and trying to clear a house is more safer for us. It gives us the ability to use more than one drone if a drone were to fall down or we have an issue with it losing connection or those type of things.
So the benefit of the DJI Avata 2 is that it kind of detects when a wall is there and it prevents.
No, not necessarily. So I'm not part of the drone team, but I did talk to the drone team about why they wanted this particular drone. It's made more for, they call it first person view. So it's apparently better to fly first person view when you're flying in enclosed areas. It comes in with self-built guards around the propellers. And so if you hit the wall curtains, you're not going to break your propeller. So it's supposed to be a little bit stronger. And if it collides with something indoors, it's not going to break. So the recommendation is that the City Council find that the military equipment identified in the Monterey Police Department annual equipment report has complied with the standards for approval set forth in the military equipment use policy. That's policy 706, military equipment, and the military equipment inventory. And renew the military equipment purchase and use ordinance, Monterey City Code, Chapter 27, Article 3, Section 27-10. Also to authorize the purchase of additional military equipment, including a crisis negotiating team command vehicle, replace 8 patrol rifles and 4 unmanned air systems. And with that, I'm open to questions.
All right, so Chief, appreciate you in the presentation. Any questions from the council?
No, I just want to say how much I appreciated the drones up on Ciela Vista, and I watched the whole thing. And just so glad that it's safer for you guys. And in the hilly terrain, to be able to actually see where he was going through the tunnels and finally catch him where it's so treacherous. So I just want to give you a shout out for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think we all echo that. I Don't see any other questions from the council, so, oh,
You asked me 10 million questions, now you're gonna
we gotta get you while we have you. I mean.
Wait a minute.
You were waiting for that moment, weren't you? Oh, man. All right, let's open it up for public comment. For those on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. I'll do a quick check in the chamber. Anybody? Anybody? I'm just kidding.
Going once.
Going once, going twice. All right, we'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one. All right, so we'll go ahead and give that commenter 2 minutes.
So I'll call on Ms. Beatty.
Thank you. This is Nina Beatty. I guess I'm the last one that survived in the public. I was very concerned when I saw this come up last year, the request for 4 drones, and I thought, what's going on in Monterey? We go from nothing to 4, and now 4 more. So a total of 8 drones by the city, or for a city of 30,000. And it makes me wonder what we're preparing for, as far as, it's like we're preparing for an invasion or something. Again, I've lived in the city for a long time, and I'm mystified at the weaponization, the militarization of the police department. I hear the explanation for the need for a few pieces of this equipment, 1 outdoor drone, 1 indoor drone. But let's be reasonable about this and not have such an arsenal that we've got to make excuses to use it. I don't see the need for this to the extent that's being asked for. So could we keep it to 2 drones total for the city? I think that would be an improvement, particularly because there's equipment to share with other agencies that other agencies can also share with us. That's all. Thank you.
With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. I'm not sure if staff has any thoughts in regards to the comment from the public.
Yeah, so with the drones, the DJI drones, they're the hobbyist drones. They all serve a purpose. If we have a subject with a gun, we don't want to send our expensive drone up to the window to get shot at, right? That's what happened in Salinas when they had the individual that was shooting multiple drones down. You're not going to send your high-end drone to go do that. However, it does have an advantage sending a drone up to be able to see if the subject is armed or whatever the case may be. They're also used for training purposes. So right now we use them for training. And so you don't want a brand new person using your high-end drone and crashing into a wall or damaging it. As far as the smaller drones, I was at the scene with on Cielo Vista, and I think we lost 3 drones into the house, just hitting the ceiling, hitting different things. And those are, experts from other agencies that are using that. And so for us, it makes sense to have more than just one, because you always have to prepare for the possibility that you're gonna have connection issues, battery issues, hit something, those type of things.
Great, thank you. Beautiful answer. With that, I'll go ahead and move approval for staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, any other questions, comments from council? Seeing none, we'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Resch.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Councilor Smith, you didn't come in clear. You might want to say that again.
That was a yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We heard you that time.
Councilmember Barber.
Yeah.
And Mayor Williamson.
It's a yes for me. Thank you for all of the work in our police department. You guys were the highlight, stole the show tonight. So
They were.
appreciate you all. All right, with that, we'll go ahead to council comments. Please.
Real quick one. I'm on AMBAG, and I just want the community to know that they're soliciting opinions on their 2050 Connect Monterey Bay for long-range transportation planning. And the remotes are tomorrow at noon and Thursday at 6 p.m. And if you want to connect virtually, please go to www.ambag.org. That's it's too late to figure out what it is. Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments. So AMBAG. And then there's a couple in person in Hollister or Watsonville, but you don't want to drive, so do the virtual one.
Thank you. And thank you for representing us on AMBAG. Anybody else on the council have comments?
I'm gonna pass.
Okay, and the rest of the room is quiet, so I'll pass it to Nat for city manager report.
Okay, just very
Or
quick.
assistant city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few updates. Last week on Thursday, we had the resident parking program town hall, and it went very well. We have the recording on YouTube for those who weren't able to attend and watch that. We also have an online survey on Have Your Say Monterey as well for the program. We also, just on March 31st, yesterday, started the pool renovation project. That'll expect to end or go through June 1st. So we're repairing the leak in the small pool, replacing and upgrading the dehumidifier, repairing plaster and tiles, new surface deck, new saunas, and we'll have a brand new pool this summer. So looking forward to that. And thank you, Council, for your support of the project. We also have on Saturday, April 12th, the 5th annual Bunny Hop photo op at Colton Hall Lawn. So encouraging residents to sign up for that at monterey.org/rec or monterey.gov/rec. And then last but not least, we learned recently that the Monterey Herald's Reader's Choice Awards gave first place to the Monterey Sports Center in a number of categories: best summer camp, best swimming lessons, and the best fitness and gym facility in the county. So we're really very proud of the
Kudos
Sports
to
Center.
our staff for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and adjourn. Thank you, everybody.